It's the 30th running, and over the years, the course has changed yet every year. Daryl, what can we expect from this year's?
Well, the course is very similar to last year. Of course, they're going to start in the arena, go up the rocket ride before they head out into the back of the mountain, up Wasserleitung, and then they're going to get the first taste of their forest. A little bit of forest before, Centrum am Berg is going to be first, then a little taste of forest. It's always very, very slippery in there. Remember, we had heavy rains yesterday, up the Wackenhusen climb before we head out to Machine. Then it's lower, Carl's dinner.
That's the appetizer. That's the appetizer for
It's enough for most.
Machine.
Yeah.
Most won't make the main.
Back over the mountain again, and this is a really, really difficult part of the forest before they once again cross over onto the main event, which is the Carl's dinner section. And then, brand new for this year, we have Segway.
Wow.
It's a really, really difficult climb, and that's where all the action is going to be before they head out to Lazily Noon and making the way to the finish line.
A lot of people are talking about Segway being kind of the game changer, and we expect too with Carl's dinner. That's always been the make or break for so many competitors, so many challenges at the finish line. But it will be interesting to see too what I was hearing Bolts talk about, you know, the electric component and those tight run-ups at Segway.
Yeah, well, we went over there yesterday and had a look at Segway, formerly the MotorX Highway. And, you know, you heard him talk in the pre-show about a very short takeoff spot, like it's about a bike's length before they go into this huge climb that Bolt actually said yesterday he didn't think was possible, right? Like it could absolutely
yes or no,
stop
even
them.
going back to Moto X Highway, there's a bit every year where we're like, that's not rideable.
There's
and
mad.
What do the world's best do? They prove us wrong.
Honestly, I walked it yesterday to get to this climb, the shale climb before it. I can't imagine it's possible to get through it. Like, it is so difficult.
I think another thing to contend with, talking with a lot of the riders during the pro leg, they were saying how hard it is when you're behind an e-bike, the amount of roost.
Yeah.
That is going to be a factor on the front line. We're dealing with a pretty formidable size of e-bikes on the front and second run.
You know, the battery change isn't really anything for them to be concerned about. The Starks can do it in a minute, and in Jarvi is 30 seconds. So
the question is the battery going to last? And what I'm super interested in is how they're going to get off the start line. We saw them on the rocket ride, dominating, so quick off the start.
80 brake horsepower, no clutch, twist and go. Yeah, they are so instant. But, you know, I think it's going to be an incredible race today. We know that Mitch Brightmore is coming into this race more ready than he's ever been, saying he now knows that Manny Lettenbichler is not invincible after chasing him all the way through Lagares, and of course perhaps some top Americans
yeah,
here
of
too.
course, I'm just chiming in. Cody Webb, caught up with him earlier this week, and the good news for him, injury-free, two-time finding the top of the podium. James Moore, there was so much conversation about him right now.
Winning the Roof of Africa last year, but he's a rookie here. It's his first time here at the Erzberg.
And don't forget Tristan Hart. You know, Manny, a 5-time world champion. Tristan Hart, a 5-time US hard enduro champion. This is a clash of the titans. They don't race each other all the time in the World Championship in most events. Today they're coming together. We know Tristan Hart has been here longer this time. He's so happy with his bike. He's fitter than he's ever been, and he will be desperate to take it to Manny Lettenbichler today, his teammate.
Yeah, and on the e-bike side of things, Eddie Carlson, he's definitely in that top 3 discussion of contenders on the e-bike, obviously.
And don't forget his teammate, Toby Martin, you know, AMA Trials champion in 2024. He has absolutely got the skills for this place, and he's adapted to riding that Stark.
We talk about Graham Jarvis and his ability just to kind of reduce his heart rate, but what do you make about Manny? How is he able to get so quiet between the ears?
I have no idea. I went over to the truck actually this morning to see if I could catch a word with him and just be like, how you feeling? There was like 3 cameramen outside, a massive sound boom. He was being interviewed. I do not know how he gets himself on. I think this is probably a relief when he gets on the start line.
With just 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Daryl, what do you hear at this point?
Well, I think just the nerves are so high, but I mean, I'm just really thinking about what's going through Manny's head right now, just trying to stay calm and composed. He's won the last 3 editions by 10 minutes.
Now looking at our start list, 5 rows of 50. 500 riders. We start with a little over 1,800, whittle it down, and the brothers Brightmore, a lot of discussion about them. Obviously, Mitch having just a stellar season. Ashton really showing his worth as well.
Watch out for Mario Ramon as well. You know, the Spanish rider, he can be phenomenal. Perhaps not the best off the start, but if he's somewhere near, when it gets technical, he'll be right there. Don't you think, Daryl?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many young guns there on the front row. There's a couple of motocross riders still in the mix, and the e-bikes. So this start's going to be super interesting.
Impossible to predict. So back to the starting line it is a palpable energy right now. The vibe, you can see Carl Kadek getting ready, getting a little dusted there.
Dusted by the rock crawler.
We've been told there's a bit of a lake on the exit from the quarry floor as well,
yeah,
right?
Got reports from Paul Bolden earlier, and might need to pull out the jet ski. For those, a lot of these competitors of the 500 never even make it out of the pit. Shockingly.
Right. So if the guys go through the water, it's about foot peg deep, and I haven't. There's the log over there. That's the log before the start line. That's going to be interesting too.
Really, it changes up the whole shot factor.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of it. Actually, I think it's fantastic. Yeah. Hard right from word go.
You have the prologue, and now you have just the log. So it's So just under 145 on the start here at the 30th running. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And we would often say that the energy is electric, but we don't want to confuse things.
You can't say that anymore, Pat.
The energy is combustible, yet also electric.
Yeah, that's right. A minute to go here. Wow, I don't know what's going through those riders on that front row's minds.
The favorite line there on the inside, everybody's bunched up there, so that's obviously the clear best place to start.
And we think they're going to come out and go straight in a rocket ride. Is that right, Daryl? We believe, maybe?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Up the rocket ride levels before they head out over the back of the mountain.
And a great aerial view, I should point out, as Carl Kadek is ready with the flag. What a visionary, has done so much for the sport.
He absolutely has, yeah. He's been stood there 30 times as well. This is not new to him, to Carl Kadek. What a character, what a man he is. He'll be hoping that Segway stops the riders at the end of getting towards the end of this Red Bull Erzberg Enduro as well. Yeah, he's a devil, isn't he?
Almost proud on those years where there's only about 4 or 5 finishers.
He loves it.
Yeah.
Hans Kindergartner normally waves the flag. It looks like Carl's going to own this one.
You can hear a pin drop right now in the bottom of this iron ore giant. The 30th running of Erzbergrodeo. Start of row 1. 50 riders.
Can Manny Lettenbichler go 5 in a row? The same as Tadej Blazusiak to equal 5 wins by Graham Jarvis. This is a massive day for him.
And we are off. It is the 2026 30th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Trying to see who's out front.
Don't want to call it too soon. It looks like there might be a bright more in front.
Clean start by all.
Oh, fighting over some rocks on the inside. The dust ferocious as well. So anyone a little bit further back already losing some time. But look at them coming across this road, this lane here. Full chat. They're going to be absolutely flat along there.
Lots of rain yesterday, but it's scorching hot out there today.
And those of you new to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, all competitors must finish within that 4-hour allotment. You see the time up in the left-hand corner of your screen. We'll get there even before you even realize. Time just flies by as we can see a battle already ensuing.
God, it's a high-speed start to this year's one. They are absolutely full on out there at the front. Look at this, incredible. It's the maddest event, isn't it? It goes from 80 miles an hour to walking speed in the blink of an eye.
That's one of the highest speeds that they're going to get to this whole race. After this, they're going to go and hit the series of climbs there on the rocket ride before they start getting into a little bit of forest.
And you watch just the value of being out in front. Expect a lot of carnage. I know later in the show, Rob, you're going to get out to Zentrum Amberg and
can't wait.
Do some live reporting of the amateurs and the privateers.
The carnage will be there for all to see, I'm sure. But look at this.
And we'll wait for that first checkpoint to drop the numbers of the timing. And we can see Graham Jarvis back on the start line. Jarvie be on his Jarvie electric bike.
And he has done it from the second row. He's won from the second row, hasn't he? So
he is almost, some people say more deadly. They almost think that he prefers to start from the second line. And we're off. Graham Jarvis up and over.
So here we go then. Let's keep an eye on Jarvis. Yep, the 5-time winner of this event. 51 years old now. Is that Jarvis out front there? Possibly.
A little wide on that. Start of row 2. No. Just a 2-minute delay between each line, and you'll watch this, the elasticity of this lead group too. We'll keep our eyes as they get to that first checkpoint.
So they'll make their way out now to Wasserleitung with the checkpoint, and then we'll be able to see exactly who's who.
Yeah, Jarvis actually, his first win here in 2013 was from the second row, so don't count him out. It'll be incredible to see what he can do with that electric bike, especially when we're getting a Carl's dinner, I think.
Well, he was talking about too, just the ability of having to control and having to manipulate that front tire. But I mean, the top 4 or 5 riders right now putting on blistering pace.
Into the tree line there, a little bit of a forest before they get out, and you'll see them pop up very shortly at Wasserleitung. Going to turn left up into the tree line there just now.
And things do start to get pretty tricky in these forests early on. The lead change there, I think.
Yeah.
And now they head into this forest, yeah. Lots of roots, lots of rocks in there that can catch you out. It'll still be wet from the rain we had over the last couple of days as well. It dries out instantly in the quarry, but the wood sections stay super slippery. And they are some of the hardest sections around this course.
And the third row about to take off here as the battle just to get out of the quarry, and third row is off.
I think I definitely saw someone with their front wheel over the log there on the start, getting a sneaky advantage. But look at the dust, you need to be out front.
Surprisingly clean, they opted to avoid that water.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe a good call by contest organizers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the key, of course, is to be on the front row. So much harder to try and win this race from the second row, like Graham Jarvis has. Lots of bottlenecks in the forest, and if you're on the second row, you really got your work cut out for you here.
Talk about that bottleneck factor as we get to the features in Zentrum Amberg. You need that approach, especially on a missed first try.
Oh, and look at the pace of these. Is that Mitch Brightmore out front? I'm not sure, but whoever it is going extremely fast here.
Yeah, waiting for that first checkpoint, and we'll be dropping the live scoring to you.
Definitely one of the Brightmore brothers in front. Oh, and that looks like Manny's gone down there. Second, that's definitely Manny.
Yeah, so Manny losing the front there, up to his feet instantly. Has to knock that clutch lever back down. That's how quickly things can go wrong.
Mitch Brightmore, of course, being one of the real danger men here at this race. He's been on it.
Yeah, Mitch Brightmore this year came back just
and here he is. Straight in a Wasserleitung. New lineup this as well, slightly to the left of the old line. Absolutely nothing to these big dogs though.
And just completely waxes it.
Yeah, there you go. He's actually getting back between where he should have been. He was on the old line there on his way up. But yeah, incredible to see this. And Mitch Brightmore, he's got a different approach to this race after Lagares, where he ran with Manny Lettenbichler. The belief is there now. He said Manny Lettenbichler is not invincible. I can see that. You imagine what a difference that can make, especially in that race as arduous as this.
Yeah, but it's also been said about Manny is when you kind of in like a caged bear, you poke him with a stick, it almost makes him faster.
Yeah. Absolutely. That will have remotivated him massively, I'm sure.
This is exactly what we expected. Mitch Brightmore, Manny Lettenbichler, and Tristan Hart. I don't think there's going to be much in it today.
They were the big three. Everyone was talking about coming in this race. Other riders mentioned, but probably over the length of this course, no one else apart from them three really can run at Manny's pace. Those three are on that pace.
Super interesting. Valentino Hatta, a young Austrian, 18 years old, in 4th place. Johnny Walker in a solid 5th, and Teo Kovacev in 6th.
Look at that then. So Johnny right in there on that 4-stroke Triumph as well, the 250F. The smaller capacity bike, incredible what he did on yesterday's prologue on it.
Really going to be keeping my eye on Teo.
Johnny wanted to start on a 450, but gearing didn't suit him. And in fact, on the prologue yesterday, he was so fast, I thought he was on a 450.
Yeah, really making that bike sing up there.
So Vasalainen, we have Bright War in first, followed by Lettenbichler, Tristan Hart in third, Hutter, and then Johnny Walker rounding out the top 5. But as we've seen with every Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, expect some shuffling, some major shuffling. I don't expect to see Lettenbichler let off the gas. And this is going back, looking back at Manny where it went wrong.
Yeah, just loses the front there, just like that. Interesting to see Tristan Hart 22 seconds behind the leaders as they went through that first checkpoint. So work for him to do. He will not want to let these two build an advantage up.
And the next row out of the quarry. And getting back to the Tristan Hart conversation, though, Tristan also no stranger to, reeling somebody in from behind. He's very, very comfortable in that pace
big
mode.
pile up. Big pile up on the ramp out.
And you'll start to see more and more of this as you get back to the farther rows, the privateers, the weekend warriors. And a look above here as we try to get eyes on our lead pack.
Well, we're looking for the guys. I've got news. 3 South Africans. Carl Flanagan in 10th, James Moore in 11th, and Matthew Green in 13th.
Oh, good ride.
They're coming.
Yeah, good rides for those 3 then, absolutely.
We spoke about James Moore. It's his first time here. You've got no racecraft, really. You don't know what's coming if it's your first time at the Erzberg. Really, really difficult. He won the Roof of Africa last year. He's been training really, really hard. And I think he's going to get himself into the top 10 at the end.
A nice bow for South Africans to win the first and then the 30th. I'm just saying.
Here we are back at Vasalainen then. One of the big adventure bikes. That won't be lacking any horsepower up there, that's for sure. That's super loose surface, but everyone going up it quite nicely this year. The bottleneck's not starting yet. They probably will very quickly though. At Zentrum Amberg, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you, didn't you get out there with Ed Lee the other day?
Yeah, we did. We got Ed Lee. Actually, Ed Lee got up this climb.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
how many tries?
He came back yesterday. He was so stoked. He was like beaming from year to year.
I told him if he gets stuck, lay it down. He turned it sideways, and then actually, like a bike can take, he started pointing down and got whiskey throttle. And I looked round, he was doing about 60 miles an hour back down it. Yeah, it was a moment. I won't admit it.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a panic attack for him. I actually did. So. Brightmore, this is exciting, isn't it? Mitch Brightmore is leading the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. What a feeling for him.
No, and he's on such a good flow. We talk about that second place at Extreme XL Lagares this year. When you have that wind in your sails and he's just on this steady climb, been focused on the training, just looking stronger than ever. But
it's a slow build. He's just getting better and better. Went full time, gave up bricklaying a couple of years ago, and he hasn't looked back,
Yeah. And don't you just love the story with him and his brother able to let their dad know that they need to find more help for the company? Yeah, they got that full factory ride.
That's right.
Such a great story.
Yeah, incredible. They're mad to see Ash is coming back from injury, but they are there, absolutely there. Mitch is leading this race. Incredible.
Was leading
this race. Yeah, well done, Daryl. It's business as usual then, is it?
As usual. I think we can expect to see a big tussle up front as they head towards the Black Ladder Centrum Amberg. That's that steep climb, the longest climb of the race.
They will absolutely rinse it.
And Manny really knows the importance of pouncing early on in this race, getting those a little bit harder to get those lead changes later on the course.
This is coming up towards Centrum Amberg. They're going to do a right turn here and they're going to have to keep it pinned. Very, very steep climb. Got to keep on the gas.
And Mitch now has got, I believe, to stay. He's got to keep Manny Lettenbichler in sight. He's got to. If Lettenbichler goes, he makes so few mistakes around this place, it'll be hard to catch him. Look at him, greasing that climb. No problem for the front runners. And then fast back down. You can't believe how fast they're going back down that. That is nearly vertical. Look at that from Lettenbichler. Crazy.
Completely
absolutely crazy.
It's just crazy how consistent Manny Letzenbichler is. You can throw anything at him, the best all-rounder that the sport has ever seen.
And to put it in perspective, for contrast, later on when we see some of the AMs and the privateers go down this same track, it almost looks like it's in slow motion.
I'll show you exactly how hard it is.
Wow. Yeah, just...
It was Johnny Walker that came through there.
Yeah, that's right. So Johnny safely up there as well, no issues for him.
I spoke to Johnny this morning. He said he's going to attack from the beginning. He's not going to pace himself. He's going hard all the way. Billy Bolt style.
Yeah.
Just hope that there's some left in the tank. And for all the viewers out there, unfortunately, Billy Bolt not competing due to injury, but we will have him in the booth later on in the show. So we look forward to that. We prefer to see him like on the bike, of course.
Of course, we would. Yeah, he's had a tricky week, Billy, I think.
Yeah, infection in that hand. It's an infection in the bone, and he's in a bit of trouble with the hand.
Yeah. But that's the man who finished second to him in the Super Enduro World Championship, Johnny Walker there, now up to fourth place. Kabachev, look at that, fifth for him as well. So the big guns that we thought were going to be at the front are there. This is hotting up. This is shaping up perfectly. Look at this. Cody Webb as well inside the top
usual
10.
Suspects, but we had like Valentino Hutter, Cody Webb, Michael Kratzer.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about, it's great to see, two Austrian flags on that current leaderboard.
Absolutely.
James Moore in 6th and Toby Martin.
Oh, Toby Martin could be dangerous there as well on 7th on the start.
On the
That's
start
right.
block. First of the electric bikes.
Yeah, and, like I said, the only man, one of the only men to beat Tony Bow, the 39-time world champion in motorcycle trials. Toby Martin did that recently. He's the AMA 2024 AMA trials champion. He's got the skills for this. He's adapted so quickly to no clutch on that Stark. I can't believe it, but he said you don't need it. It's got so much punch. You just don't need a clutch on that thing. So let's keep an eye on Toby as well. Another rider that could really excel in Carl's dinner.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys that have made that jump to the e-bikes, it's uncanny how quickly they've adapted with no clutch.
And Graham, no foot brake. So there's no clutch lever, it's now a brake lever,
Once they learn how to get totally torqued or actually capitalize on that torque, then all bets are off.
That's right. And the tunability of bikes for different sections of the track, 5 modes, massive difference in that electric power. Nothing you can do like that on a petrol motorcycle. They've got big advantage.
If I was in Carl's dinner, I would need a button for escape mode.
You'd need levitate mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Just hover above it.
Or Graham Jarvis mode.
But right now, Johnny Walker is a danger man. He was the fastest between checkpoint 2 and 3, and the fastest between checkpoint 3 and 4.
No way, he's on it then. On the move in the opener. Oh, Johnny Walker then really going.
So it's wild when you think this is the 30th running, going all the way back to 1995. I mean, to have the vision for an event like this and to watch it evolve over the years, it takes a lot of passion, takes a lot of dedication, and it takes the fearless approach. And one man stands out, none other than Carl Kaduk. Some words from Carl.
Erzbergrodeo cannot be told without one man, Carl Kaduk. Kaduk has overseen every single edition of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, all 30 so far. Back in 1995, he created what would become hard enduro's most important race. Over the years, he and his team didn't just grow the event, they built a global phenomenon. It is no coincidence that the race's most notorious obstacle bears his name, as Carl's dinner remains one of the toughest and most iconic sections of the entire race. Rumor persists that Kaduk, a retired Vienna City Council official, still dreams of one day greeting just a single rider at the finish line of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, which would be the ultimate reward for the man who created hard enduro's most infamous race more than 3 decades ago.
Carl Kaduk, without a doubt, a Da Vinci of dirt. Some would say often like sadistic and masochistic, all mixed into one, but has done so much for the sport. As we are back, another row released out of the quarry. And a fairly clean clean start so far. We haven't seen too much carnage coming out of the quarry.
They've been quite nice to him this year with the ramp.
A
little less rocky than it can be usually in the past.
Borderline kind.
But row upon row, these guys knowing that they're never going to make the finish. Try and see how many checkpoints they can get, how far they can go. Can they make it to Carl's dinner?
So our top 10 remain the same, with Lettenbichler out front, followed by Mitch Brightmore and Tristan Hart, teammate of Lettenbichler, closely in pursuit. We remember going back to last year, that back and forth with Tristan Hart, Lettenbichler, and it was just one situation with Tristan losing that distance with Lettenbichler.
And look at that. I think that's Manny up front there, and Mitch is still right there with him. Exactly what we wanted to see.
Also
Mitch
really
will
cool.
not let him go away.
Oh, little right on the back fender.
They both got to stop there, yeah.
Yeah, Brightmore and Lettenbichler.
Tristan still not in sight of these two, is he? No. So a little bit of work for Tristan Hart. He will be doing everything he can to get on level terms with these two. But they have got an advantage at the moment. Whoa. Mitch right where he wants to be, isn't he?
And Carl's right where he wants to be.
Yeah.
Releasing the Krakens on that last row. And we'll see him at the finish. Who will be getting that big chunk of rock, that coveted piece of earth at the 30th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo? The final line about to be released. Just over 1,800 competitors, whittled down to 500. The last row is off.
Here they go into the event, the unknown, the biggest adventure of their lives, these guys. How far will they get around this thing?
Yeah, and just a little less time for this back row of 50 to make it under that 4-hour cutoff mark. And you might be seeing some of these riders over at Zentrum-Amberg later. Don't want to, just, kind of predict their outcome. But
They might be there for.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have company over there.
yeah,
Well, our top riders at the moment, they're going into the new drive-away section. Paul Bolton this morning said there were a couple of changes, so a little bit different to last year.
Manny with a gap now a little bit.
looks like the group. So Lettenbichler,
Many
right, more right. That close gap there with Hart, Walker, and Matthew Green now in the conversation as well. Just on.
See Tristan Hart just in the corner of the screen, just starting to come into view now.
And
where is Johnny Walker?
If he can see him, that'll give him so much encouragement. Look at that feet up through there. That's insane riding. Look at that.
And just the energy conservation on that as well.
Everything about that.
The skill that it takes to do that.
Not everyone can ride that feet up. Look at this. Incredible to see that.
Looks like Tristan just putting it on, tipping it over there as we saw Johnny Walker in the frame.
And yeah, this area of the mountain, and as Carl's Dinner for that matter, it's likened to almost the topography you would see in Mars. Unrideable.
James Moore coming in from South Africa, solid 5th place, right on the wheel of Johnny Walker.
Yeah, sat down, just letting that bike do the work for him.
6'7". Rob, he's taller than you.
He is 6 foot. Well, he might have to use those long legs in sections like that. Is he 6'7"? Is he?
6'7".
No way. A giant of a man then.
No problem with pedaling for old Jamesy.
No.
Speaking of giant men, Paul Terrace, I want to remind all the viewers out there, check his live YouTube feed and chime in with questions you have for the broadcast as we jump right back into it. A great back and forth with Lettenbichler, Brightmore leading the group, Hart and Walker rounding out the top 4, but great pictures. And a big shout out to our production team over 28 different cameras, 27 kilometers of fiber optic cable. That's 16.7 miles and over 170 people working on the crew today. So thank you, gentlemen. Great pictures so far. And just so many spots to get tied up and just exhaust that reserve tank.
So many holes for your wheels to find. This section actually looking really nice and rideable, though. Plenty of grip on that rock there.
Well, comparatively to maybe the second section of Carl's Dinner proper, it's just brutal.
Yeah, it's
unforgiving.
It's absolutely ruthless in there. Yep. Theodore looking like he's going backwards a little bit down to 7th now. So Kabatyev maybe struggling a bit in this early stage of this race.
Just that quick little touch.
Look at this.
able to get through these.
Look at this. Manny never gets stuck for long, does he? Just a pause there and a go, and he will just sets again. Look, try and find traction, and away he goes.
His ability to problem solve in real time. You watch just how quickly he scans, assesses, and then attacks.
Yeah, there's absolutely no hesitation there. He knows where that back wheel is. He knows if it's going to get drive. Here's Mitch in the same section.
Comparison contrast. We just watched Manny go through this.
And look at that. Mitch is also just very composed. They don't panic. They don't waste energy.
Somewhat seamless as well.
Yeah.
Great to see Mitch Brightmore just find his flow right now.
Yeah. See where Tristan Hart is.
Checkpoint 8. They're going to start making their way back onto the prologue roads and make their way towards the crossing.
So back to Wasserleitung. And this is, we're starting to see the pile up, the traffic pile up at the base, having to wait for your opportunity.
That's right, yeah.
And you see a lot of riders opting for that right angle.
Yeah, I think that's the old line. Everyone's just on it before they realise the flags are over there on the left. But, you know, a beautiful climb that is, though. The one thing whenever you come here on a motorbike is there's nowhere else on the planet where you will hold a motorbike wide open for as long as you do. It is absolutely incredible. So, that's Tristan, isn't it? Off the bike.
Saw a little, I don't know if we had a discarded bike off to the side. Same spot we watched Manny and Mitch get through.
Johnny Walker's on fire.
Yeah.
He's going to try past Tristan here.
Yeah, Johnny has found the top spot before. Very comfortable in these tight situations.
Yeah.
Has that finesse. Also has that ability to just calm the nerves. Yeah, incredible ability. Just balance on that bike.
And on, you know, one of the only guys on a four-stroke. Definitely one of the only guys up front on a four-stroke. Is that a new line he's trying to forge there? Yes, direct then for James Moore. Made it happen as well. Cool, lovely riding. Look at them legs, man. Just sat on that rear mud guard all the way on that back wheel. Spider-Man.
They're putting veritable clinics on. But again, the top riders, bottleneck starting to ensue just behind. Wow.
And look at it. Just rocks rolling out from under those wheels, trying to make it almost impossible. Look how exhausted it is as well. Honestly, you can make less than 10 meters and absolutely collapse.
And you're not even 30 minutes into the race.
No.
It's just... Lettenbichler, Brightmore still out front. Tristan Hart, Johnny Walker. Nice tight battle as we jump back to repository. And this line that they've lined up this year, Daryl, definitely a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and there's Ash Brightmore coming through as well.
So he's going really well, Ash, as well there. Yeah. Look at that. Inside the top 10 for Ash, coming back from knee and ankle injuries.
Yeah, last year he was plagued by injury. Had a good start to the first 2 rounds this year.
Rider the blonde up to 10th as well, one of the other American riders as well, so good riding from him. This is more like the reality of Erzbergrodeo.
It's starting to settle in, yeah.
And then Toby Martin there on our Stark Varg, our first e-bike, is
another big, strong lad, the Cornishman.
And interesting, trying to find that balance, that grip.
Just winding it on, no clutch on those Starks, of course. A mad concept, really, to anyone who's been riding a motorbike all their life. But Toby adapted, he said, in like 48 hours. Didn't matter at all about the clutch.
You know, we've been waxing nostalgic, just like, are we going to miss the smell of two-stroke and the sound?
Hopefully it's a few years away yet. I think so. Where's the wizard of Ers, Graham Jarvis? Huh? Where is he? I wonder where he is at the moment.
How Graham likes to operate. You write him off, and then he appears out of the forest.
He likes to come through from the back.
Yeah.
Saving himself for the almost impossible sections.
Yeah.
Which is most of it. But yeah, good to see. Tristan Hart still there in third, chasing Mitch, chasing Manny Lettenbichler. Walker in a strong position there in fourth as well. Yeah, and another big climb for Manny.
Oh, again, just that quick touch, assess.
It's just watch him place that back wheel and just push it into the ground where he needs to. He just makes that back wheel grip wherever he can.
And such little effort exerted. You can see
Yeah.
barely breaking a sweat.
He is absolutely a genius, and he's gifted. Look, just relax, doesn't push, just waits for that back wheel to find the traction, trying to let the bike do all the work. Textbook from Lettenbichler.
Okay.
That's why he's already a 4-time winner.
Watch that, repeat, and watch it again. That is exactly how you approach situations like that.
Yeah, Mitch on it now as well. Aggressive as well up there. Look at the drive Mitch has found. That's insane up there.
Oh.
That was beautiful riding then by Mitch Brightmore. So he's still managing to keep Lettenbichler very much in touch here. Look, incredible.
This is where Billy got stuck a couple of years.
Yeah.
He had 4 goes at this, you remember?
That was insane from Mitch Brightmore.
Such a clean run.
That was insane from Mitch. He would have gained some time back there for sure.
Oh, Brightmore battling back, staying in step with Lettenbichler.
Yeah, mad. That was mad ascent up there. Oh, good to see as well.
He came into this with such speed, but then was able, this is where he really got calculated, and this is where Brightmore shines. The way that he's able to think through situations.
Look, didn't even stop in that turn. Just, he turns it and he goes without hesitation. That's the difference with these top guys. They just flow through everything. Somehow they just keep that bike going forwards. They lose no time.
Up there. A really, really good job by Mitch Brightmore.
Yeah.
Well, keep the hits coming, as we can see. Trying to distance himself. Manuel Lettenbichler looking for a possible 5-peat. Will we see it here at the historic 30th running of the 2026 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo? Lettenbichler out front, sitting on 4 back-to-back wins. Mitch Brightmore enjoying the best competitive season yet so far, coming off a second at XL Lagares.
As they hit the way down, make their way down into Carl's Dinner Light. The first piece of Carl's Dinner before they head back out over the mountain, and the real Carl's Dinner comes a little bit later.
You've got to have some appetite for Carl's Dinner, I can tell you. Man, that is like the most brutal piece of terrain ever ridden on a motorcycle.
So just to put it into perspective, the lowest level of Carl's Dinner is the easier one, smaller rocks, still very, very long.
Yeah.
And then back into the forest, and then a little bit later on, they're going to come into the really, really big rocks. The higher level of Carl's Dinner.
It's a light tuna tartare. Then you get the full.
The appetizer. They call this the appetizer.
The T-bone tomahawk steak later.
I think if Mitch is close enough to Manny there to see what he does, to see the holes that Manny might fall in, you can get a lead change there, but he's obviously got to be in touch with him.
Yeah.
But let's see how this unfolds. He's pretty much there still at the moment, Mitch Brightmore.
And also, this is a good chance for the guys to see where their competition is. They can look back.
Yeah.
They'll be able to, see where they're at.
That's right. They go one way, then the other, right?
Oh, I know so much focus right now, obviously, on those at the top of the sport, the likes of Lettenbichler, but a big part of what fuels Red Bull Erzbergrodeo are the amateurs, and we're going to be checking in and hearing from all of them today. Let's check in with one of the finest right now.
Hey, ich bin Franjo von Almen, ich bin 24 Jahre alt und komme aus der Schweiz, aus dem schönen Berner Oberland. Für mich war es wirklich ein kleiner Traum, mal hierher zu kommen und irgendwo das ganze Event zu sehen. Ich glaube, das Mitmachen ist da im Vordergrund, irgendwo die Erfahrung sammeln, und enttäuscht werde ich überhaupt nicht nach Hause gehen, egal was rauskommt. Ja, ist auf jeden Fall eine Sportart, die mich sehr fasziniert, die ich selber sehr gerne mache. Das adaptive, schnelle Agieren, Reagieren, was auf den Skifahren zum Zuge kommt. Und ja, natürlich den Adrenalinkick, den man auch spürt. Mein Bike-Setup ist eine Champions Edition, die ich da fahre, eine 300er Zweitakt. Das Einzige, was ist die Auspuffanlage, die Jan Krapovic drauf hat. Sonst ein ziemlich originales Bike, was ich da fahre. Leistung muss ich schon im Skifahren zeigen. Für mich ist dies hier privat die Freude, die dahinter steckt. Am Motorradfahren nicht wirklich um den Wettkampf selber, mehr um mich selber ein bisschen zu challengen und niemandem etwas zu beweisen.
3-time Olympic champion, and it's so cool to see the likes of these crossover athletes. I believe he's somewhere between first and second checkpoint. We'll be checking back in and seeing how his race day goes. But man, you just love the variety and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely mad to see a 3-time Olympic champion here.
And eyes on Lettenbichler, still just slowly calculating his climb.
Dude, that was a big move there. Look at that. Just hopping off there.
And of course, yeah, lots of care not to damage the bike. You don't want to be smashing your way through the dinner. This is where you can really damage your bike.
Damage your bike, damage yourself. Yeah, tap into that reserve.
Radiator hoses, we're talking about crunched exhaust pipes, broken foot pegs, and of course, broken limbs.
I will say this too. Watching the change with the brothers Brightmore, Ashton and Mitch. Since they went to X-Grip. I mean, you're seeing just a completely different gear from both of them. And to watch Mitch Brightmore just evolve before our eyes is such a cool thing to experience.
And there's the gap in real time. Manny is pulling away from Mitch now in Carl's dinner here, that's for sure. That's a fair advantage now for Manny. Feet down, just keeps it paddling, keeps it moving all the way through here.
So expectations from contest organizers, they expect about 150 competitors to make it to Carl's dinner light. Take that out of the 500. That's, I mean, just to even make it this far, you're considered a winner.
There's no getting away from the physicality of this. No matter who you are, that is a lot of leg work, a lot of pulling. Oh, man.
How many people are going to make it through Carl's dinner proper? That's the question.
Even less. I would maybe half that.
I think even half that again.
Yeah. About 30.
Oh.
I have to do the abacus. I have to really quickly jump onto the abacus, but about 25 to 30 in Carl's dinner proper.
Mitch Brightmore there, now we can kind of like get an idea of the distance now between the two of them.
Mitch just eating up some meters there, feet up. Beautiful riding from him.
27 seconds. Doesn't sound like much.
But look at, I mean, I love the visual on here, just seeing the distance. What seems like just, about 100 feet, but that must feel like a mile right now.
Tristan Hart another 53 seconds behind the duo.
Whoa.
And it's just watching too the kind of the genesis of watching Manny, his father Andreas winning. We should point out too, you ask him what his main hobby has been, and he's like, well, I'm a dad now. It's my daughter Ella.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see just these riders grow up and then evolve into just current legends of the sport. Right, we're just trying to stay in step. And you bring up a good point, Rob. I mean, it's so vital that he keeps Manny in his eyesight.
And we know that Mitch's bike probably works really well in him. Manny himself saying that Mitch, because he's lighter, it feels like he can run the suspension a little bit softer, and that will be an advantage in places like Carl's. Not that Manny is doing too badly at all through here.
Yeah, just if you look at the body position.
Over a barrel, like you do.
Yeah. Just the body language of Manuel Lettenbichler is just so relaxed.
And he will be cooking in that hat in there, in that helmet. Like, his head will be melting in there. He's still got his goggles on, I believe, hasn't he? Yeah. That's a good sign that he's not overcooking yet. Yeah. The goggles are still on.
I mean, for Manny, he was weaned on two wheels. I mean, obviously riding Andreas, his father, a champ here, and just a legendary figure, but thousands and thousands of hours on two wheels. It's almost like an extension of his body, and it shows the way that he's able to manipulate that bike. It's just such an incredible thing to witness.
And he's just, on top of all that, he is so natural on a bike. You want to see him on a mountain bike. Any bicycle, motorbike, two wheels, Manny Lettenbichler is something special.
Yeah.
But probably never performs better than right now. When you see him at this, the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, eating it up. The harder it gets, the better Manny gets. Off the bike there, just spun it up on some loose rock. And some of these sections, yesterday on the bike going and having a look at them, I personally, I couldn't look where he is. You just can't believe where these motorbikes are going to go. It's ludicrous. This is crazy.
I mean, for those that are new to hard enduro, I think you first set eyes on this, and it just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense when you've been watching it for 30 years.
And it's part of that is it's not supposed to.
No, maybe that's right,
Pat. And it's not supposed to be easy. But just really pushing the bikes to the limit and pushing their own physical abilities to the limit. And we're just in Carl's dinner light. It's going to get more intense when they double back around into Carl's dinner proper.
Yeah, mad. Absolutely mad. Mitch, though, Still chasing down Manny Lettenbichler. So next time we see him, we'll see that advantage. That gap's got any bigger. They both looked phenomenally strong, I thought, in this section.
Yeah. Well, it's great. Great POV here, with perspective. Kind of, you see the distance and a little bit of movement up there. Kind of things starting to back up in Carl's Dinner Light here. Just the 10th checkpoint of 27. All competitors need to finish under that 4-hour mark.
And these guys showing us a little bit more just how hard this is. They have to taking a little bit longer than those front two we watched. You know, less fluid, looking where the wheels are, looking where they're going to put their foot down next.
Teo Kovacev lying currently in 5th.
Just found something with a front wheel that stopped him dead. There he is, he's up on it now.
Reflecting back on that graphic, it's just astounding that for Manny Lettenbichler, only 45% of the race completed so far.
Yeah, James Moore there in picture now, so Teo's made a move on James.
6'7" of him. This is where he's going to need those legs.
Well, this is the first time that he's actually been able to race Erzberg, race Carl's Dinner, so he's trying to preserve a little bit of energy maybe and stay with the leaders at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, I think,
slight tip over there.
and I think James Moore too, he proved to himself, I'm part of the conversation. I've proven that I can hold my own with these guys. Did he not?
Junior world champion,
Yeah.
you know, and 19 years old. A long road ahead of him if he's doing this well already.
Yeah, he's making great progress here. I mean, look at him. Just keeping that beater going forwards all the time. Oh, and look at that. He's up on the back wheel of Kovacev.
So Lettenbichler, double fault as Lettenbichler.
Well,
Why
you know,
double fault?
Well, remember, this is the checkpoint where Graham lost to Erzbergs, right? I mean, he's still got 5 wins.
Right, and then he came back after that and said, I'm going to do it right.
Well, he got disqualified twice here for missing this checkpoint, which was really, really easy back in the day.
Yeah.
Not quite as well bunted off as we see it here.
So Jarvis said, fool me once, okay, bad on me. Fool me a second time, also bad on me, and he came back and won.
You could almost call him a
Mitch is still there.
7-time winner.
Yeah.
Mitch is still there. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Still just about in sight of Lettenbichler. He didn't pull too much time out of him in Carl's Dinner.
So Brightmore.
Oh, look how hard it is.
And, you know, speaking of Graham Jarvis, where is he? Second row start
Yeah.
on his Jarvie. I'll be interested to see how far he manages to work his way up the pack.
I mean, what's interesting about Graham, though, he's able to make up time and distance in areas where others aren't. We've seen him make up astounding distances just even in Carl's Dinner.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's usually where he strikes.
One hole you can throw away like 15, sometimes 20 minutes.
You get stuck, you've had it. Yeah, that's right. But Mitch still keeping the pressure on Manny Lettenbichler at the moment, that's for sure.
This is where we are on the iron ore giant. Right there, buried is Lettenbichler in first in that chasing group.
On the bottom of your screen at the moment, you can see George Avenue. So after this, they're going to do George Avenue and then head into Machine.
And it looks like just a fun ride right now from above on this POV, but don't be fooled.
And the top row there of Carl's Dinner is what you're going to see once they come back from the back of the mountain.
Here's third place, Tristan Hart then.
Yeah, North America's finest, and Tristan also just been on fire back home in the States, and he's been finding the top of the podium.
5 out of 6 he's won in that US Hard Enduro Series this year. Yeah, he's phenomenal.
Yeah, also incredible on a sled.
Is that right?
I'm going to say he put the Stoke in Rebel Stoke. Where
no, why?
He's got skills. He's like Manny. If it's got engine on it, I can do some damage. But,
and he's brutally strong, and we know how motivated he is. We know how much he wants this. He's still not out of touch, He's not that far behind Mitch now.
It's interesting. I saw Tristan in an interview, and he was talking about how many years he's going to do this. He's like, I'm no Graham. In terms of, you're not going to see me.
50
I got maybe 4 or 5 years. And he goes, I'm no Cody Webb. I can't. I mean, the way that Cody's riding at a level at his age is just unbelievable.
But by saying that, he's a 5 times AMA Hard Enduro champion and a 2-time AMA Enduro Cross champion. So
I know, but he was just saying maybe I think he'll surprise himself. I think we know the addictive quality of this sport. So.
And Tristan's got 3 podiums here. He's got 2/3 and a second, and he definitely wants to beat this man,
Yes.
Manny Letzenbichler.
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody?
Well, fellow teammate and, you know, thorn in his side.
Look at him just assessing where he goes, taking the time there, just like, yeah, I'm going to go there, front wheel on that again. Doesn't makes very few bad decisions, doesn't he, Manny? Absolutely wheel perfect through there.
You can see him too, the way that he
This is Mitch getting caught up by Tristan, I think.
Yeah. And then, you know,
So Tristan Hart is coming. He is now maybe ridden himself in.
and just like that, you can take that, find a separate line.
Oh, look at that.
A little
There goes
quicker
second
and
place.
Beautiful pass there by Tristan Hart.
Oh, now Mitch, can he follow Tristan then? Can he get on Tristan Hart? Tristan Hart, he's coming. This is it. He is going right now.
So Tristan came to Austria a week early this time. He's got no jet lag or anything like that. He's got no injuries this time. Last year he came in with an injury.
Yeah.
He does have a knack for somehow getting injured doing something else or something minor. But he said the one thing he hates the most is flying on the plane. So
Who doesn't?
yeah.
But as you said, his preparation's been better than ever, Darryl, right? He said he's been on the bike in Austria 3 or 4 times before this event, which normally he doesn't manage to do. So
And last year he got a 5th year, but remember his sprocket bolts came loose on the back. So he had some
he
technical.
lost so much time.
So frustrating when you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing and you get that mechanical.
Yeah.
And I do like too back home when he's in Revelstoke, but he trains in the winter, able to go to Vancouver Island. And it's all wet and greasy there.
Yeah.
Good training for sure.
Yeah.
So
A lot of leg work in those
interesting back and forth, that battle for second between Tristan Hart, Mitch Brightmore, followed by Johnny Walker and Kabachiev, rounding out the top 5. Michael Wagner entering the top 10.
No way.
Yeah, so Wagner, one of Austria's finest.
So Wagner, of course, he took a year off, and he's been racing in the Italian Championships. He's currently lying 2nd in the Italian Championships.
Wow.
Really, really good Enduro Championship in Italy.
These 3 working together, all picking the same line there. Must be a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, able to kind of capitalize on that.
If anybody's going to beat Manny, it's going to be one of these 3, Mitch, Tristan, or Johnny.
Yeah, they've come. Oh,
And then we've got James Moore and Teo also fighting for that 5th position, changing spots every now and again. They're right on each other at the moment.
but look at that. Mitch has stayed with Tristan Hart. Actually, he's getting a toe off him, perhaps. Big climb now for Manny.
So now we watch.
This is George Avenue. Big, long climb. You've got to keep the gas on all the way from the bottom. There's a little
look at
step
this.
towards the top. And another little steep piece to get out.
Oh, Manny making it look easy up there.
There's the second part is coming into now.
Such a big climb. How's he got up that like that? Incredible.
Unbelievable perspective there. You watch how that finesse, that perfect balance by Lettenbichler. Incredible pictures. And tell you what, if you can reflect back on the first broadcast, it wasn't that long ago, but it was a Herculean effort. Let's take a look back at that first ever stab in the...
For years, the live television industry considered the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo impossible to broadcast live. The sheer scale of the venue, the vast number of cameras required, and the thousands of meters of fiber optic cable that would need to be laid across the Iron Giant made the challenge seem insurmountable. That all changed in 2012, when the Red Bull Media House dared to attempt what no TV production entity had attempted before.
All right, well, Chris and I will wave to the audience here and say hello and welcome to the Erzbergrodeo.
Led by a determined team of professionals, the ambitious vision became reality, despite extreme weather conditions disrupting preparations throughout the week. A power outage, large-scale flooded areas, and a TV helicopter grounded due to low-hanging clouds still could not stop the crew from delivering the first ever 5-hour live broadcast from the Erzberg. Since then, every edition of the Red Bull Erzberg Rodeo has been broadcast live to audiences all around the globe.
And we have come a long way. Our booth has come a long way since that first one, but I talked about it earlier, 27 kilometers of fiber optic cable, 16.7 miles, 170 people, 28 different cameras. So thank you, Red Bull, and thank you, fans, for making it possible as we got eyes on Johnny Walker and his climb.
He's working hard. That 250F doesn't have the power of those 300 two-strokes, that little four-stroke, but yeah, he's up there. That would have been absolutely singing on the stop all the way up there. But Johnny's having a great Red Bull Erzberg, isn't he?
Oh. I mean, we've seen it with Johnny all the time. You know, like last year when he's kind of jumped on the Triumph, looks so comfortable.
A dump and go there, some fuel in the tank from Manny, a bit of water down his neck, new goggles, and he'll be underway again.
This is a no-help zone except for the electric bikes. It's going to take them about a minute to change batteries, and they are allowed to get some help in the zone.
So that was a quick one for Lettenbichler. And back to double fault. So see the rest of the pack.
That's Will Hoare from the UK.
Whoa.
And there's Carl Flanagan in the background, another South African. Carl has never finished the Erzberg and done it many times. He wants to finish so badly.
Oh, stalled it.
And with each
glad of that electric start.
Yeah, with each rider too, these top knuckles just get carved out.
That back wheel's just got to get up over that rock. Another rock fires out from behind it. Now he's there. That's how steep these climbs are. Look how deep that rut has just been dug out over the years. Mad. Oh, absolutely exhausted. It's pretty hot outside as well today. That will be a factor.
Will Hoare hasn't finished the Erzberg yet either, so both of them do want to make it to the finish line.
Okay, Brightmore. It's like refueling there. You were pointing out a little movement with Tristan Hart.
Yeah, so right now, checkpoint 11 and checkpoint 12, Tristan has been the fastest. He's on the move. He's made up about 27 seconds on Manny. So Manny, better look out. Tristan Hart's coming.
Whoa, we said it, and now we're seeing it. That's insane.
Yeah. A lot of distance there what Tristan made up for as he sits in second. We saw Mitch Brightmore getting refueled there. Just in third place behind him, followed by Johnny Walker and Kabachiev in fifth place. But Lettenbichler, just methodical, so precise, so perfect in his approach.
I'm not sure. What do you think, Daryl? Is it an advantage to be the first into these super loose sections like this? I mean, he's put a bit of a line in for those following. They can see where he's gone. He'll have turned a few rocks out. I don't know.
No, I think machine is pretty worn out, so it's pretty much going to be the same for everybody. Where it really makes a difference is the first time you get into the really, really slippery sections, like we're going to see in Segway later on.
Yeah, that's right.
Because when the line gets broken and it's quite wet out there, I think as you go along, like, the fifth guy's definitely going to be at a disadvantage. But here, pretty much the same for everybody.
And let's not forget, every mistake that you make, Manny is about 10 minutes ahead of you.
No way!
What?
There we go. That's
Here
what I was talking
You
about.
gotta be kidding me. Hart.
Tristan Hart is on Manny Lettenbichler.
And this is all that
So his
Lettenbichler
pace
needs
has
to
been
see.
quicker, Pat, as well. He's come from the back. He is faster than Manny to have caught him.
Did you see, too, the look back that Lettenbichler gave Tristan Hart? Oh, wow. He just got on it so quick.
Now he knows he's got a fight on his hands.
Yeah, Manny will go now. If he hasn't been already, now we're going to see him go up a gear, I think.
The helmets are on, but the gloves are off. Tristan Hart
is
means
coming
business.
to him. Tristan is absolutely... No way! Look at this riding from Tristan Hart. Manny a little bit further up. It's loose. He's digging, and he's off the bike now. Mad to see. This is going to be a fight now.
Yeah,
Just look how loose it is there, because, you know, when it was wet, it was a little bit better, but today's hot, it's really dried out, making it so loose and slippery.
And it looks like, okay, yeah, he'll double back here.
Yeah.
That similar line.
Just turning it round, yeah. It's so steep, it's difficult to do it. Oh.
And
Mitch still there as well, yeah.
coming back in third, we see Johnny Walker. And Mitch Brightmore kind of closing the gap.
Lettenbichler off the bike again at the top, as now is Tristan Hart as well there. Both the factory KTM riders are pushing, allowing Mitch Brightmore to close back up. Oh, we could have a three-way when they come out of the top of here. This is insane, intense.
Love to see this back and forth. You love to have it in just one look here. You can just see how tight. And just the Lettenbichler's ability to feel that pressure and still stay on point, stay focused.
In the last check, Johnny Walker's also made up about 20 seconds on Mitch Brightmore. So Johnny's also on the move.
It was a nice exit by Manny Lettenbichler. Let's see if Tristan can get it as well. Heart rate will be up after fighting all the way up there, that's for sure.
Right, so super interesting from here. We're going to head back over the mountain into a really, really bad forest section. So we've got
bad meaning
a whole bunch
good.
of stuff. We've got Devil's Kitchen, Elevator, Cuckoo's Nest, the back of the mountain.
It's going to get insanely difficult in those trees, that's for sure. Still be wet in there as well, Darryl, won't it, from the rain we had?
Yeah, never dries up in the forest, and it's one of the most difficult sections of the race. If Manny can get out of that section in front, he'll be in a good way to get into Carlsden after that.
Cool. But what is going through Tristan Hart's head right now? He has managed to catch Manny Lettenbichler.
Every single section that he can pin it and just close that gap, he absolutely will.
Yeah. Yeah,
as well as Mitch Brightmore to be in that spot where you're, exchanging the lead back and forth. It's within your grasp, but again, you have to be at that. You have to be close enough where you can capitalize on those mistakes. That's the only time we've seen, the option, the ability to take a win from Manny. Manny has had to falter, and it's the rider that can capitalize on it.
Mitch Brightmore was a two-time junior world champion, and now he knows he's at the level. He knows he can beat the leaders.
You just have to taste it and just get close enough.
And he did. Lagares excelled, didn't he? That's the thing. That's where that confidence has come from. But it's Tristan Hart, really. I think we've got to keep an eye on. He's really on the move. It looked to me like he was actually maybe close to overtaking Lettenbichler in that last section. So, yeah.
Ryder LeBlond making his way along the bottom of Carlsden Light.
There's nothing light about it at all.
Yeah.
Here's Manny again.
Yeah, the confidence and how calm and collected is just on the most basic pivot.
Remember as well, on this dry rock, ripping those super soft compound tyres they have apart. By the time they get to Segway, they won't have a lot of knobbles left, a lot of traction left for those muddier climbs that are coming, just to add into how difficult it will be.
A lot of the discussions have been what's been the biggest part of the evolution, and without a doubt, you talk about
absolutely.
Just the grip, the tires.
Yeah, the tyres have gone ballistic.
A little bit of a chance to catch his breath. But, man, when they get back over this hill, it's straight into that slippery forest I was telling you about.
Chance to cool down now a little bit, a few seconds. Get some wind in that helmet.
And
where is Tristan now? That's what I want to know.
Go back a little farther, back to Speed Week machine.
Yep. And that's the exit we spoke about, how difficult it actually is. We're starting to see now.
Battle still carrying on with James Moore and Theodore Kabakchev. And there's Ash Brightmore in the background. So
Kabakchev, maybe opportunity for Kabakchev to get out front.
That's a big fight for fifth place. It's been carrying on. They've been swapping leads probably the last 5 times in the last couple of climbs.
So Tio, a little bit, gets out of that pile up back on Speed Week machine, trying to reel in Johnny Walker, Mitch Brightmore, Tristan Hart, and Manuel Lettenbichler leading the charge as we just hit the first hour of competition.
Kabakchev, off that podium last year, that will give him good confidence coming into this one. He's going forwards, he's still right there where he needs to be.
Yeah, and this nice overtaking James Moore. That's the Kabakchev we have seen, not just this season, last season. Some great back and forth with Kabakchev last year in the main event. But he's gotten so good at knowing when to pounce, been hard in the gym training.
Manny just set the fastest time now on checkpoint 14, so I think he's realized he's in a bit of trouble now. He's responding, he's turned the gas on a bit.
That's mad, isn't it? It's mad that he's perhaps riding a little bit more conservatively if he has got somewhere to go. That's pretty impressive to me.
I think there's a point where you got to manage a race. We were talking about racecraft, and then there's the fright. Oh, somebody's here. Yeah, let's get going.
Yeah. I mean, that's a mile. I mean, a minute would feel like more than a mile.
Yeah, if you watch the pace of the guys at some of the earlier races, especially with Billy Bolt and Manny and the guys, it's really like a motocross race. There's no chance to conserve energy. Look at the get-ins, and it's all or nothing.
It's a sprint.
Erzberg writes its script every year. It's part drama, part thriller, but we've seen a similar storyline with Manny before, where there's some tight back and forth, and then once Manny just gets, you give him just a little bit of distance, and he runs away with it.
Right, this is elevator.
We've seen over in this section of the course, I believe, a little snow in years past.
Well, it's a little bit like the city here. You can have rain and snow and heat wave in the same day. It's, yesterday was freezing cold and wet, and today it's like blazing hot.
And Tristan is now nearly a kilometre behind Manny, so I'm not sure where he's lost that time, Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of space, isn't it, a kilometre?
And of course, Tristan and Mitch Brightmore still together.
Yeah. So Manny on the move, I think, don't you? Looks like he's pulling away from him again.
So Lettenbichler, Hart, Brightmore in the top three. Dieter Rudolph now in 10th position, just behind U.S. Ryder LeBlanc. Mario Roman gaining some ground there in 8th place. Ashton Brightmore in 7th, and James Moore in 6th.
That's right. Mario Ramon, excuse me, a new team for him this year as well.
Been a lot of team, like a lot of shuffling with Sherco and other teams. Have been a lot of moving around. It's kind of exciting to see some new faces and some new sponsors.
That's Eddie Carlson, I believe, there on one of the starts. Whoa. So they can change the battery in that in 1 minute flat.
So Eddie Carlson, the Swedish rider, he's won 10 Swedish trial championships, and he won Romaniac Silver Class last year on the stock park.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out for me. I mean, the Romaniacs, that constant, the stamina that you need to take as a competitor, but then the bike, actually, that's what really kind of opened my eyes.
It's quite interesting talking to Eddie over the last couple of days about the power of the bike. Made a mistake on the prologue. He turned it up to 60 horsepower. And it was too much. So, yeah, they're running about 55 horsepower on the prologue, and then different settings for the forest and the slippery stuff. So
yeah, that's the mad thing, the tunability of those bikes while they're on course. The riders can, absolutely, you cannot do what they can do with mapping on a petrol bike.
But a lot of adaptation, though, because they don't have a clutch. So they really have to get used to working with a brake.
Yeah.
So they use the throttle and the left brake, which is your rear brake, on the bar. Sonny Goggia, our Italian rider.
Yeah, you can see the pack behind our lead pack right now as they start to move in. And those of you just joining us, let's take a quick look at where we are now. Of the start, it was none other than Manuel Lettenbichler. Eyes focused on a 5-peat, but a fairly clean start. Would we agree?
Yeah, clean. Nice to see it all cleanly out of quarry this year. No big hold-ups there for this leading pack. But it was Mitch Brightmore who looked like he was putting the pressure on Manny, and Manny with an early mistake there.
Yeah, almost fueling Manny. Put a little jet behind his back.
Here they come, up Zentrum Amberg. Mitch still very much in touch.
Yeah, Brightmore in the conversation with the back and forth with Manny. And there was this nice moment here where Lettenbichler decides,
you take the high line, I'll take the low line. It'll be way faster.
I'll take it from here.
And now Tristan Hart has entered the conversation. Yeah. Manny's teammate overtaking Mitch Brightmore. And a few moments ago, that's how close he was to the back wheel of the German. Things have opened up again now a little bit, but the whole race coming back together there in machine.
So the one rider looking for a 5-peat, Manuel Lettenbichler, looking like he is right in that rhythm he was hoping for. Will Hoare now, as he enters that lower section, just under the 3-hour mark, 3 hours of 4. And I believe we were saying last year, Manny was right under that, was it 2 hours, 2 hours 11, 2 hours 14. So just under the halfway mark for our top riders.
And there we got Graham Jarvis. We were just talking about him now on the Jarvis. Started on the second row and starting to carve his way through the field.
And these are the sections where you feel like he can really excel. He actually told me he could almost do the whole event on one battery. It would just be a little bit risky for him. But look at this.
I asked him how long it's going to take him to change his battery, and he said, well, I've never done it on my own.
Well, and this is a notorious section for Graham in a good way. This is where he's caught up many times. He was talking about I believe it was at Lagares, one of the matches he was in, and he said he was in limp mode. Which is the lowest econ mode.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how well he did.
Yeah, that's right, because it's just they can lower the power so much the bike can't spin. You know, they can find traction with it. There's lots of advantages to them. And look at this. This is just vintage Graham. 51 years of motorcycle trials and hard enduro.
Not a lot he can't do. No more decorated rider than Graham. He's got nothing to prove. Promoting his new Jarvis.
That's right. Incredible. 51 years, still got an appetite for this on a Sunday.
And just there's so much conversation about Carl's dinner, but the brutality of Speed Week machine equally devastating to those that can't just finesse their way up it.
Kyle Flanagan there, red kit, white helmet, just in front of him, Matty Green from South Africa. Two of them are good friends on and off the track. And of course, Kyle, last year not able to finish, ruptured a radiator hose, overheated his bike. He wants this finish so badly. Matty Green's finished the last 4 Erzbergs, so it looks like the pace is good. Maybe Carl's going to make the finish line.
We're catching up with Matty. He's definitely in a good headspace, right? He's definitely, in terms of the training and just the attitude, and everything seems like it's in a line for him.
Yeah, he's just having so much fun at the moment. And I spoke to him before the prologue, and he said, you know what, I'm so excited to get out there.
Right now, it's, just delivering that.
And this is so much more difficult than the leaders at it because, the lines are filled up, you can't see ahead, people are in your way, people are trying to come by you, you're blowing, you're overheating in your helmet. You cannot believe how physical it is to make one of these bikes go anywhere on this kind of terrain. It's insane when it gets this difficult. And especially with the heat. I mean, we're absolutely cooking in the commentary booth. We've got a little aircon out here, and it's blazing hot outside. So dehydration could play a part a little bit later on in the race. No doubt it will, I think. When it's this hot, I was at the finish line when Manny won a couple of years ago. He got off the bike, he vomited everywhere. He was absolute. I couldn't believe the condition of him. Just, it proved how hard he'd gone,
People ask me, what is Erzberg like? And I'm like, there's grown men that cry and can throw up in the period of 5 minutes. It's that difficult, and they willingly take it. They ask for it, politely.
Once a year.
So just in front of Matty Green, we've got David Cyprian, also no stranger to the hard enduro scene. He has finished Erzberg before.
Gap to with Lettenbichler and Hart. Now it's standing up, just under 2.5 minutes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
But Brightmore just a minute behind. Mitch Brightmore just a minute behind Tristan Hart.
35-kilometer route, 21 kilometers in. And it's going to get more and more difficult as we get towards the end.
And that's the reality of Zentrum Amberg. I'll be over there soon, actually hopefully interviewing some of those riders. There's a lot of bikes that look like they've just been abandoned now. They've been abandoned. Look, they've just given up already. He might be crying, this guy here. I'm going to go over there and take him a tissue.
You're gonna have like the orchestra pit seats.
Look at all the people at the bottom, just looking for an opening to tackle this climb.
Billy Bolt is going to be joining us in the booth, and Rob's going to be out there getting front and center. And we should point out throughout the entire course, it's a no help, but they can help each other. It used to be back in the day, you get guys with the grappling hooks that we see. especially at Getson Rodeo.
Yeah.
Massive hooks. But these guys are able to help each other with the...
This guy looks like he's got a tow rope on the front of that bike. Oh, look at this. So this is back at Wasserleiter, and this guy is winding it up. He's aggressive, another bump there. Now he's got to get hard on the power. The front is lifting left and right, but he's somehow calmed that down, and he's found traction, he's found speed here. I think he's going to make it. This is incredible. Fishtailing left and right, out comes the leg, he loses the front. Oh, no, so close, but so far. I agree with him. The hands hit, I thought he got it, didn't you?
That's our full Brandebussermeier from Germany.
Yeah.
And that's a long way back down to have another go. Believe me, no one's gone down Wasserleiter faster than our lead host, Ed Lee, yesterday, who got in a bit of trouble, I don't mind admitting, on the way back down that thing.
The struggle is real here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and no other spot more than Zentrum Amberg. It's alive and well. I mean, you see just the camaraderie, the competition, and the struggle, just how hard it is. You know, and the contrast too, the contrast that we saw earlier, when you watch the pros just blaze up it.
Yeah.
The difference is just staggering.
Yep. And, you know, no disrespect to anyone that puts it on the start line of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. You've got to be one heck of a rider even to make it to the quarry floor. You know what I mean? Like, they're not...
No, let's talk about even going from the 1800 whittled down to 500.
Yeah, exactly.
You make it to the 500, you are in a crew amongst a crew.
Even if it doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you look at the screen.
So, I don't have great news, so Paul Bolton's just given me a call. Johnny Walker, stick through the radiator.
No! He's out.
He's out.
This just in, Johnny Walker, mechanical, stick through the radiator. Paul Bolt's checking in from the field. He's out amongst the riders. We'll be hoping to get check-ins with Bolt's throughout the competition. So, that's got to be gutting.
Gutted for Johnny. I mean, he was so prepared and he was looking so good, man.
Yeah, he was. He was riding brilliant today, wasn't he?
Bike was looking really good.
Yeah, really would have been really fired up on that four-stroke as well. So that is a shame for Walker. There's no salvaging that. Sadly, his day is done.
And back on double fault, a checkpoint, 11 of 27.
Looking like Ash Brightmore's on the move as well now, up to 5th, just behind Theodore. Just behind Mitch, Tristan in 2nd. It's Manny still leading. You said, Pat, with a sizable lead now, we think.
So Eddie Carlson making the move into the conversation, the top 10 on an e-bike.
Absolute carnage out there. Centrum Amberg. Rob, just look at that. You were there last year. What was the atmosphere like
It
last
literally
year?
looks like the mountain is hatching like motorcyclists.
Yeah,
It
we had
just
an
is-
incredible moment there last
Yeah.
year. Just before the buzzer went, a guy that had been trying about 5 or 6 times somehow made it to a point where they could hook him on, and they did get him up and over. It was a magical Erzberg moment.
Yeah.
Not looking much better at the
this.
crossing.
Crossing,
my
you're seeing
goodness.
just as much carnage. That's the 9th checkpoint of 27. Just getting caught in that webbing. That's something you do not want to have to deal with. And just the pile up, it becomes a sig alert situation.
Yeah,
It's kind of like blocked. There's no way for any kind of run up, so you just got to puzzle your way
Another
up.
one fires in.
It's like lemmings driving into the drain of
The
a
catch
pile.
fencing's going. We're in big trouble here.
Yeah. I mean, this is the motomasochism. I mean, this is what they live for. Look at the size of that boulder.
You cannot truly
Back of a
appreciate the magnitude of the climbs until you come and visit Erzberg for the first time. Everybody that comes here, they're like, are you kidding?
You have to get your eyes on it. Just the height down behind our sound booth, down into the quarry.
It's the scale of the place.
Easily 40 degrees.
It's the scale of the place and the steepness of the place. It takes a couple of days on a motorbike before you even start to feel comfortable with it.
Okay, one-way train. They are going to making their way up towards Chris's Stone Party and Udo's Playground, where they're going to cross back over the mountain and head towards Carl's Dinner. That's where we are at the track at the moment.
Do you see any moment on the course that Tristan can capitalize on an opportunity to pull in Letton Bickler?
This might be
Let
one
alone
now on
with
one-way
Letton Bickler.
train. Look how difficult this is.
I want to see what the gap looks like as they come out of the forest, and then we'll have a really good idea. Then it's just a lot of stony climbs. It opens up a little bit. We'll be able to get eyes on the riders as they make their way to Carl's dinner. They will get a true sense of the gaps.
I almost imagine when Lettenbichler is in the woods, he's on his own, it almost goes zen for him.
This is insane. Manny really off the bike, shove it. This is so insanely difficult. Back on now, he gets a little bit of weight on that rear mudguard, trying to get some traction with that back wheel as well. And he's up there, he's done it. And this is where he's so good, because he never gets stuck for long. But look where he is going.
This is a new section. This is a,
insane.
I mean, it's the 30th edition. The guys have made a couple of tweaks to the course. I don't think anybody's ridden this piece before. It looks fresh.
And if you watch the tic-tacking that he's having to do, I think is just, it stresses the point, how steep, how difficult. And this is Manuel Lettenbichler, the best of the best.
And you were asking the question a little bit earlier about,
he's done it.
Is it better to get there first or last? And in this case, he's got to find the way.
Yeah.
And really, really difficult to be the first one up there.
We're virtual mountain here as we jump above the Iron Giant here, getting us a good perspective. We see Tristan Hart in second, and right out front, Lettenbichler almost at the top of the peak as he's going to double back.
So that's exactly where, right at the top there, that yellow line on the right-hand side is basically Udo's playground before they get up and over and make their way into Carlsden Main.
Okay, just under 1 hour of riding time so far of the allotted 4 hours. Lettenbichler. We can see our own Paul Bolt, close hot pursuit, getting the POV with Lettenbichler out front. And we'll keep our eyes peeled for Tristan Hart to see if he's pulled in Manny whatsoever.
It would be mad to think that anyone's going to do that as well as Manny just did it. That was unbelievable how he found traction up that climb.
And hats off to course organizers and Carl for that matter. The names just sound so inviting. Chris's Stony Party. It sounds fun, right? Are you invited? I'm going.
It's not what I'd like. I don't think it's what I'm going to be doing on a Sunday afternoon.
No.
Manny looks like he's taking control of the race again.
Yeah.
Fending off Tristan. He needs to try and keep a gap. Look behind. As long as he can't see Tristan Hart, he's going to be happy.
He's still got his goggles on, which I find pretty amazing at this stage of the game. You know how hot you get in there and how steamed up they are. He's still wearing them goggles. That's a good sign for Manny Lettenbichler.
He looks calm and collected and in control again. I'm pretty sure he is a little bit rattled though. He knows that they're coming for him.
But again, he does have an advantage. He lost it in machine. They were right on his back wheel. Now again, a little bit of breathing space for Manny Lettenbichler. Picking his way up this insane. Look at that. Look how steep. That's going to go nearly vertical now when he turns left. This is crazy.
You're asking. Wow.
The 30th edition was never going to be easy, was it?
You're asking yourself, where's the chairlift?
God, this is crazy.
Oh.
This is one of those moments, it's like, this is just crazy. I can't get over this.
Who's going to join the party?
Well, we are still, like as I mentioned, just hour, 15 minutes into this 4-hour race. Gives us a chance to reflect back. The year was 2016, and one of the most prolific riders in North America, none other than Cody Webb. It was the 1 year where he found the podium here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
For nearly 2 decades, the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo was dominated almost exclusively by European riders. North American ones were scarce. Their successes, even scarcer, as American freestyle icons like Travis Pastrana repeatedly lost their battles with the Iron Giant. One thing became clear: it wasn't for a lack of trying. Enter Cody Webb. In 2016, Webb became the first American-born rider ever to stand on the podium at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. His second-place finish marked a turning point, the arrival of North American talent on hard enduro's biggest stage. And with riders like Tristan Hart rising through the ranks, alongside stars such as Carson Brown bringing new attention to the Erzberg, Cody Webb's influence on the sport cannot be overstated.
Well, it goes without saying, Cody Webb's influence, well, I'm just going to say it. His influence was so vital for the growth of hard enduro and enduro in North America. And you look at the likes of Tristan Hart, he has had so much influence and so much impact, and it is so great to see Cody Webb back here healthy, and we'll keep our eyes peeled on him, see if he gets into the top 10 conversation, but we shift gears back to Lettenbichler, just leading an onslaught. This is what we call just defiant dominance.
Manny's definitely stepped up. Checkpoint 17 and 18, he's been the quickest. 31 seconds on checkpoint 17. 38 seconds on checkpoint 17 and 1 minute over Tristan Hart on checkpoint 18.
So he's really charging since they caught up with him.
261 meters doesn't sound like a lot, but in those rocks that we've just seen,
And
it's a lot.
should definitely notable mention there, Teodor Kabachiev now just inching now into fourth.
Yeah.
Ashton Brightmore respectively just behind Kabachiev.
Yeah, Kabachiev doing brilliant like he did last year. Then.
Slowly ticking away. Just, I call it the Bulgarian beast mode. He
Yeah,
just gets
that's
into
right.
it, and there's a hunger there.
Well, Teo, he got his first podium here last year, he third, and 2024 he didn't finish.
Yeah. Well, going back to that, Mitch Brightmore had no idea there was a tight battle with him back and forth, and he didn't even know that he was, in the hunt for third place. Had no idea what place he's in.
Manny just putting it down there briefly.
Look at these the split times here, and just it slowly stacks up. Now Mitch Brightmore in second, so passing Tristan Hart right now. So Mitch Brightmore second, Tristan Hart in third, Kabachiev fourth, and Ashton Brightmore now in fifth. Mario Roman slowly creeping up as well.
Yeah. And remember, they got to go through Coles again, right? So
Yeah, but straight after this, they're going to Udo's Playground, which is basically a little downhill, and it's just more brutal rocks, similar to this section. So it's just going to suck out a bit more life before they get down into Coles Dinner.
Do you like the slow, kind of methodical approach of an uphill on the boulders, or do you prefer the treachery of a downhill with Sabertooth?
No, I prefer the uphill. I mean, some of these downhills here, some of the previous downhills into Coles Dinner, and that if you get a runaway, you're going to just slam down into those big rocks. So
when I've
it's
looked
like on
over
the limit,
the edge,
you know? It's on
I
the
couldn't
limit.
believe anyone would ride a motorbike down there. And you think it's impossible, yet Manny and that, they do actually stay on the bike down these near vertical descents. It's insane.
I've had lots of scary downhills. There's Mitch Brightmore coming there. And Tristan Hart just behind
Tristan's
him.
right there with him then.
So, wow, that's interesting. Mitch has made the pass on Tristan.
And this looks to me to be the hardest section so far, right? It's unbelievably difficult, this.
And I think this is the aspect of hard enduro that's maybe hard to impress upon those that are new to it. Obviously they love the high speeds and the stuff in, the wet forest sections, but this is just the technical aspect of this cannot be underestimated.
No, that's right. You can see how slow Mitch is there, taking his time, being methodical, doesn't want to make a mistake. Of course, the physicality of this cannot be underestimated as well.
Teo Kabachiev has also joined the party there.
Yeah.
Three of them. Three-way fight for second place.
Paddling for that third place position. Wow. Incredible.
At less than walking speed in this insanely difficult section. Look at it.
If you've got to get into this section fresh, that's one thing. But, I mean, after everything they've done today, it's like...
And how do you quiet the noise, too? How do you quiet the noise? You know that you have competitors right on your back fender. You've got to just quiet it down, find the line, get that perfect touch, let the bike do the work.
Fight for second place, and where's baby brother Ash? He's gonna be joining them pretty soon, I reckon.
Chris's Stony Party. Nice little battle for second there, and Lettenbichler gaining distance there with the lead. We have seen it again. We've seen it before, and he's just incredible ability to pull away and capitalize on those opportunities. Again, what goes through Manny's head? Does he stay focused? Does he look in the rearview mirror ever? Does he even think about it?
He's definitely going to look around and try to see where the rest of the guys are, but he's able to pull a really big gap here. You can see how long it's taken these guys to get up here. Manny cleaned this area nicely.
Yeah.
He's pulled back some time.
Definitely.
740 meters.
Yeah, he is gone at the moment. Oh, and this is such a war of attrition to get a motorcycle through here. Look, Mitch, looking like he wants to go back to get up on a rock. Like they're puzzling. They don't even know. They can't work out how to get through it. It's so difficult. And look at that. Tristan's had enough. He's like, yeah, I'm not waiting for you anymore.
This could be the deciding section of this year's Erzberg. He made short work of this. He did puzzle a little bit.
I do agree.
And you see that, Tristan just muscling his way through. I love hearing, too, when Mitch Brightmore talks about that trials background and, like, him and his brother, how they would just fuel each other. And really grow from that ability. I mean, obviously, it's a huge advantage having that trials background, especially in situations like this. But
and while we're talking as well, sorry to interrupt you, Pat. Mario Romano is making his way up the field. He's in 5th at the moment.
And he will thrive in sections like this.
The harder and the longer it is, the happier Mario
He is super, super fit. But look at this. So, Tristan Hart looking like he has got ahead of Mitch, who's still struggling a little bit further down. Tristan managing to get another couple of meters there at the top of the screen. Oh, I mean, this is actually madness to me to see bikes in here.
Well, the best of the best in the world, and they're struggling. You just have to know how difficult it is.
It's insane. It really is. You can, I think anyone watching this can probably relate to just how wild this is.
There you can see the true gradient. I mean, put it into perspective. I struggled to walk some of these sections yesterday. It's really like hiking, and you're going to be riding motorbikes there.
And it almost stings when you see on the other side of the tape on the way back someone passing you. Could kind of fuel your fire.
Whoa.
Tristan, wow. Just avoiding those holes, having that perfect time. Going to be
another
so
2 bikes.
Cautious.
Another 2 bikes coming into the mix.
Kovachev still on that turn there. So difficult, that left-hander, before they fire up. Tristan creeping away now from Mitch.
So, Olympian sighting on course. 3-time gold medalist. So he's on course, he's charging.
I think quite a big difference from the snow of the Alpine slopes to the rocks of Eisenert.
Bit of contrast there.
3-time Olympic gold medalist, and just, seeing what he can do in Erzberg. It's so cool to see.
It was mad, the difference, wasn't it, here? Just looking at these guys and what we saw with Manny. Like, he did get through here. It seemed to me a bit quicker than this.
I mean, like, the last 3 years, Manny's won by 10 minutes every year, more than 10 minutes. And these are the kind of sections that are going to do that.
Yeah.
That's what's deceiving about this, Chris's Stoney Party, Carl's Dinner Light.
But we're not going to be that far away now from Segway, are we? I mean, it's a little way away, but we think that will stop them. We think that could stop Manny.
We're a long way from Segway. We've still got Carl's Dinner to contend with, right?
Again, so coming back to Carl's Dinner, but again, we've seen it before. Manny would have to falter.
Yeah.
And then Tristan would have to just stay completely pinned and then close that gap and able to take full opportunity of it.
Mitch hasn't got a problem.
I think he's looking for somewhere, get that back wheel settled where he can fire off up that next section. I mean, if they're off moving rocks, you don't often see that, right? They don't often give themselves the time to do moves like that. That's exactly what he's doing. He's on that rear mudguard now, and he's just going to try and fire it a bike's length.
In Mitch Brightmore's defense, he was a bricklayer. Well, he was doing masonry with his dad, so it comes second nature.
He probably feels more comfortable than most in there, and there he goes, and the back wheel doesn't quite get up for him, and he's back to where he started, just like that. Loses time, loses masses of energy as well. He's got to go again.
You can see for these guys, fatigue's really starting to set in now.
This is a fight. Kabachev's got that front wheel buried in there. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Look at this. Madness.
This for me just elevates Manny Lettbeckler.
Yes. Shows how special he is, doesn't it?
And you're witnessing hard enduro history with every competition that Manny enters. You're going to be able to say, I was there and I watched the dominance. I watched the veritable clinics that he would put on, and he would do it in such a humble fashion. I mean, he's such an incredible ambassador for the sport.
Oh, Manny's going to be exactly where he wants to be. He's going to get into Carl's Dinner, have a look around, and he'll be able to manage his lead from there.
Yep.
And control his race. As things are starting to bunch up here.
Yeah, we look at that that second chase group trying to reel in Lettenbichler.
How tough is Chris's Stony Party? I do not want an invite to this next year.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Well, when we walked it was, you know, kind of like doable, but the way that they've bunted it off there has made it like 5 times more difficult.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. Oh my goodness me.
Well, they say you can become a master if you put 1,000 hours into anything, but would you want to put 1,000 hours into this? Because Manny just put on a master class, and then you see those students that have yet to, you know, log in the hours. Obviously, these are all the top of the sport, but it shows you how brutal this level of hard enduro is.
Kovačev's up there now. He's made it up again. Whoa.
I mean, as a fan, Erzberg never disappoints. As a competitor, you definitely can become disappointed.
Michael Vogtner. Fifth now, then, yeah, the Austrian doing great. Look at that, top 5.
And Mario Roman, first time we've seen him now.
Yeah.
On his Fastos KTM. Mario's going to enjoy picking the guys off one at a time. He's in his happy place right now.
He could come forward to the podium quite easily now, Mario Moron. Don't make any mistake about that. Yeah, this is the start of where he will shine in this race.
Yeah,
when it gets really difficult and everyone's really hanging, really tired, he will come to life more and more, I think.
All the races we've seen, the harder it gets, the better he gets.
Yeah, agreed.
Absolutely loves it.
Yeah. But that's only just passable for these dudes, isn't it?
No,
look at it.
The fact that it is, and the fact that they make it possible, I think it's that it makes it that much more elusive to all the young riders.
Yeah.
They can see it's possible, and so that's what they go after. And we were talking about it. It's like it's such a big, huge cog of what makes Erzberg so special.
Kovačev's out, I think.
Okay, that's not going out the top of Udo's playground. Sorry, top of Chris's Stone Party, making their way off to Udo's playground.
Yeah.
James Moore.
This is where he needs those
and
legs.
Eddie Carlson in the middle on the Starkvag.
And what keep our eyes on that, just how his bike's navigating, kind of the agility. James Moore.
Oh, these
nice long legs. Remember, coming from South Africa, James Moore won the Roof of Africa last year. At home in the rocks. Yeah. And his long legs are certainly going to help him here.
And who did he beat there?
Yeah. Manny Lettenbichler.
There you go. So if that's not going to say that you belong in the conversation, nothing will.
Well, James Moore beating Manny fair and square at the Roof was certainly a turn for the books.
Oh, yeah.
The only guy ready to have beaten Manny in the last year.
Forever claim.
Yeah, that's right.
Super exciting to see James moving up the order there. First time at Erzberg. You know, doesn't know where he's going, doesn't know what to expect.
But I feel like, would you say compared to previous years, I feel like there's so much more excitement in the conversation of the young, upcoming riders. I feel like there's like the tap has been officially opened.
Yeah, it was like halfway, and now it's like full gas.
So much talent, and I was starting to have the conversation about how it's really that integral cog, the strength of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo is that bubbling up of the youth talent. It establishes so many careers year after year. And I've been amazed at walking the pits and meeting these young amateur riders. And people have come from all around the world to be here in Austria. Someone that we ran into all the way from China, if you can believe it. He's the focus in one of our amateur postcards.
23岁了，我来自中国贵州行将越野机车俱乐部。越野摩托车是我的最大爱好，当然也是我在中国的职业，所以说我基本上都在骑越野车。这次我骑的车是身旁的斯塔克，这台车也是斯塔克工厂赞助我的，同时这场比赛也是他们赞助我的。是我第一次骑越野摩托车，1年后得知了这个比赛。 能来厄兹伯格参赛已经是我的梦想完成一半了，但是完成比赛，这是我最大的梦想。如果真的能完成比赛，我会非常的开心。
And unfortunately, Yang Jing broke his arm in the prologue. We wish him a speedy recovery, and we love to see that passion coming all the way from China as we jump back in to the struggle. It continues. The rest of the pack trying to make their way up early portions of the course as we bring everyone up to speed now on checkpoint 19 of 27. Manuel Lettenbichler looking for a four-peat, a fifth consecutive win here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, followed by Canadian Tristan Hart. Mitch Brightmore closely contesting for that third position with Theodor Kabachiev and Michael Wagner, the Austrian, moving up to fifth.
Right in LeBlanc now, coming into Chris' Stone party.
Such a daunting prospect.
And again, Toby Martin, second of our Stark Vogs.
Pushing and shoving, yeah, he's a big strong lad, he'll need to be in there as well.
This is always like, you know, you don't have a clutch, so how do you put the power down? So we'll have to get a close-up look now.
Yeah.
Have a look at the back wheel and see what it does.
Yeah, but getting used to the, you know, the lack of two-stroke. It's got to be, it's quiet in Carl's dinner. You can actually
look at that. Look how he looks like he's had an off. Maybe Toby, the subframe looking pretty bent on the back of that Stark.
Yeah, he's been off. Stark also a little bit heavier than the combustion bikes, 115 kilograms versus just over 100 for a 300 two-stroke.
Which has got to make some difference when you're pushing and shoving in the rocks like this, right?
And Jarvi actually quite a bit lighter. We're sitting at 100 kilograms for Graham's bike.
Well, it brings it back to the conversation. How many years does it take for these younger competitors in the trial scene to get comfortable with that clutch?
Yeah.
How long is it going to take to get comfortable with that? Basically, almost an infinite range of torque.
Yeah, I couldn't
Basically, and it
believe.
becomes wrist control versus clutch control.
Yeah, Eddie Carlson was telling me that it's taken him quite a while, you know, at least 3 months on the bike to start getting used to how to find that traction and how to even to pivot the bike.
And whacking you through there. That's not Manny.
Julian.
Well, no, it was Manny. It was good enough to be Manny the way he went up that climb there.
Yeah, he aced that.
You can be proud of that moment.
Yeah.
Well, Julian Wurtel.
He'll be showing everyone this. Yeah, look, this is when I subbed in for Manny.
Yeah. And such.
And here's Toby, yeah.
Long full pull, jumping back into Chris's Stony party.
Looks like he's got up there pretty decently.
Yeah.
I'm coming from the trials background that Tony's got.
Yeah, he did. He found a bit of traction on the way out. That was nice to see.
And I've noted it here in the record, Rob, you are uninvited to Chris's Stony party. For
Yeah, please, cancel. No RSVP. No, I won't be going.
Okay.
I've no interest in a party like this on a Sunday. None. Absolutely zero.
Going to be exciting to see you get out to Zentrumamberg and be checking in with the rest of the competitive field as they're trying to make their way up. Last hour of competition, we're going to have Billy Bolt jump into the booth, catch up with him, see how the recovery is coming along. Billy.
Dieter Rudolph, 6 times Erzberg finisher. Can he make it number 7? Looks like he's well on track to do so. I think time at the moment's on his favor.
And you just let you know, you love to see Austrians in the conversation. Obviously, this
Amazing.
30th running.
Austrian trials background. And he's also won silver at Romaniacs.
What's your, like, in your heart, like, what do you love those long, like the stamina over 5 days, or do you just like to get brutalized in one day? Like,
Well, this is being brutalized in one day, but
yeah.
I like the Roof Africa style race where you've got a good 2 hard days of riding.
Yeah.
Romaniacs, value for money, 5 hard days of riding.
And you watch, but like day 3, day 4, just the impact it has on the riders. But I love what Erzberg does, especially for the fans. It just encapsulates, and it shows you the pain and the struggle and all the skill sets that are needed in your moto toolbox in such a short amount of time. And looking back at some amateur highlights so far here at the 30th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Whoa. I think the horse has got away from him there. Sledging. New sport.
Taking a different
I think I'd have rather
approach.
been on the bike.
Yeah. more than one way.
Doesn't like the downhills.
He's got down.
Down
one
is
way
down.
or another.
Down is down.
Down is down. Oh, what a feeling that is to go through the arch.
But just to get a strong placing here in Austria,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
make or break your career. So many AMs working so hard, putting everything they have.
Man, you just
Teamwork.
look how deep the rats are getting there.
Yeah, it's crazy. Teamwork not making the dream work for most of them. Still fighting to get out the top.
I mean, Central Berg, there's only one or two good lines left there, Rob. If you get stuck in one of those rats, especially if there's somebody blocking it, right?
Things getting warm and fuzzy
look.
there at the top.
Got an aggressive ride straight up the middle.
Oh, is he gonna make
No!
it?
Larry Looper at the
Re-entry.
top. This, that would have been mentally very hard
Yeah,
to
I
take.
should be able to save it from there, though.
And you can see how steep it is.
Oh,
You know,
he's not. Back down you go.
No. Get,
Oh,
no, lay her down, lay her down.
Oh!
Yeah, save the craft, save the
Look
craft.
how steep it is.
There we go. Set of new plastics. Yes, please.
Avalanche of rocks around you.
Yeah, new
Look
sticker
at it.
kit.
Look that's how steep it is.
New grips.
It's insane.
That's like Macho Grit 4000
Yeah.
exfoliation.
If there's one thing that will get you to the top of these climbs, it's knowing that you don't have to come back down them. It's horrendous trying to lay a bike down on these things. He's
There
on.
we go. That's the way to go down.
Oh, leg in the back wheel. That's
Oh,
so serious.
that's
Oh, my
good.
goodness.
Oh, down we
No. His leg's in there still.
Oh, wow.
That's why we wear motorbike boots, people. Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness me.
That's why you gotta go get up one shot.
Just testament to how difficult.
Like I'm here now. This is my rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
I'm
he
getting up.
pointing at?
I'm getting up.
Look at this.
Helping one another.
Remember, no help zone the whole race. You can get help from other competitors, but nobody outside of a competitor.
We talk about the camaraderie, and they're going to reflect back on this. Remember that one year you had my back?
Yeah.
Remember that one year we did the tug of war all afternoon at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo?
Forever friends, forever friends. The
Suspect
fear
it.
bonding of Erzbergrodeo.
Top of machine.
Oh,
Help!
plenty of instruction coming from the stricken rider there.
Yeah.
Right, just pull as hard as you can, mate. Just drag it over the top for me, please.
Come on, man.
I've been here all
There we
afternoon.
go.
Look at this dude on his hands and knees. They are.
There we go.
That's what it's all about.
Sharing,
An
caring.
unbreakable bond.
Yeah. Hands across Eisenairs.
Like, 3 of them, 4 of them are getting that one bike up. They've done it though.
Yeah, that means you got to go back and pull another 3 up.
Well, we saw this. Hey, do you remember in Grunahella? We saw it with the top rider.
Yeah.
They had to-
2015.
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Many riders will never leave this area of the course this afternoon. That's as far as they'll get.
I think, without a doubt, it's moments like these that really have come to define like Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Just the struggle and the sheer determination of the young amateurs, the privateers. And some have been coming back for years.
Well, watching this is why everybody wants to come and try it themselves. For what reason, I don't know.
Moto masochists at their finest. Now we look ahead. 21st checkpoint of 27. Burping Stones. Letten Bickler still in the lead. Kristen Hart in second. Mitch Brightmore in third. Theodor Kovachev in fourth. And Michael Wagner, the lone Austrian, in 5th place in the top 10.
So the
Ryan
guys-
LeBon holding on to 10.
So the guys are through Udo's playground safely. Burping Stones, and next up we can expect Carl's dinner main course.
Another bike length there up. Looks like a tricky step. Manny's up there now. This is tough, isn't
And
it?
again, but watch the start the stop clock. You see how quick he assesses, recalibrates, and then just slow, methodical moto perfection.
Reassess again, go again, a little bit further, another bike length. Just reset, look what's next, go again. It's such an exhausting process. Oh, and there's no one better at it than Manny Lettenbichler. Look at him hanging right off the back of that bike. Stood, he's even on the back mud guard. Yeah, just about.
Read the body language, appreciate the steepness.
Yeah.
Almost unwalkable. It's a hiking trail, really. Right, so the checkpoint there, the riders have got a transponder on their right wrist, and they've got to get within 2 meters of the funnel there, and they'll get their time recorded. You miss the checkpoint, you're out the race.
And this is going to be a good point, too, to do the math, Daryl, in terms of when we see Tristan then come in and see how much time. It looks like he's losing ground.
Oh,
1.2 kilometers at the top of the screen. That's a good, I don't want to say it, 5-10 minutes unfolding.
Just over 6 minutes, I think, that Hart is going to have to make up for. But again, I mean, we're trying to speculate what's going to happen at Segway, that new section.
Yeah, it could all come back together there. It is that, you know, we really expect it to be that difficult, don't we?
Yeah, I think Segway is going to be the deciding climb of the race.
Yeah.
It's really, really, like, crazy difficult. No one's ridden it before.
Difficult. Will he do it in one, Manny? That was the big question, you know? It's like, I don't know, it's touch and go whether it's even on, we think, yesterday when we looked at it.
Yeah, and that's the old Motorbike highway, so the area's been completely filled in, and they've made like a completely new section.
How has that been coming back year after year for you? First year you competed was what year?
2000. Wow. 26 years ago,
okay. And you come back, and the course that you just competed on is completely filled in.
Yeah, that section of the mine every year is completely different.
And look at the crossing. Look at the pile up back at the crossing. Unbelievable. And then to be able to realign and get a clean run up, an angle, and find your line with this many competitors jockeying for position.
And the track just getting worse and worse. Every little bit of a step and everything has been moved, just wheel spun out. And one line, there's no other way up. And the clock is ticking. I mean, these guys know that they're not going to make the finish. And they're trying to get to the furthest checkpoint that they can.
9 of 27. They've done all right so far, though. These look at this.
I mean, just honestly, to get into Carl's Den is an accomplishment on its own.
And it really is. When you see those early forest sections, just how difficult they are.
And, coming back into Carl's Dinner, Lettenbichler looking calm as ever.
Complete control.
So cool. So collected. And this, if you look across, this is the main entree. This is the buffet line of Carl's Dinner. There's every possible thing that you would maybe ever not want to eat in terms of size of boulder. But look what he is looking into right now. Great perspective. Looking over Lettenbichler's shoulders right now, leading the way, going into Carl's Dinner.
And, you know, how on earth you navigate this, I do not know, huh?
You might as well get out your chalk bag. It looks like a 514. I mean, this is, it looks like a rock climb well beyond our ability.
I'm thankful there's no loose rocks in there. Looks to be enough traction really on these big rocks, but the size and the scale of them and the holes between them is phenomenal, isn't it? Look at that.
Especially on the side that he's at the moment. They're kind of like the bigger rocks on Carl's Dinner.
Well, going for a little piece of history here for Manuel Lettenbichler, going for a 5-peat. Only 2 other competitors have 5 wins at Erzberg, and one of them specifically went from no name to factory rider, none other than Taddy Blazusiak. Let's hear his story.
From no name to factory rider to record champion. One of the wildest stories in Red Bull Erzbergrodeo history dates back to the 2007 edition. That year, a young Polish rider by the name of Taddy Blazusiak arrived at the race as a privateer. But fearing he might destroy his own bike in the main event, he suddenly found himself in need of a bike. Erzbergrodeo mastermind Karl Kato, already aware of Blazuzjak's extraordinary talent, picked up the phone and called his friend Heinz Kindergartner. And the rest is history. Blazuzjak, on a borrowed bike, went on to win the first of his 5 consecutive Red Bull Erzbergrodeo titles and left the Iron Giant as a KTM factory rider. His rise from unknown privateer to record-setting champion inspired an entire generation of riders determined to follow his footsteps.
So let that sink in. You you ride on a borrowed bike and you win Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and then you back it up with 4 more wins. That's a lot.
To do this 5 times in a row, like Manny is trying to do today, it's you can't believe it. How can you do this 5 times and not have anything go wrong with the bike yourself, not fall off, get hurt? It's crazy.
It's unfathomable.
Yeah.
You know, hearing from Alfie Cox earlier, and to just imagine back in '95 when Alfie first competed. I love the story too, how like Alfie got you to compete, and you just showed up to watch him, and he's like, no, you're riding.
Yeah, Alfie was the pioneer for us. He did Dakar podiums and everything else, and he was always busy with the World Enduro and European Enduro rounds. And then all of a sudden we heard about this race. Erzberg and then Romaniacs followed. And if it wasn't for Alfie, then we wouldn't have got into it.
As much crazy terrain as you have in South Africa, when you first got here and you laid eyes on Erzberg, was it way bigger and way more daunting than you probably imagined?
Yeah, it was. I mean, when we got here, we saw like the steepness of these climbs. Like this is one of the crazy downhills. We don't have stuff like that at home. We've got rocks and mountains, but nothing quite the same as Erzberg. So terrifying, really.
Yeah, and we'll keep our eyes on Tristan Hart to see if he can peel in, or he should kind of reel in Lettenbichler, because Lettenbichler just looking unstoppable.
He is,
establishing
yeah.
With each checkpoint, he's just checking a little bit more time, a little bit more distance between him and Tristan Hart.
And this is exactly right for Manny. He can look back, and as long as he can see nobody, he's got to do Carl's dinner twice. He's got to go all the way to the end, turn around and come back, and then he'll really be able to see, who's challenging him.
And we're starting to see a repeat, too, of last year between Brightmore and Kabachia.
Yes.
It could be a great a battle between for that third place finish.
And Teo just stealing that podium spot by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a sprint finish almost, wasn't it? It was mad.
Again, like Mitch Brightmore, when you talk to him after the fact, he says, I had no idea I was even in contention for the podium. Usually, you lose track of, the back and forth. But
and pretty gutted, because if he had known, he would have definitely pushed harder. That's what he said. He didn't know.
Whoa.
Okay, Tristan dropping down into the start of Carl's dinner now.
Yeah, and you see, now we're starting to see that distance between him and Manny.
And they're going to come out, actually, they literally go in Carl's dinner along it back, and they exit right by the side of where they just went into it there as well.
Half a kilometer, 487 meters, give or take.
It must be
It's
bad.
quite a long way in the rocks.
It must be steep and bad if Tristan's allowing himself a few seconds to work out a way down it. Look at this.
Where did you have to go in your head in that mindset where you started to question, like, is this worth it? Or like, how do you flip it into a gear that you can just persevere and push through, especially when you're in that last 30% of the race?
No, I loved it. It was something so fresh and so new. It was like this challenge of this completely different terrain and format of race. So, I mean, we just took it as it came.
Yeah, and interesting enough, we're seeing Tristan hop off the bike in this one section of Carl's dinner.
It's so steep, the descent down to it, that he's literally decided it's like, I don't want to ride down it. I don't blame him. I wonder if Manny did. I wouldn't have been surprised, actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't look steep, but they're brutal, these downhills.
Yeah, you can't believe anyone is going to put a motorbike down there.
And just saying as well, when the first time I came here, there wasn't coverage like this, so you couldn't actually see what you were going to. We didn't know what we were going to go into. No. And like now you can see exactly
now
what you're going to sign up for.
Now, if you show up as an amateur, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Exactly.
You've been shown the tapes. You know what you're getting into. That's a good point. And I just want to keep hammering home the point. I mean, when we watch the likes of Manny, Tristan Hart, Mitch Brightmore, when they're going through and what they're able to do in these sections, they are the best of the best. I mean, they make it look well, doable, which it is not for 99.9% of.
But look at Manny's pace here.
Look at this.
Yeah,
you're
look
right.
at his pace. I mean, it's just mad how fast he goes. He minimises the risks and really takes his time and puts that bike exactly where he wants on the insane stuff. And you know, on the insane stuff for normal people, it's just so easy for Manny. Look at this.
Yeah, and don't be confused. That's not a line spotter, which they had back in the day. They'd have people telling them where to go. That's our own Paul Bolton getting the POV, and we're going to be showing some of that footage, hopefully later in the show today. But we and a recap program on Friday the 12th. So be sure to look for that. All of that on-course POV from Paul Bolton and the rest of our team. We love that. We love the POV with Paul. They're nothing better than bolts.
No.
Getting in the
he's
No one knows the sport better than bolts either.
I just want to see how long he's going to be able to stay with Manny because,
I mean, yeah, I'm worried about bolts going into a hole.
Yeah. Tristan picking his way through the
got
building.
the chain off or
It
something?
looks
He's
like
having
it.
a look.
Yeah, looks like it.
Is he? That's bad news.
Let's have a look and see if it is the chain. If he moves his bike backwards, it'll be the chain. No, it's back on.
Yeah, he looked at something, didn't he?
Go and say it was a chain.
No.
Just maybe got a little bit hung up there.
No. All good for Tristan, it looks like.
And you look,
And
at,
there you can see
look
the-
at the distance
man.
between Tristan and Manny as we.
Clearly you can see the double tape there. You can see the two lines. They're going to go all the way down and they're going to come all the way back.
Wow, and then so Manny has already gone this distance. We saw where we left off with Tristan moving up through Carl's dinner proper, the main entree.
Manny's going to be able to conserve some energy here. He's going to be able to just take a breather and really manage this last quarter of the race.
What a sufferfest.
My goodness, that's unbelievable when you see that shot of how...
That, it just... And you know what? If it's easy, why do it? I mean, this is obstacle immunity at its finest.
And look at Manny's lead now in real time. To see it like that really brings home just how dominant he's been here again today.
But
if I was to watch the race, look at the spectators. That is the perfect place to watch. You can see the guys coming here from the lower level, double fault, twice on Carl's dinner.
Yeah.
And I think if Tristan had his eyes on that shot that we just were able to show you, it'd be a little disheartening when you see that distance. That 500 meters, probably the longest you've ever had to get through in your life.
I would say demoralizing. When you come into Carl's dinner and you look down that line and you can't see another bike, man, that's got to hurt.
It'd break your heart, wouldn't it?
Well, even more.
Excuse the heart.
Double heartbreak. Double heartbreak is when Tristan now is going to pass Manny on the way down, or on the way up, and Manny's going to be on his way down or out.
God, it's such hard. I think the only people who'd enjoy this sort of going are the Flintstones. Isn't
Yeah, and hats off to the fans, how they line off. I mean, with the way that they come in, the dedication. They were here at the crack of dawn, and they've made their way throughout the entire course. Just you love the multi-generation aspect of this event. You see grandfathers, fathers, their kids.
And the rock crawler there on the corner that the guys are going around, these guys were instrumental in actually setting this track this year.
Yeah.
Oh. And on it goes. Just absolutely relentless. Like, where do you go? Oh, drops it there.
You know,
a rare
looks like he's
mistake.
okay, yeah.
But the holes are so big. I mean, literally, sometimes you want to put your foot down and there's nothing there. And it's so easy to break a lever, to damage your bike here, burst a radiator, like finesse.
But judging, but looking at the body language, what would you say Manny is speaking right now?
Complete control.
Yeah.
That's what I see there. He's looked around. He knows there's nobody that's chasing him, nobody close to him.
No one's safe. Get out of the way. He's coming.
Picking his lines carefully. And I think at the moment just trying to not make any mistakes and conserve energy.
And look at the distance that he's covering in these.
This is, you're watching Manny Lettenbichler at his best here. I'm not sure anyone will go through it like this.
No,
like,
he's
this
moving
is incredible.
fast. That is so fast.
Talk about him being a Renaissance rider where he literally checks all the boxes. But how about how each year his speed too? The speed factor.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, ultimately, he is quicker than anyone else. No one can touch him around him.
Now we're
Look
going
at
to
this.
see. Now you're going to get a true picture of who's who and where the guys are.
Oh.
The second fastest, Paul Bolts. Yeah, running around.
I think you could run through this quicker than you do it on a bike, surely. God.
Well, he's going to do that for every rider. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, it just, again, nothing's rushed. There's a calmness about his approach. I think you see this, you know, we'll see some of the other competitors seem a bit rushed and forcing things.
Just
but
doing
just
a boot
really
buckle up.
taking his time.
It's a good point you made earlier by the line spotters, because a lot of these sections, the riders aren't allowed to walk the course.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have had a chance to go and look and see where all of the big holes and the danger spots are. And there used to be a runner in the old days to run ahead and point.
Yeah, and furthermore, you know, the course changed after, you know, 5 guys go in it. You'll have one boulder tip over and you have a massive hole.
No, I don't really think that's going to make any difference in Compton.
Yeah, I know, okay.
I wonder how much water he's got left in that bladder on his back.
Yeah, to refuel, the guys have got the option to fill up their camelback or change the camelback, which they normally do.
And look at this, formidable. Just
Tristan,
relentlessly going forwards in here.
he'll be able to see, have eyes on Manny now, and he'll know what he has to do if he wants to close the gap.
It's just obviously this something that's internal in all of these competitors wanting to problem solve.
Whoa.
So driven.
Just wants to get that bike to the finish line.
Yeah.
Tristan was talking about leveling up, but I mean, you ask yourself, how can you level up when you're already at Tristan Hart's level? But what does Tristan Hart have to do to beat Manny?
Again, I mean, the conversation has been so consistently focused on Manny, and when Manny is in form, it's tough to say. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Some nice kind of elastic fantastic with the lead changes in the beginning, and then once Manny finds that opportunity, he's gone.
I was secretly hoping the race was going to be so much closer at the front, but Manny is just obliterating the field.
Yeah.
Like he's done in the last 3 years.
Yeah. And this is one of the, well, let's be honest, it's not just on the technical stuff. He is amazing in every facet of anything that's put in front of him. He's pretty much the best at doing it. That's how it is.
That's what makes him the complete hard enduro athlete. It's everything.
First time riding the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo as a dad. It hasn't slowed him down at all. And here's Tristan Hart. Wow. I mean, that is a daunting prospect, isn't it, seeing that in front of you, huh? I think I would just break down and start crying.
And then you can see Manny on the right-hand side there. They're coming close to each other now.
Yeah.
And Tristan will appreciate the distance he's got to cover.
Oh, look. And he's off. And that is so easy to do. But look how fluid Manny is in comparison to Tristan. And no disrespect to Tristan, but Manny is something special. Manny just doesn't make that many mistakes.
I think when the rest of the field gets into Carl's dinner, you'll really be able to appreciate exactly how challenging this piece is. I mean, the guys are really riding it like it looks difficult, but we really are going to see how difficult it is.
And here's first and second and about to cross paths.
And we should point out we're about to hit the 2-hour mark of the 4-hour limit on this race. We still have to see the rest of the field. Look, and there's that moment where he's passing Manny. Manny has him in his sights. He's got Manny in his sights.
Manny's thinking, cool, that's quite an advantage I've got. Tristan's thinking, blimey, I've got a lot of work to do this afternoon if I'm going to catch Manny.
Manny knows now he's got it in the bag. He's got to preserve his bike and manage himself.
And get through Segway.
Yeah, what surprises are coming?
You wonder,
that's the thing.
You wonder if they just do a little quick nod to each other.
Mate, I think they're probably a bit exhausted. I don't know. But you're right. There's also, Darryl, there's usually a sting in the tail at this event. And it's the 30th anniversary. So what is left? I'm not sure that any of us actually know.
I did have a look at Segway, and I would say that, yeah, for me, it's unrideable, completely unrideable.
Yeah.
I looked at it, and I looked at it with Paul Bolton, and I said, it's pretty much impossible.
Well, it's that time in the broadcast. We have to bid farewell to none other than Rob. He's going to head out to Zentrum Amberg. Thank you, sir.
Had an amazing time.
The good news is we'll be checking in. The better news is we've got last year's second place finisher Billy Bolt coming in.
Yeah.
So
you're in good hands.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Get
you,
out
lads.
there.
Enjoy the rest of the race. I'm going over to Zentrum Amberg. I'll see you from there.
Yeah. Off you go. Cheers, mate.
Those of you just checking the 30th running of the 2026 Erzbergrodeo. Quick recap of how we got here. High anticipation zero at the start. All eyes focused on Manuel Lettenbichler. A clean start out of the quarry. Very, very little collateral damage and carnage as Lettenbichler getting out, but a nice tight battle with Brightmore, a back and forth with Mitch Brightmore and Lettenbichler, along with Tristan Hart in the top three conversation. Going back and forth. And we love to see that back and forth. You were talking about how something we were hoping for. Mitch doing a great job of putting the pressure on with Manny early.
Well, we're going to have a big fight for the podium spot here because, we've still got Mitch, Teo, Michael, Mario, Ash, everybody in the mix still. We've seen the top two out there. Manny with a commanding lead and Tristan Hart trying to close the gap. Who's going to take the third spot on the podium at this point?
But the bigger question was where did Manny, where did he capitalize? Where did he find that moment? Or where did Mitch falter? Where did Tristan Hart? We just saw them slowly fall behind Manny. Manny just steady on the gas and was able to just pull away.
Big decider was, of course, Chris's Stone Party. That's where Manny made to a cleaner section. He made a huge amount of time there. And we saw the rest of the guys really struggle in that section.
So nice back and forth with our lead pack right out of the gate as we see live action. Well, as promised, we mentioned we would have last year's second place finisher, none other than Billy Bolt. Billy, welcome back to the booth. We love seeing you. Prefer it on the bike, but thank you for coming on in.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Excited to be here. Bit of a hectic morning, but here, there, and everywhere. Supposed to have a guide to get back from Carl's dinner. For no phone reception, didn't know what was going on. Had to do one-handed e-bike ride to get back from there, but we've made it in time. And you're just in time. There was no bikes actually had arrived to Carl's dinner when I was there, so I'm excited to watch the boys in it now and excited to join you guys.
And how's the hand? How's the hand healing up?
Yeah, the hand's coming on. It's been the plan this time last week was to be on the start line and racing, but we had a few complications and a few hiccups which have delayed things a little bit, but fingers crossed we're under control now, and we're over the worst of it, and it can kind of look ahead and get better. But yeah, just really I'm gutted not to be here. This is my favorite race of the year. This is the big one. This is the one everyone wants to win. It's the one I haven't won yet, but at the same time, it's the show goes on. I'm excited to be part of it one way or another and just kind of experience it as best I can in the current situation.
Yeah, the fans are disheartened, but it's a win for us in a way because you bring such insight and such perspective. So look forward to hearing your thoughts. Obviously, too, it gives you kind of a nice eagle's eye view of the competition. I know you prefer to be, leg over the bike, but speedy recovery.
Yeah, definitely. It's been I've had the best of both worlds. Like I say, I was kind of tour guide for some people, showing them around in the early parts of the race. So we've been here, there, and everywhere in with the traffic and the chaos working around the mine. But I've really got a chance to appreciate the race as well. We went at the refuel point and then we just stood with the spectators in machine, and the Red Bull have got the DJ car there, the music's blaring, the people are going crazy, and the atmosphere just there, and just looking around, seeing the setting we were in, it was just it made me really appreciate just how special this race is.
I'm not sure I would have left the DJ to come back in the booth with Daryl and I. Thank you.
I wanted to. Well, the race hasn't passed that point. I'm also heavily invested in the race, and I want to get the best. I'm pleased now we're getting to the juicy part of the race, and I've got the one of the best seats in the house to watch it.
Right, so to fill you in, what happened basically, Manny pulled a big gap on Udo's playground.
Okay.
And dropped into Carl's dinner, and basically Manny was almost at the end of Carl's dinner, and on his way back, Tristan came past. And now we're watching the battle now for third, which is Teo and Mitch Brightmore. So it's been crazy to see how much time Manny pulled just on one hard section. Udo's playground.
Yeah,
not Udo, sorry, Chris's Stone Party.
I seen on machine, Tristan actually made up quite a bit of time back on Manny in machine.
He did.
Yeah.
And I said to the guys I was with, I said there's two difficult sections that we've got to do before they get back into Carl's dinner. So we don't know exactly how long it's going to take, and anything can happen in those two sections.
Johnny Walker was also going really nicely. He was fastest on some of the earlier sections. Tristan was then faster on some sections. And of course, Johnny's got a hole in his radiator. He's out.
Okay, that's a shame. James Moore, I see there, 7th place that's his first time here. So I think that's a big confidence in. He's the best newcomer, and as a first time here, that's pretty solid so far. But obviously,
James was
a long
up
way to go.
He was up to 5th at a point.
Oh, really? Yeah, in machine, I think he was about 5th. Him, Ashton, and Teo were having a battle, but Teo's obviously put quite the charge in since Machine as well, when I was kind of last in touch with the guys.
And I know you've been in this situation more than once. You know, the back and forth with Manny. I mean, he when he's in form, it's one of those things you have to be on point and have to be ready to capitalize. What does it take? We're trying to kind of handicap. We're looking at Tristan, and Tristan's, you know, injury-free, riding better than ever. What does it take to stay in step with Manny?
Yeah, it's tricky. And I think I don't obviously want to put too much of a downer on things, but Manny's in a good position now. You know, the later stages of the race is where Manny's really, really strong, and I think you know, the best way to try and get to him is to really be putting pressure on him and attacking him at this point of the race. You know, you really need to be keeping the pressure on him towards the end of Carl's dinner. But just from what I've seen of Carl's dinner since I've been sat here, it's looking super, super tough this year. Like, I've seen Manny get off his bike and look out of shape a couple of times. I think they've really upped the ante in Carl's dinner this year, just from my initial thoughts.
It was quite interesting watching them go up Machine, and Manny saw, like, Tristan caught right up to Manny, and then I think he got a fright and he just put the gas on, and he's like...
Yeah, no, Manny rides this race so well from the front. You know, he's comfortable. He's obviously been here a lot of times. He knows it well. Obviously, the track's changing each year, but you know, we know roughly what's coming next, and Manny just manages this race so well. And like I say, we're getting towards the real juicy parts now, and for him, I think he's going to be happy to be in front. He won't be pushing too hard, I don't think, through Carl's dinner. You know, he knows he's probably you know, not the strongest guy in there, but he just makes so few mistakes, and for him now, it's just about getting through here and getting into them forest sections where he's so strong.
How about you? When you're going up against Manny, is it important for you to keep him in your vision, as long as it's that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I've never managed to get the better of him at this race, so maybe I should try something different next time. But no, for me, the years that I've been close, I've felt like I need to go from him, because, like I say, he's the ladder sections, Segway Highway and Kill and Leap are ones where, you know, he's super strong. So and I would say I have a slight advantage in Carl's dinner, so I've tried to make a move. Obviously, 2023 was going pretty good. That was my game plan, and I squashed my front pipe, really, you know, damaged my exhaust, and that was kind of the end of that. But that was, you know, as a result of me consciously making a big push to try and build up as much of a gap as possible in Carl's dinner. So that's kind of been my approach, because, like I say, you know, he doesn't tend to tire too much and get strong towards the end. And, you know, this race for us it's one of the shorter ones. I don't want to. It's by no means makes it easy. If anything, that makes it harder, just because it's such a sprint. You know, so the guys are literally, you know, not even worried about pacing themselves. You don't have time to do that. It's a flat out sprint from start to finish at this race.
Pretty cool seeing James Moore just come into Carl's dinner there. Well, he's been in it for a while. He's nearly at the end of the first leg. Quite interesting for James. I mean, you know, coming into his first Erzberg, he doesn't know much. They've had a look around, but I mean, it's quite difficult to try pace yourself at your first Erzberg.
Yeah, I think that's probably one thing that the newcomers and the new guys would probably struggle with, is just, you know, not knowing too much of what's coming next, and how much you have got left of the race, because that also kind of does determine just how hard you push. But, you know, like I say, really this race is there's not a lot of pacing going on. You just need to be going flat out from start to finish, because, you know, anything can happen, and you don't want to give that. You don't want to give anyone the time advantage, put it that way.
Well, there's Polteris on a beast of a bike. Right?
Billy, I mean, trying to wrestle a T7 through the forest. I mean, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's used to it. That's the only positive I would say towards it. But, you know, I think it's definitely it's not for everyone. Paul's obviously, you know, a world class level trials rider. So I think he kind of does make it maybe look a little bit easier than it should.
Well, if he wasn't so large.
Yeah, and like I say, you know, I've known Paul for a long time from the trials days, and he was, you know, kind of top 10, top 15 in the world of trials. So he has the technical skill, although I think just looking at him now, I think that's what wrestling a T7 through the forest actually does to you. Just the little bit of look of dejection as he's slumped over the handlebars there. Some
of the stuff he's done on this bike, though, it's gone viral.
Oh, no,
it's so cool to see.
It is, you know, that has become a sport in itself, really, the adventure bike riding, and he's obviously, you've got to give a lot of credit to him. He's kind of made a career now out of the social media stuff, the Instagram stuff, and you know, all credit to that.
Okay, so Manny making his way now out of Carl's dinner, and he's going to make his way off to the Segway, which is where the real action is going to be. So a little bit of a time to get a breather here.
Yeah, no, definitely. These road sections, he will be, I'm sure, getting a gel or a sweet. And yeah, so he's got almost a 12-minute lead on Tristan as we leave. So like I said, this is for Manny. He's got a smile on his face at this point. It's definitely not over by any means. You know, there's 3-4 checkpoints still to go.
Did you get eyes on Segway? Did you walk the course?
No, but I've heard from a few people that the exit of it is pretty tricky. So again, you know, Carl always likes to have some surprises up his sleeve. So like I say, I mean, 12 minutes is definitely not comfortable, but from Manny's perspective, this is the position he would like to be in.
I was talking about it with Daryl back in his day. 2000 was the first year, but wasn't coverage. A lot of riders didn't have basically an understanding of what this competition was. When they showed up, it was just, you know, when you first showed up, you had a little bit of an idea of the challenge that Erzberg is, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'd watch videos every year since I was a kid, and you know, for me it was that year Nitro Circus came here was what opened my eyes to it, and I was hooked on it ever since. But you know, I think, but that said, one thing that doesn't prepare you is the scale of the place and the fact, you know, we really are on a mountain. You know, we ride in mines and quarries and stuff like that. That's not particularly uncommon. But for the mine and quarry to literally be the whole size of a mountain and just the whole scale of the place is something what really does kind of catches you out. And I can't really remember my first time, but I remember imagine it's.
I remember you rocked up in 2016. Your chain jumped off. You lost 36 minutes, and you were on fire.
I remember the race, to be honest. I remember the race very well.
You got a factory ride out of that.
Yeah, that was like I say. That's what this race can do. You know, it really just shows that this race can be life-changing. This race has really built the sport to what it is, and it's the one event of the year which really can be life-changing. You know, the size of it, the amount of eyes that's on it, the media attention. It's a special race, that's for sure. And
your first Erzberg, passing Wade and Teddy at Blazing Noon, and you finished fifth. Which was crazy.
Yeah, from the second row also. Yeah, a small.
There's that fact.
This is going to get really interesting now. So now they're making their way across this is where all the land's been filled in, and this is going straight into Segway.
So this was actually a river last year.
Yeah, so now there's a road on the right-hand side. There's a creek here. But like,
it's crazy how much this place can change. That kind of gives you a rough idea of the scale of it, just how much it can actually change.
Now he's going to choose his line carefully because there's like a mental drop down, very loose stuff into the bottom of the creek, and then big boulders all the way up before it starts getting really thick.
So you can see he's really taking his time, and look how much he's looking ahead and looking up. That's because we're not allowed to walk the track at all anymore. So this is the first time Manny's laying eyes on the place. So he's really trying to figure out the best line, and we managed to save it really well there.
I mean, I couldn't walk down there. That's how steep that is to give you. This is the same sort of area that Green Hell was in, Motorbike Highway.
Right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Buried.
But like a good couple of meters down.
Yeah, no,
it's really
lower side of
that side of the mountain. As we look out, it's on our left side.
They used to go through the tunnel.
Through the tunnel,
and then
now the tunnel's not even there anymore.
No, tunnel's gone.
It's crazy.
So this piece over here going all the way up, it's loose and it's shaly. And then he's probably going to be thrown into the really biggest stones, and they are it's super slippery.
Oh.
When I tell you this is steep, it's
brutal.
But then bigger stones is, despite being slippy, is kind of safe bet because they're not going to move. At least you can be sure that they're solid. You know, when you've got them like football-sized rocks, there's just kind of no trust in them whatsoever. And especially when you're on off camber, if you start rolling, you could end up, you know, going really, really offline. And like I say, I mean, this is probably one of the areas where it's definitely a disadvantage to coming in first, but it's where it's nice to have that gap. He knows he doesn't need to. He can take that extra 10 seconds before he makes a decision.
In an hour 46, where's fatigue at this point?
So I think he'll still be feeling not too bad. The heart rate might be a bit high just because the intensity of Carl's dinner is that high. But in terms of, you know, I think he's still going to have plenty in the tank. There's going to be, like I say, now this late in the race, obviously 23 checkpoints out of 27. He's focused, he's locked in on the finish line. I think there's no letting up until the finish.
Okay, so first ride into the section now. Big boulders. He really doesn't know where to go at this point, and there's like a hollow with really, really shaly stuff with like quite a big boulders that he's somehow got to get onto. So
just looking at the time and scoring as well, looks like Eddie Carlson's made some moves up a couple of places into 7th.
Well, it's so great to see the Segway, a new feature of this year's course. One of the most prolific and devastating feature was Green Hella.
2015 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo was one of the most highly anticipated additions in the event's history, marking the return of record champion Tadej Blazusiak. But few could have predicted that an entirely different story would become the defining moment of the race.
Tadej Blazusiak. Oh no! Tadej goes down!
Blazusiak crashed shortly after the start and was forced out. As an intense battle between Graham Jarvis, Andreas Lettenbicher, Alfredo Gomez, and Johnny Walker unfolded. Deep inside, Die Grüne Hölle, literally translated as Green Hell, a newly created obstacle pushed the riders to their absolute limits. Trapped on steep and slippery terrain, the leaders found themselves unable to move forward. With outside assistance forbidden, there was only one way out: helping each other. After spending more than 90 minutes battling through Green Hell, all 4 riders reached the finish line just moments before the 4-hour time limit expired. In an extraordinary display of sportsmanship and determination, the 4 Green Hell escapees were all declared winners of the 2015 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Something never seen before, and never repeated since.
One of the most brutal sections ever. Billy, your least favorite section ever.
Grüne Hölle.
Yeah.
The year would have been 2018. Yeah. Me and Manny both arrived there first, and we just made a mess. We ended up helping each other up there also, and we went from first and second to I think 5th and 6th. But I'm just looking. Segway Highway is looking. This Segway.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my first attempt at it. We'll try and get better from now. It's looking super dry and loose this year. Like, this is the driest I've ever seen this part of the mountain. So it's really going to be like a different way of approaching it for Manny.
Yeah, and this is atypical of Manny too.
He made short work of that section I was talking about earlier with the hollow, but here this is really, really steep. They've got to go up and then do a pivot to the left, and they actually carved out a little pathway, so he's got to get up to that ledge, and then...
This is almost unrecognizable, though, from previous lines and previous ways of seeing it. So, again, that's just where, this is a nice position for Manny to have this lead, but he also, doesn't want to be having too many goes, so too many failed attempts.
Wow.
Oh, I think he just got enough traction there. As he jumped off the bike, he got a little bit of bite from that tree that his back wheel's against, and I think that might have just saved him, but it does look a big push to get from here. You see his feet are sliding. That just shows how steep it is. Look, his feet can't even hold his weight up.
It definitely flattens.
We couldn't walk up there. We had to go to the right-hand side of the tree where the tape was. It's that steep. It's like... I looked at it and there's no way I could ride up there.
Yeah. So
let's see how we get on the third go.
Gives you a good perspective of where we are on the mountain. Looking back over where Carl's dinner was, came through that. Kabachiev back in 3rd place, followed by Mario Roman.
So Mario does tend to come on strong towards the end of the race.
Yeah.
So I think he will really start making a push now. He's going to try and get in front of Theo, who I would, I think Mario's going to make a big push now. And it'd be interesting to see where Tristan was in comparison, because, like I say, it really is Mario's game plan to make a big push towards the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel like we're
can't get enough of Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lettenbichler still out in front. Mario Roman trying to reel things in. Tristan Hart.
Manny's in pretty similar position to the last go, but I think this is going to be that loose that with each go he has, it's going to get better, to be honest. So that's the disadvantage of being in front. When it's loose like that, you're compressing, you're packing the ground in. So each run he has, it's going to get better. It's just a question of, how many goes does he want to have, and when's the point of he's going to try and push it up.
I can't believe he's been able to push it up, because...
But it looks, looking, this is such a steep off camber.
But he's there, he's on the ledge, so he's done it.
Yeah. Wow.
I didn't think anybody would be able to ride up there. It's like, that's just, man.
Look, and this double fall line right here.
So where Bolt is over there, small little dip, and then he's got some nice zigzags up to the right. Very, very, it's quite wet. Not too much traction.
Just really, though, we talk about his methodical approach. I guess there's really no other way right now. You have to and bolts right there for the shots. Want to encourage everyone to check out the recap show on Friday.
Okay, this is pretty slippery up here. There's the little zigzags I was telling you about. He's going to have to pivot his way up there.
And it's, you know, he has this advantage, really being able to take his time and kind of assess the lines there.
You know, I mean, honestly, Manny made that look really easy. I want to see what the rest of the field looks like up there.
To me, it looked really dry, and that line looked quite, you know, vulnerable. I think one person really blowing that out, and it's going to make it super difficult because the ground's so dry. It's going to be hard to form another line if that line gets blown out. So I think, you know, a couple of guys might get through, but then once that ledge is gone, it's going to be, you know, really difficult. But I mean, quite often in this part of the mountain, I mean, we've seen people having to team up and help each other.
So waiting for the rest of the field to make their way in this difficult section of the Segway. So what's your take? Obviously, a lot of discussion about the e-bikes this year. What's instant takeaways we've seen? You know, they've
got a lot of power.
Yeah, we know that. A lot of torque. Like on the prologue, even on the rocket.
They got a lot of power. I've seen Toby go up the crossing, and the speed he got up that early part of it was quite impressive to watch. But for me, you know, I think that they're definitely dividing opinions, put it that way. But I'm quite in the middle, to be honest. I see there's definitely a lot of positive from them, and for me, the biggest takeaway is if it's providing rides for riders, if it's giving jobs to mechanics, the sport needs as many teams in manufacturers in it as possible. So from that side, it's nothing but a positive. I think there's a little bit of fine-tuning maybe is needed in terms of rules and stuff, but it's so early, you know, it's trial and error. You know, I do get there's a lot of people who die hard two-strokes and petrol forever
They like the smell.
Are quite close-minded, but you know, our sport relies on going to these, you know, riding in nature and coming to these, you know, wonderful places, and if it means more places become available, then again, you've got to look at the positives from it. So, like I say, I remain in the middle. I think there's a lot of positives come from it. But maybe we just need a little bit more of fine-tuning, or I don't know, a bit more thought as to some rules and regs. But on the whole, I'm all for them. I think they do a lot of good.
We're definitely in the early stages, and riders it's going to take time for them to adjust to that torque and go from the clutch to the wrist and all of it. It's a kind of an exciting time, and again, you have to have an open mind. And
definitely, like I say, I mean, you know, I can see why and understand that it really does divide opinions, but I think, you know, you really have to look at the whole picture. There is a lot of positives come from it, and you know, Eddie Carlson running inside the top 10. And yeah, I think this race is also good for them. They've obviously got a team of two really strong technical riders, both, you know, top 10 world level trials riders. To be honest, I would say both Eddie and Toby were probably the highest accomplished trials riders we have in the race, with the exception of Graham, to be honest. But you know, that was a little bit of time ago. But no, you know, both Eddie and Toby obviously are got to a very high level of trials riding. So you know, it's kind of a little interesting team they've got going there, like super technical side of things. But then also the team manager, being Seb Tortelli, was obviously, you know, AMA motocross and supercross rider. So I think there's a lot of potential actually could come from the stock future team.
Well, we see Roman now in third place behind Tristan Hart, holding on to that position.
So we've just seen Tristan before that actually go up the uphill, so
he's
not too far behind, but you know, it's so easy to just fall into one of these holes and easily lose 30 seconds to a minute, you know.
And a great angle there, just showing that's the difficulty of that section. It'll be interesting too, a good kind of indicator barometer too, to watch Tristan come into that one section that Manny had to navigate and be that first one. I mean, we always try to speculate, and I know you're good friends with Manny. Has he ever kind of like kind of like that, given the keys to the kingdom, but his ability to kind of quiet what's between the ears. His ability to he seems quiet, is he not? Or
no, he's quiet, but he's I think he's very quite methodical with how he does things. He doesn't make too many big mistakes, but he just executes things so well. Especially the slower technical sections. These wide open ones, these wide open hills are often a little bit more you either make them or you're not.
Yeah.
But again, he's just such a well-rounded rider that he really doesn't have any big weak parts. He's probably not the strongest in too many areas, but he's just so close. You see, that's quite nice to see him throw his bike, to be honest. There's not often that happens.
Very atypical.
But even when he does it, you see it just gently falls to the side. Like, that won't even scratch the rad shroud.
Yeah.
And it's like that's super steep. So as you come into that Sedgway section where the river is, the climb we saw was on the left-hand side, and he came back over and directly across it and up. That means he's pretty much out of Segway now. He got through the tricky pivot section there in the forest. And from here, basically, Killing Leap as well, but he's also going to be pretty tricky. Did you have a look at it?
So I haven't had a chance to look at it. I know last year they had some quite nice lines dug in there, but again, the mountain's changing quite a lot. But the exit of Killing Leap was quite difficult last year.
Yeah, the entry is kind of like, it's straight up. They're going to go over a log, so it's going to break their speed, and then like basically vertically straight up into the forest.
Mario is also now out of Carl's dinner.
Yeah. It's safe to say, get some sound on Mario Roman.
I think Mario is really going to try and, sink his teeth in and try and close down Tristan in the later stages of this race.
Safe to say, you and Manny, I mean, the great back and forth you guys have had, it seems like as a fan that you guys really push each other. And, if you didn't have that push.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we spend quite a lot of time together as well. We do train quite a bit together. And I think we both kind of understand that where we've been over the last couple of years, we kind of have been pushing the level a little bit, really. And I think I think there's a lot of respect between us because we both understand that we're kind of benefiting each other, like him pushing me both in the race and training, and me kind of doing my best to cling on to him and also, getting my own in a couple of races and making them work a little bit hard. I think we both, appreciate that. We really are helping push each other's level as hard as we can, and like I say, we spend a lot of time together, train quite a bit together, and it's a really good friendly rivalry that we have. But don't get me wrong, we still want to beat each other when we go out to race, put it that way.
This is so
interesting
cool
battle, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Darryl.
James Moore and Teo, I mean, this is just insane for James's first.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is such a strong showing for your first time. And James, obviously, coming from South Africa, as you know, Darryl, not the most technical trials background. I know he's been obviously working a lot on the trial skills whilst he's been here in Europe, based in Andorra with the Alfredo Gomez team this year. So I know he's been riding a lot of trials, and Alfredo has a lot of technical knowledge to share. And I think that's showing massively because, you can't get to this point of the race exiting Carl's dinner without having a very, very, very high level of technical riding.
So looking at Eddie Carlson, bringing us back to the e-bike discussion.
This battle could get juicy, you know. We've still got 3-4 sections to go after this, and the lines are developing, lines are changing. Again, this section where Tristan is now is completely new for anybody. Everyone's going to get to the bottom of there and have never seen it before. So it's also about the mental side of things, who can read the terrain as fast as possible, who can pick the best line, and then when you are battling, those decisions and the time it takes to make those decisions does make a difference. Manny obviously had the benefit of having 12 minutes lead, so he could take that extra 10 seconds to make a decision. But if someone's right behind you, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah, it has such an cumulative effect.
I'm really excited for everybody to get into Segway because we've got some riders like really, really close to each other. And
I agree. I
can't make a mistake there, right?
I think this is going to get, this could get really exciting.
This is going to get juicy.
All right, well,
Tristan's not out of danger either. I mean, if
No, that's
he
what I
loses
mean.
a
I
bit of
think
time
he's
there-
got Mario is
Yeah.
in a lot of stages of the race one of the worst people to have closing in on you. And then the other few guys, you know, might be that they even, you know, there's a section there if they have to work together. But Tristan's arrived there by himself. There's a whole lot of variables at play still in this one.
Took a quick look at
My
our.
name's Toby Short. I'm from Newark in England and I'm 17 years old. I'm a full-time ground worker in the family business and then, yeah, that's it. I started riding trials bikes at around 3 or 4 years old. After work, I'm on the bike probably twice a week, that's it. I think the most intimidating parts of the track is definitely the downhills because once you're in, there's no turning back. You can't slow down, you're just going faster and faster and there's only one way down. My goal is I would definitely like to finish. That is my biggest goal. We're all very excited. I think my mum and dad are probably a bit nervous because obviously it's a bit of a crazy race, but yeah, I think everyone's definitely supportive and hoping for the best.
So, what is it about these Brits? You guys have so much talent coming out these days.
I think a big thing of it is we have such horrible conditions to ride in. We don't have a lot of land and we don't have a lot of areas to ride in. So we really have to make the most of the time we get on the bike. You know, Toby was saying there he has rides a couple of times a week, and I can assure you that the areas we have to ride are not like this. We don't have big areas. We really have to make the most of small areas, and I think that kind of riding really does help sharpen skills, and you know it's very kind of repetitive and just logging lots and lots of laps. So
And I love too the comparison contrast. You know, where Daryl comes from in South Africa, it produces a certain type of rider, relying a lot on grit and strength. But you have this the trial scene in England is so
yeah,
powerful.
that's the thing. You know, trials originated from England, and obviously that's a lot of we have still a lot of big trials events, and you know, a lot of us guys, you know, Toby, the Brightmoor Bros, you know, Britain was came from that trials background. They have a real good trials community in the UK. But I did just check, Manny's still not completely out of Segway. I know he's been through the checkpoint, but
No, Manny's in he's in Killing Leap at the moment.
But that gap.
That's a new section of Killing Leap. So Manny's out, and this is Tristan coming in now to the Segway. So he's at that difficult point where Manny was muscling his bike onto the ledge.
Yeah. You see the ground where he's rolling back on now is so loose that as that set-off point is going to dig out, which is actually going to make the hill become even steeper, because you know when he releases the clutch now, the back wheel's going to spin and dig down, and each time that happens, the hill it becomes steeper and steeper.
Tristan Hart, similar position he was in last year, grabbing the second spot on the podium. You can just see the steepness there.
Oh, he's sliding a little bit.
He's going to go back and do it again. I mean, Manny from that point, he managed to muscle his way up. I think Tristan's going to go back down and give it another go.
It actually also looks like there's starting to become a little bit of moisture underneath there. Manny had it completely dry.
Yeah.
And the deeper we go, obviously, there's a chance of some moisture coming out, and that's going to really make those tree roots and any of the flat rocks super slippy.
And there is quite a bit as you start breaking the surface. There's that shale, roots.
Another attempt here. Lost vision there.
I think that one wasn't going. His body weight was very far forward from the start on that one, but you know that's just the balance of the hill is so steep that you need to be in that forward position, but obviously the further forward you are, the least weight you have on the back wheel, the least traction you're going to get.
And it's been great to see Tristan this year.
Yeah, see Mario's there, look.
Wow. Taking up for serious ground there. Okay.
And there's somebody else coming in at the bottom of the creek over there. So
Mitch.
we said it was going to be spicy.
Oh, sorry, Theo.
Yeah.
And spicy it's going to be.
No, we've got 3 guys at the bottom. All 3 guys are together.
Yeah.
That must be James as well.
Theo, James, and Mitch all together at the bottom there.
Oh, my goodness. The fight for third has become a fight for second.
The hunger's
This
real.
is really going to hot up. Tristan needs to get this now, otherwise he's going to have Mario on his rear wheel, and then that just... If Tristan doesn't make it on this go, the next attempt he's going to have is going to be under a whole lot more pressure. But that was good speed out. Oh, that was really good.
Wow, that was neat.
Excellent.
That was a clinic.
I didn't even hesitate on the next bit as well, so
That was
he felt the pressure and then he delivered.
We're so far down the course at the moment. Manny's finishing time last year, 2 hours 49. I wouldn't be surprised if we do a 2-hour race this year.
Now Roman. Way over. Trying to find his line.
Yeah, there's moisture really coming out of the ground there. I think it's not going to end up muddy, but it just becomes really greasy. That, let's say.
Giving it a go. Wow.
Almost.
A little bit short.
Too low.
But you see just how steep this off camber is when you don't make it to that ledge, and looks like there's a tree root actually, a tree stump coming out now as well. So just look how loose the ground is there.
Free.
I mean, I saw it at Motorbike Highway last year was a lot wetter than this.
A lot wetter. But they were actually crossing the river. There was water in the river in the bottom of it, and there was obviously a lot more tree coverage. So now, just with the way the mine has developed, I think it's obviously a lot more exposed to sun. And this dead loose hill where Teo's on in the background appears to be getting more and more difficult. I think Manny and Tristan almost made it straight up. Mario had to push the last little bit. And this one's getting tricky.
Okay. Well,
I think Eddie could be the danger man here.
yeah, we'll check him back into the block letter. Zentrum Amberg. We check in with our own Rob Warner. Rob, what is the scene?
This is going to be one of the real success stories of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. 3 riders, 1 bike. Come on, lads. Big effort. I got to watch the cable. It's all right, I'm safe. The 690's nearly out. It's the last push. Come on. You got this, bro. Come on. Yes! Success! That's where we wanted to get to. Oh, I'm exhausted. And I'm not even riding.
You're exhausted. What about the riders?
I don't know how informative that was from the actual race perspective, but it was quite a nice watch seeing Rob release his inner Charles Minder.
And technically, no help zone. So
I think we'll have to turn a blind eye to that one as well.
We'll look the other way for sure.
As Manny makes his way now into Dynamite, let's just have a look and see how they've bunted it off this year. After that, Lazy Noon, and then off to the finish line.
Killing Leap mustn't have caused too much difficulty, but Dynamite with a left turn at the start, so that's going to make it tricky because you're going to get no momentum. This is quite a loose, fast, shaly climb.
I mean, every time you get here, it's a surprise, right? Because nobody gets to see how they bunted off.
Exactly. And again, that's where that kind of decision-making becomes vital. But, you know, Manny having that advantage of just a nice, comfortable lead, he gets to take his time making the decision.
Only 2 more checkpoints following Dynamite here. Makes a little dent into that first approach.
Looks similar to normal. Taking the guys up. There's normally that tree in the middle.
Around the tree,
around the tree.
By this point of the race, there's not much kind of finesse left to your riding. You know, your finish line's so close. And also this is so loose, you kind of just have to hold your bike wide open. But you'll see that it gets a little bit rugged here. You don't want to be directly behind someone's rear wheel on this section, put it that way.
Yeah, I saw the roost coming up from the stock Vogs on the rocket ride, man. That was brutal.
Just to be a little bit careful of this orange fence.
Yeah, you've had a good couple of fences wrapped up in the back wheel.
Yeah, that's not by choice, but I've been known to have a little bit of a bunt and carry that round the race. So thankfully, it's never affected us, but I know it can cause a big mess of chains and rear discs and all sorts.
Well, if we're going to use a little comparison and contrast from last year, Manny's time was 2 hours, 49 minutes on the finish time. You were at 3 hours, 1 minute, and we've already eclipsed that. So it's obviously, I think you pointed out, a little tougher that the change up in sections every year. I think Carl delivers a little twist.
Yeah.
Challenge.
I think so. And yeah, like I say, I mean, no one knows quite what to expect. I think it's been pretty hot this year. We obviously had that rain shower in the middle of it last year, which made it a little bit slippy, but it meant the temperatures was also a little bit cooler. You know, I think you can see just by how clean the guys' bikes are and gear are that it's been really dry out there. So it's that often can make it, you know, that temperature just makes it you have to take it a little bit easier. Just to try to stay cool, keep a little bit of energy.
What do you take away looking at the body language right now?
He's still looking good.
Yeah, he's pretty fresh.
No, but again, this section is just about holding your bike as wide open for as long as possible. There's very little you can do. You have such little momentum here. But you know, Manny will be. This section is when you really start to feel like you get to the finish.
Yeah, and these the fans at this point too. Are you cognizant of the fans? I know, like when you're in Carl's dinner, you're kind of packed on both sides, and you feel like you're being watched every mistake.
No, you feel the fans everywhere. You really do, yeah. And he's probably going to there'll be someone telling him that he's got a comfortable lead when he gets to the top of this section. When at the checkpoint, when he goes through the arch, there'll be somebody, I would say, or like he'll have a rough idea that he's got a comfortable lead at this point, which again is a nice feeling to have.
And when do you hear the fans as you come into the natural arena here on the way to the finish line?
Yeah, they come into the finish line, you see the finish for the longest amount of time as you go all the way across the front of the mountain. And then it actually gets a bit lonely as you go all the way like over towards the prologue track. And you're like, no, where are they taking us? But then you're down a few more downhills, and then, like I say, you can see the finish line for like the longest time. But then when you get to about where you cross the road where the prologue start is, that's about where fans and spectators start lining the track from, and it's a super cool atmosphere to ride into that finish arena.
Yeah, it's so cool too to see the fans, you know, just the way that they've packed in here since early morning. The dedication, we were talking about it, how this event really stands out. It's part festival, part competition, but it's multi-generational. You get, you know, grandparents on bikes, you know, the parents, the kids.
It is just like you say, such a festival of shared passion for motorbikes and dirt bikes, and motorbikes in general. I would say, you know, it's that's really what it is. There's so many people in one place just really appreciating motorbikes, which is kind of nice. I see Toby Martin is also just creeping into the top 10 there. So the trials guys have made a push through Carl's dinner.
Yeah, it's possible we're going to get to
two
e-bikes in the top 10. Well, I was looking at the wrong clock earlier, obviously, but we are coming very close to last year's finish time.
Yeah.
I think I said sub 2 hours. What was I thinking? But we're on for, definitely going to be a longer time than last year.
So 2 hours, 42 minutes into the race at this point. So we got
7 minutes to go to which...
I think it could be similar, to be honest. It depends. Lazy Noon could also throw a spanner in the works. Obviously, 2016 it was just definitely the spanner in the works to my advantage. But in the last couple of years, Lazy Noon hasn't caused too much difficulty.
It's and it's kind of like it was quite a difficult climb in its day. But I mean, now we don't even bother to go look at it. And who knows, there might be a surprise there. But it's generally quite easy.
You were talking about it, Billy, though. You tend to thrive on the longer approach, or versus everything, how it encapsulates it in one tight 2-3 hour window.
It depends really. Sometimes a short race can go if everything goes well, you like that one. I tend to prefer the shorter, more intense races. Yeah. But then again, you know, I've also had some good results on the longer days. You like Romaniac Star Rally events where, you know, a lot more goes on, and just the duration of time becomes, you know, a factor too. Whereas here, like I say, here's a sprint from start to finish. Like there's no 1 second where he's not pushing maximum. Whereas in the longer days, you really do just have to, you know, be conscious of you may have 120, 130 kilometers still to go to get to the finish line. So you need to preserve bike and body a little bit.
Well, they've really certainly bunted off Dynamite well, looking a little bit more difficult than it was last year.
Yeah, I think it's just become so loose now. And the track's changed quite a bit in previous years. We used to tend to stick to a very similar line, whereas there's a lot more changes of direction and stuff. You see, there's kind of old lines around there. But the last few years, it's been like a really new track in Dynamite, so there's been no kind of base. The ground's been so loose.
Yeah, you'll think there's an obvious line there, but then when they come and move the bunting, it's just a completely different completely different track every single time.
Manny going after a coveted 5-time wins for Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Only 2 other gentlemen have done it, Tadej Blazusiak and none other than the silent assassin Graham Jarvis. He has had many highs and lows when it comes to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
No rider in Red Bull Erzbergrodeo history has experienced greater highs and lows than Graham Jarvis. Renowned for his unique riding style and incredible consistency, the Brit was a perennial contender for the win. But before reaching the summit, he first had to endure the agony of defeat. Between 2010 and 2012, Jarvis was disqualified 3 separate times before finally claiming his long-awaited first Red Bull Erzbergrodeo victory in 2013. That breakthrough opened the floodgates. Jarvis would go on to win the event 4 more times, tying Tadej Blazusiak atop the all-time win list. What truly sets Graham Jarvis apart is his extraordinary longevity. Last year, at the tender age of 50, he still finished 8th at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, outperforming hundreds of riders young enough to be his sons.
And no surprise, Graham Jarvis started back on the second line today, and I believe he's made his way to Carl's dinner. As we look at Graham Jarvis on the Jarvie, also entering the conversation of e-bikes. Speaking with him yesterday, he was just talking about the evolution, how much the bike has changed just within 5 months. But it's great to see Graham, no matter what he's doing, on 2 wheels.
Billy, what do you make of Graham now, his decision to go and develop his own e-bike and things like that? Where is he in his? He seems to be really happy at the moment.
I think he's still in his prime. You know, he's evergreen, isn't he? No, I've spoke to Graham a little bit so far this year, and I think he is pretty happy with where he's at. He's enjoying kind of developing a bike, which is a little bit strange because obviously I spent a lot of time as teammates with him, and he was never like a big tester back then. He didn't really like testing too much and stuff like that. But I think obviously now he's at a point where I think he sees a lot of future possibilities and he sees the evolution that could come with the electric thing, and I think kind of that excites him, and I think he kind of there just enjoys playing and just tinkering with things and just, you know, picking and choosing the races he wants to do, and obviously he's still, you know, more than capable. We had round 2 of the Hard Enduro World Championship, and on the first day he came in 2nd place and give everyone...
and he said he was in limp mode.
He said, yeah, he had to finish the race on limp mode. So, you know, I think, like I say, I know better than to ever count Graham out of a race, put it that way. So, no, I'm pleased to say him. I think you say he's in the last leg of Carl's dinner now with just over an hour to go. I think it's there's a good possibility he could make it to the finish line.
Tristan Hart, a lot of ground, just under 11 minutes behind him and Manny Lettenbichler. Lettenbichler on pace to capture a 5th consecutive win here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Tristan actually had made up a minute or so of ground, but I think that's just down to Manny having to do them few sections a couple of times and just, you know, being first man there, having to, you know, decide what line to go. But I think, 10 minutes for Manny, he's still happy with that position.
Eddie Carlson on the start Varg there. I mean, as a trials rider, made really short work of that little up. I mean, the advantage that that an e-bike has got on a climb like that?
I guess just, you know, that instant power, and I think also being able to adjust the power. You know, you could have a go at a hill, not make it, and then like they fiddle with their handlebars or their foam that they carry with them and give it a power adjustment. So I think there's a lot of adaptability to it. But one thing I would say is they've never been in this position with the bike before as well. So this is obviously a lot of things they're learning now. I think you know, they've not been in this position at this race, so they don't know exactly how the bike's going to react. I think, again, tyre wear and all like that's going to come into it as well. But Eddie, you know, put on a strong showing on the stocks first time here.
And I think the electrics, like, very adaptable. I know they're using 2 modes for the race, so they kind of like can really play with the power as much as they want to, and it's just to get the right combination, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I think that adaptability is just gives you so much scope, especially at a race like this where we have, you know, them faster hills, your kind of George Avenue, vacillating, you know, they're wide open hills, and then there's slow, super technical, you know, low-end power of Carl's Dinner, and there are some of the sections in the trees, Cuckoo's Nest, etc.
Have you given the electric bikes a try?
No, I haven't, to be honest. Yeah. It's I mean, it's not been there. I've not had a chance to. I'm happy with where I'm at for now, but again, like I said, I'm not completely closed-minded to.
No, your bike's been looking good. You've had a good season up to this situation with the hand.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. I think I made, kind of knowing where we were last year, we made a few changes since then, and I wasn't happy. Well, now looking back, I was really not happy with a few things in terms of my setup and stuff last year. So I was that was a big step in the right direction I made in the middle part of last year, and then really was happy with my bike. Didn't change my bike at all from last year going into this year. Yeah. So started this year strong, but you know, there'll be hopefully plenty more years to come.
Many more. You battled through an injury or two over the years, so
yeah,
you've shown your resilience more than once.
It would be nice to not have to battle through the injury, though. That's the plan. That would be really nice. You know, I'm getting a bit old to be battling through the injuries.
I think.
And you've had your fair share.
I've had a lot, to be honest. But like I say, we're still here.
As we see Tristan putting it down.
And I think that it is, you know, it shows how loose it was for Manny. Tristan, you know, once this one rider makes such a big difference when the rocks are moving so much like that. This is the bottom of Lazy Noon, I think.
Yeah, it starts to beg the discussion, how many people are we going to have actually finish?
You never know. They come in waves, I feel like, and then there'll be just one section where a rock will move or the rut will change, and then you get such a bottleneck, and then it becomes, you know, touch and go as we get to that 4-hour mark. Who's going to make it, who's not? But we still got, just over 1 hour, 8 minutes left for the guys to try and keep pushing.
And for Manny, just under 90% of the course completed.
This is a little turn up. I think there's a whole lot of really mossy rocks, if I remember right, just before you get into the bottom of Lazy Noon.
Yeah, it looks like a new couple of switchbacks and stuff. I think this is going to be one of the sections where Manny gets there and looks up and says, "Oh, really? Do we really have to do this one? Is this really necessary now?" But again, you know, if Tristan had been that bit closer, it could have made all the difference. So again, it just keep reiterating, but that's why it is nice that, you know, he pushed hard in Carl's Dinner and got that comfortable lead. There's our trackside reporter. He seems to be absolutely everywhere, but he's in shot again.
Bolts loves being on camera, and I think he's in as many shots as we've ever seen.
He's looking a bit camouflage, to be honest, there, though, eh?
But this is almost like you think you know where you're going, but then you like rock up and you know you've only got Lazy Noon left, and it turns into this.
It looks actually like it's very new to me, this section, to be honest. I guess, you know, distance-wise and stuff, it's got to be in the Lazy Noon vicinity. But no, a little switch up there, and like I say, Carl loves to have a little surprise up his sleeve, so I bet he's rubbing his hands together that he's got Manny off his bike and pushing so close to the finish line.
I saw him there, picture in picture.
Yeah,
just waiting.
Rubbing his hands together, thinking, hey.
I mean, I've got to take my hat off to James Werner.
I completely agree.
Battling it out with Mitch Brightmore. First time at Erzberg, that's like a mega effort.
Couldn't agree more. James obviously had a real good breakout ride in Roof of Africa at the end of last year, winning the overall, with Manny coming second and me third. But that was,
he beat you guys there, eh?
Yeah, no, he rode. Andy, he had GPS problems, and then he made a navigational mistake, and he still just rode away from us both days. So no, massive steps, I would say, made for James in the second half of last year, and you know, really shown he's one of SA's strongest riders.
Massive compliment coming from you there. That's really cool to hear.
Looking at Lazy.
And so young, 19 years old.
Exactly. So. You know, it was really looking good for James.
Lazy Noon, and then Killian Leap, a little bit checking back in, full screen on Lazy Noon.
Not too much progress made for Manny there.
Yeah.
This is a lot harder than we normally see on
Definitely.
So
I would say like the Lazy Noon the last couple of years, we haven't even really slowed down. There was that little bit where right at the top actually where Theo overtook Mitch last year, that tricky exit, but so far deep in the forest we really haven't seen anything that I can recall from the last couple of years where it's been this difficult. So no, I think Manny won't be panicking too much. You know, I'd imagine he had some kind of indicator that he had a good lead coming out of the top of Dynamite, and you know he's also got the position on the track. If Tristan was to catch him, he's also got to pass him. But no, I think he'd be still pretty calm, although it is when it's
this looks completely,
it looks hard, and when the bushes are high like that, you also can't see the ground, so you really don't know how much trust you can put in the ground. You know, you don't want to give full gas and have maximum power, and there be, you know, something really slippy there or a loose rock, and you can then really get in a pickle also, even for dabbing and stuff like that. So them high bushes are really can really be quite awkward to ride through.
And someone that doesn't get tired, Graham Jarvis, a little back in the field.
Still seems to have plenty of power coming out of the JRV.
But used to the sound of electric.
But getting back to the discussion, you know, further insult, you know, to the to the discussion is the fatigue factor. What normally would be something you could navigate by this point, you know, you're over 2 hours in. Just the littlest of, you know, obstacle.
Definitely, and every time I've seen Manny's feet slip a couple of times there. It's every time them feet are sliding, he's having to pick his bike up. It's a lot of effort, but the one thing I would say is you know that the finish line is coming after this one, so he's going to be that's the finish line's always thinking about it. I don't think he's thinking about being tired as wife Eva and the baby Ella are waiting for him there.
How cool is that? Yeah. Papa doing proud right now.
Yeah, you guys have both been rather busy on that front.
Yeah, we seem to be in sync with just about with most things there. So
did you time it?
No, it wasn't. We didn't sync up on purpose, but it's also cool. I think again that we spend a lot of time with each other. We're probably going to we've both got 2 little girls that are going to grow up spending a lot of time with each other, and hopefully have like a nice childhood running around the paddock and getting up to all kinds of mischief. But it's
well, speaking of mischief, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but when does the PW50 get, you know, under the Christmas tree?
You never know. To be honest, I was somewhat happy to have a girl that there wasn't a lot of pressure on that. Obviously, you know, she's more than welcome to make her own decisions, but it just kind of eases the pressure for everybody kind of assuming that that's what's going to happen. But you know, if that's the direction that she wants to go, then that's, I'm more than happy for it, but there's definitely no pressure coming from my side for her to go on a motorbike.
That's good to hear.
Just seeing Manny scrum as much as he has here. I mean, this is our podium decider right here.
I'm looking at it, and this looks like the wettest bit of track that we've seen as well. So I'm pretty sure that the dirt is going to get drug up onto all these fallen down trees. I think
this is one of the slopes that don't get a lot of sun, and I
exactly,
remember walking this before. There was a lot of moss on those rocks, and I think there were some of those rounded rocks full of moss.
Isn't it amazing too here, especially at Erzberg, that just a slight pitch in like under the canopy?
Yeah, it can make such a big difference to sun coverage and exposure. It's Tristan still in Dynamite.
Yeah, just, you know, just keep an eye. Those of you new.
Oh
no! Wow.
That's not what he wants at this late part of the game.
No.
Broken.
Onto the throttle side too.
Yeah.
This is always not the nicest feeling, picking it up and twisting that throttle for the first time, but it doesn't look too concerned.
He's got 2 more checkpoints, and just watch the clock in the upper left-hand corner. But where did it go wrong here? A little tipped.
You see just there, that was one rock underneath his back wheel that was a little bit bigger than he was expecting, and that just lifted the back of the bike up. He then no longer had contact with the ground on his feet, and just, yeah, I think a little bit of lapse of concentration, just maybe his, you know, bit of fatigue and a little bit slow, if anything, on that section too. I think if he'd just had a bit more speed and knew where he was going next, he wouldn't even have bobbled there, but...
Wow, you know,
this is more. I did not expect this.
Yeah.
I honestly thought the Segway would be the hardest part of the race, you know, from having gone out there. But I mean, this has just caught us totally off guard.
At least, you know, the tyre preservation doesn't really need to be on your mind at this stage. You can, if you're struggling a little bit, then you can just try and hold it wide open and try and burn your way up there. Once you're up here, you've got no reason whatsoever to have any knobbles left of your tyre.
And I tried to initiate the conversation, maybe a bit too early, but now that we're hitting the 1 hour mark, I mean, we could have a record, maybe the least amount of finishers. I think it's fair to have this conversation when we're seeing the likes of Manny letting Bickler have this much difficulty navigate a section with 1 hour to go, and only just a handful.
Have you got a GoPro swap there?
Yeah.
I can't help having a little bit of a chuckle because from Machine, where Manny saw Tristan, he's actually been the fastest on every single section coming home now. So I really had to put the hammer down.
Oh, and he wants to get that shot.
Yeah. I mean, look, 30th edition.
Yeah.
Five straight wins.
Well,
I mean, yeah, let's not do the commentator's curse. I know.
Official.
The goggles are back on for the flex. It's always a bit of a flex finishing a hard enduro race with the goggles on. Although the strap's looking a bit low. Someone needs to pull that strap up just a little bit before he crosses the finish line for the pictures. But the GoPro's on, the goggles are on.
Check, double check, checkpoint check.
I mean, you can't. That is a flex, to be honest. Just having a little GoPro change after the second last checkpoint of Erzberg, like you can't knock it. There's nothing you can say to knock that one. Hats off to you.
Billy can call it out. So past checkpoint 26,
which is the last official checkpoint before the finish.
You do have to be careful on these downhills though, because they often, I guess, once they mark the track, they're like, oh, let's just get them back to the finish line. So quite often, there's a few of these do get a little bit hairy. You see,
like that one?
Exactly. Like they're super steep, and they're often at the bottom of them, the rocks are actually really big, and there's a lot of holes, and you're kind of coming into them with speed. You also just only care about getting to the finish line. So these downhills ought to be ridden with caution.
And you've been known to take a couple of proper sketchy lines.
I mean, I try. It's kind of part of my nature to push the envelope a little bit. Again, unfortunately, never really to my advantage at this race. So advantage at the time, but not with the overall result. But hopefully we'll be back next year for another crack to try and make his life a little bit more difficult.
Well, somebody has to.
Somebody has to.
And at this point, again, can you when do you get eyes on the finish corral?
Oh, you'll be able to see the finish now.
Right here.
So usually the track heads the opposite direction, unless I'm assuming at one of these downhills he's going to go left and then do a little bit of a loop out. But he can see the finish line for now, yeah. So now we're heading left, and we're going to go all the way back to almost where we started, and then back across again to the finish. But now he knows, I mean...
Just looking back.
Looks like he's not so sure where he's going, to be honest.
No, we've seen this before with a few times other riders. Not the place where you want to get lost.
Yeah, so he's looking for a little white square with a pink arrow on, but often, you know, this is such a vast place. If you just kind of miss one, there we go. He's back on track now.
Okay.
Luckily, because there's some really big drops floating around this part of the mine.
I mean,
you see that he's right to stop and take a minute here, because these hills do need to be taken with caution.
I mean, I am surprised sometimes the way he just pushes this bike through like he's on a mountain bike on some of the downhills.
Yeah, I mean, like some of these downhills, most 99% won't ride down.
No.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff you guys ride down is it's honestly unbelievable.
And even at times, we probably don't really want to, but at this stage of the race, like I say, there we go. But now he's heading left back across the front of the mountain.
Yeah. And just such an incredible run. What do you make? 5 consecutive wins. It's like we talk about it like we're witnessing history. You're going to be able to say, yeah, I was part of those battles, and obviously you guys have many more years in the competitive cage.
Yeah, I think 5 years in a row. Joining the other two guys, the two legends of the sport. It is so impressive, and when you do think about it, I mean, I'm assuming we both have quite a few years to go. It's really, who knows what the final number is going to be. I mean, I would like it to not be many more, but at the same time, like I say, I mean, to be kind of part of this era is pretty cool.
Yeah, and we talk about just the multi-generational aspect of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and Andreas, his father.
Exactly. Also a winner at this race.
Yep. And then just handing that down, and like you said, it's did it in a way where it just let Manny kind of found his footing, and
but also still playing quite a big role. Obviously, he's mechanic, and he's a big part of the team structure for Manny, and it's it works very well for him. But now we're well past the 3-hour mark which for the winner is not so common in this race.
Again, we might see a record amount of maybe 3, maybe 2, maybe 4 finishers within the allotted 4 hours. But we are on the precipice of history going down here at the 30th edition of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Manuel Lettenbichler looking for a 5-peat. 5 wins in a row. Unbelievable.
Maybe 10, 15 finishes for the 30th edition. The guys still got a little bit of time. But, I mean, Will Manny held on. We'll see the gap now, what, more than a kilometer to 2.4 kilometers to Tristan. Mind you, there's quite a lot of road in that.
Yeah, there's from like Dynamite again. Manny's also gone the opposite direction, like through the cross the front of the man. Now he's heading back.
Yeah.
Pops it on the back wheel, helicopter chasing, and that's a nice feeling, you know, when the helicopter's that close.
He knows they're getting the shot. Yeah.
That's I mean, I can only assume that's a nice feeling, but I've let the race go in the opposite direction as we head out of the quarry with the helicopter chasing us, and it's a nice feeling. So I can imagine coming home and feeling it's a really nice feeling.
Oh man.
So what's the prognosis? How long are you on the men?
We're still a bit unsure, to be honest. I kind of had to forget about the injury part of the hand and worry about the infection part and get that under control, which fingers crossed it is now. So a couple of weeks to be sure that that's gone, and then reevaluate and reassess the injury part of things. So yeah, it's a little bit of unknown, but he sees the finish line now. He's online. He's on the same level as the arena.
And now you can hear it. It is almost official. A new record for Manuel Lettenbichler. 2026 30th edition of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. A 5-peat. He has done the unthinkable. And there it is, the checkered flag from Karl Katic. Official. A 5-peat for Lettenbichler. Unbelievable.
This is an emotional one.
So well deserved, and did it in such Lettenbichler fashion.
Is his dad Andrea looking on?
Yes.
The rest of the family.
Has to be such an incredible feeling, cementing his name into the history books here in Erzberg. 5 times in a row, 5-time wins, joining the legends of Graham Jarvis and Taddy Blazusiak. And at this point, you can imagine Lettenbichler, such a sigh of relief. You can hear just an audible roar from the fans. Getting a well-deserved hug from the family. We were talking about it too, such an incredible ambassador. Humble, yet dominant.
There go the goggles.
There go the goggles.
You gotta throw the goggles, give it to the fans. Now, fair play, 5 in a row at the biggest race, the one where the most pressure's on. I know he gets nervous before these, so to deliver 5 times in a row, you gotta take your hat off.
I was looking at the incredible pressure that Manny had in the lead up. The media were all over him.
And the media at this race is insane, and the eyes are on this race from everybody, from sponsors, from general media, from the whole industry. It's also a local race for him as well. Obviously he's German, not Austrian, but it's just down the road where he's lived, so this is our class is a home race for him. And just like I said, so much pressure, so much hype around this race, and there's a lot of important people watching this race. So to deliver again is gotta feel good.
And he handles it like such a champ. He doesn't say no to an interview. I've never seen someone more spread so thinly leading up to such an important race. He's so nice, and yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think again, we understand the importance of this race to the sport, and what this race does, the coverage this race has.
You guys really do give a lot of yourselves back to the fans and the people, and your blogs and social media now and everything else. It's really incredible what you guys are doing.
So Tristan is out of Lazy Noon. I don't know, maybe I'd assume it got a little bit easier just kind of looking at Manny's line. He might still have had to push his bike quite a bit, but just at least seeing the line and where he needed to head to find Manny's exit line would probably help, although we've got a battle going on for third, though, by the looks of this.
Mario and Teo there.
The 2 teammates of last year.
What do you make of Kabachiev this year? Like, it just feels like he's reinvented and more driven than ever.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting that he's in a very similar situation to what he was last year, kind of battling for third in Lazy Noon. So yeah, he's in a position he's was before, but this is a late part of the race to be in such an intense battle as well. The both guys, I'm pretty sure, are both going to be feeling it, both going to be pushing hard. But also, when there's so little traction, as it looks like there is now, it's also not the easiest to be battling in.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile,
Can you
on
go
the finish
on the
line,
opening
it
of
is
the
bubbles for the Lettenbichlers.
Fabio very early there, and his dad Andreas and the rest of the KTM guys.
Wow. Well-deserved sip of the champagne as we shift gears back to Tristan Hart. Three-time Red Bull Erzberg podium finisher, looking to nab a second-place finish just behind Manuel Lettenbichler, and a nice battle between Mario Roman and Theodor Kabachiev, the battle for third.
Which will make him a fourth-time podium finisher, Pat.
Yeah.
I think there's only one position Tristan wants to finish at this race.
Yeah.
Talking to him in the build-up and stuff, he wants to be, first place.
So this was the day for Manuel Lettenbichler. Just encapsulating it all and seeing it like this in highlight form just makes it look way too easy. What's your guys' takeaways on what we just witnessed from Manny?
Smooth, consistent, didn't make too many mistakes, conserved his energy, and managed his race perfectly. Billy, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you've summed it up pretty good. No big mistakes. Any mistake he made, he recovered from very well, and just, did what he needed to do. He rides this race from the front very well, and managed the gap. I think Tristan caught up in machine, didn't panic. He knew there was a lot of racetrack left. He knew, if you feel good and you minimize mistakes in Carl's dinner, you can pull away from people, and that was where he pulled the gap. And then once he had the gap, made good decisions and took his time when he needed to in the Segway and Killing Leap, and just brought it home for the finish for the 5 in a row, baby.
Wow. Well, as
with time for a GoPro change.
Yeah,
and a GoPro change.
You know you're in a good flow when you have time for
flag from Carl
the goggle flex, the GoPro change. Well, he has done the unthinkable, unimaginable, making it all possible. A 5-Pete, the Moto Maestro. He's with our own Ed Lee down in the corral. Ed?
Well, I think the word masterclass is the one to use here, Manny. From start to finish, that was almost a perfect ride, or at least it looked like that.
Yeah, definitely. What a day, what a day. Like, I'm speechless almost, guys. Like, it was such a tough race, and I didn't have the best start, and was so motocrossy and like so dusty at the beginning, so I was kind of scared. I hit one time a rock with a front wheel. I was like, oh man, slow down a little bit. Don't risk it already at the beginning on, but then kind of pushed that I got back to Mitch, and then we were like, the speed was insane until like Horsteiner, and then I really tried to push hard, just pull a bit of a gap, and yeah, what should I say? What a mega day. Like, it's unreal to win it another time, and yeah, speechless right now.
It took you a little bit of bark as well though, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I was at the top and like got into like a little bit of a creek, and it was so tight that I was like onto the rock straight away with my fingers, and I was like, probably the nail is off or something like this. It was hurting quite a bit, but other than that, mega day. Nothing happened to the bike. I had a big dent actually at the pipe what Paul told me in the middle of the race, and I was like, shit, there's like still some big uppers coming ahead. So I hope I still have like enough power, and the bike, I could feel it was a bit more smooth. So I'm glad that I made it in one piece. And yeah, at the end I wanted to put a GoPro on just to make the final thing, but then Paul was just too slow. So I was like, okay, before somebody's coming, I still just throw it into the finish now.
It's going to take time to sink in, but you've equaled Taddy's record of 5 consecutive victories and Graham's record of 5. What's that mean to you?
Yeah, it's unreal. You know, we're at the top of the top, and every year again we're at the top of the top. So let's see what we can do next year. But I'm really stoked to make it to the, let's say, to the ultimate level at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo already.
Well, you've got your daughter Ella here. You and your dad have been on the podium 9 times in the last 11 runnings of the race. Do you think Ella's going to join the party as well?
Let's see. I think Ella can see what she's gonna do if she rides mountain bikes, moto, like whatever, you know. Like I think the world is open to her, but we still need a bunch of years before she's gonna compete here.
Thank you. Congratulations, Manny. Let's bring it in. Tristan on his way in.
Thank you, Ed. It is official. Tristan Hart grabs second place at the 30th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. One of North America's finest, the Canadian, trying to catch up to Lettenbichler and just ran out of time. Incredible performance by Tristan Hart as Lettenbichler continues, and Johnny Walker, unfortunate. Saw that, heard about the radiator, Paul Bolt.
I've also heard Johnny's lost a tooth, to be honest, out there in the mine as well. So he's sporting a new smile, Johnny Walker.
What happened to
well
get
spotted.
So Tristan Hart.
I've never seen anybody so disappointed to get a podium before. Tristan wanted to win so badly.
And he just was on this good momentum too. We were talking about all the matches in North America, has been doing everything right. He's been able to find the top spot in so many matchups. And you know, when you're in the ranks of Manuel Lettenbichler, it kind of changes the rules a little bit, or the expectations of where your level needs to be.
Well, Tristan's got 2 seconds now and 2/3 and a 5th.
Yeah, it's a unbelievable performance by Tristan Hart, and Mari Roman kind of pulling in the 3rd place position. Kabachiev after that battle back and forth. So Mari Roman.
Huge effort for Mario, making his way through the fields.
Private team riding for, started his own program. To be on the podium at the big one is going to be pretty nice. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that.
This will be a 3rd time Mari Roman finds the podium here. Red Bull Erzberg. And looking back on Tristan Hart's day, was a nice back and forth initially, right? It's definitely challenging.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when Tristan caught up with Manny on machine, but then we knew the battle was going to be on. Letty managed somehow to just get going after that, like a rocket ship, pulled some time on Tristan.
Yeah, very, very few mistakes on Tristan's behalf. It was really the fact that once Manny got out away from him, so hard to reel in. But hats off to Tristan Hart, finding the 2nd spot on the podium and doing it in his defiant, dominant way. So congrats to Tristan Hart. Gets the checkered flag from Carl Kadek. He's with our own Ed Lee down in the corral. Ed?
Tristan, no doubt, the boys said it in commentary, you had your heart set on the win today. Was there anything more you could have done out there?
Yeah, I mean, just made a couple mistakes early on. I lost a ton of energy, and then maybe I bent my sprocket or something because my chain came off like 12 times. And it was just coming off on the trail. And it never came off like, you know, on a nice part. It was always like on a rock or like so shit in the rocks. So I was always putting in neutral, turn it, go again. So I don't know how much time I lost doing that, but it's all good. Manny rode really good. I rode pretty good, honestly. Just a couple mistakes, but other than that, yeah, pretty good.
I mean, your record here is incredibly consistent, even without the win. You have to take something from that.
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations, Tristan.
Thank you.
Well, you can hear the disappointment in Tristan's voice there, and definitely left it all on the field of play as Mario Roman finds the podium yet again, gets the checkered flag from Carl Kadek.
4th podium for Mario.
Yeah, just incredible. I would say in terms of Mario's performance, the way that he was able to, he was way deep early on, those first 5 checkpoints. The amount of ground that he was able to make up was just uncanny.
Billy, what makes him so strong? As we see, Teo now looks like he's managed to hang on to 4th place. What makes Mario so strong, do you think?
Mario comes on strong, like I say, that second half of the race, so it doesn't surprise us too much that he wasn't off to the strongest start, but he has, a big energy tank, and another one doesn't usually make too many big mistakes. But yeah, I think this has been a really strong showing for Mario. Hasn't been on the podium so far yet in this year's hard enduro kind of races, so definitely a big performance from him. And like I said, I know he's running his own program and stuff this year, so I think a lot of work's gone in just to get to this point. So and a podium and taking home a rock is going to be a nice little bonus just for him and all these guys that he's got helping him out. So no, I'm pleased to see Mario get on the podium.
And he's a beast. Going back to that legendary year at Green Hell, he was the one rider that made it through without assistant.
Exactly, yeah. He was
I remember that.
Made it to the top, but not in time. Or I'm not in time. That was actually kind of before my time. That was the year before I made the switch over to hard enduro. But I do remember watching it on the TV and stuff like that back home. And he made it up unassisted, but didn't make it in time to finish. So he knows the mountain well. He's almost one of the veterans of the sport, and but still, I think he's still got plenty of years left in him as well, which is the exciting time. Obviously, we've got the younger guys now really starting to make a push, but the older guys are still main and strong. But like I say, we're getting chased hard. That's for sure.
It's kind of, speaking of that, it's with Teo and Mario, like the back and forth. It's great to see the new guard challenging we call them the grizzled veterans. I'd say we can call Mario Roman definitely. He's an established veteran.
Yeah, I think Teo's kind of in the middle ground because he's been around a little bit, but then he's really made big strides in the last kind of 2 or 3 years. Obviously, he doesn't come from a trials background, so you can see that in his riding style, but at the same time he also is so strong in certain areas, and not so much this race. I don't think doesn't suit him too much, but like the forest sections, the super long climbs, stuff like that, he really rides big mountain style tracks really well. And I think again, he was a podium guy last year. He's a little bit of a hiccup as we're in touching distance of the finish line. But again, podium guy last year, 4th place, just missing out after a podium battle this year. For a rider of Teo's background, I think is again a big credit to him and just the strides he's made in the last couple of years. He's happy. He's popping it up on the back wheel. Look.
Yeah, he did finish on the podium here last year. We already said the fight with Mitch Bratmore up Lazy Noon. Teo managed to get the better of Mitch, and a solid 4th place finish. I think he's going to be super stoked with that.
This is obviously, some great back and forth. Just to be a finisher on a year like this, as we're under the 38-minute mark. Fyodor Kabachiev makes his finish official, gets the checkered flag, and Kabachiev, 4th place.
What do we reckon? How many finishes are we going to have in total, guys? Place your bets.
Claiming historic. I mean, again, we saw the best of the best challenge in that one section, and slipping back to the start of Mario Roman in his day. We mentioned how far he had to come from behind. Definitely just slowly kind of checked off each rider, working his way through, showing that prowess of years of experience. Took him a few tries.
But in the end, he cleaned that section really nicely when he did get up.
The top of Lazy Noon there after that feels nice when you've had a battle at the bottom of the section and you've turned around at the top and you've got a little bit of breathing room coming out the top. That's especially that section at that point of the race. That's it, almost 99% job done. Let's just get it to the finish line. 3rd place.
Mario Roman, very long road, and making a lot of change-ups this season, and good to see the podium for Mario Roman as he gets his checkered flag. Let's hear from Mario, who's with Ed Lee.
Mario, congratulations. That was a phenomenal ride. The pace you set through the second half of that course.
Thank you very much. I'm super stoked to be once again in the podium 4 times already. It's not easy at all. Like, this race is one of the toughest of the whole calendar, especially because the start is crazy. I had a good start actually, but after the first corner everybody passed me and I was dead last. Lot of dust. I have to risk a lot. But I took my pace, I started overpassing a lot of riders. Every time I rhythm and I felt more comfortable on the bike. So yeah, I was thinking already I was top 5 or top 6. Okay, I can make the podium, so let's go. And I just focus on myself, and I have to be super grateful with my mechanic, my family, all my sponsors who make it possible, because it's not easy to make your own team and be here fighting for the podium. I have to congratulate Manny again for the 5th victory, and also Tristan. I wanted to win, but it was not enough. I need to start good if I want to win one time. So hopefully next year.
Well, I reckon all you need for the win is 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly. The race is too short for me. I start to warm up when I arrive to the finish. So hopefully Carl decide to make 2 laps in the future.
Thank you so much, Mario.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Oh, he wants more.
Let's just make it 3 while we're at it.
Why not? As Mitch Brightmore.
I think Mitch would be a little bit disappointed after the podium last year. It looks a little bit.
Doesn't look very excited, does he?
I've been there. I've crossed that finish line. Not in the position I wanted several times. It's a long day a long ride from Lazy Noon to the finish when you're really not in the position you want to be in. But again, a bit of time will pass and you'll appreciate just how kind of a special and cool an event this is.
5th place is not to be sneezed at.
No, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people would snap your hand off for that flag in the 5th place. You don't take it for granted. But again, he's been on a good roll. He's had a couple of podiums already this year. He wants to be a podium guy consistently now.
Yeah, with X-Grip, and he's been putting in the hard work. He was contesting early on, and look at the amateurs. I mean, this really ends up being what so much of the general public just kind of personifies the struggle of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Oh.
Yeah, at what point are you going to go look for the gravel road and go home? Because,
Well, when you hear the horn, and by the way, we're right underneath the 2 mega horns that are going to be going off at 4 o'clock. So cover your ears.
It's probably going to blow the windows out.
Oh.
Yeah, but I do want to finish my thought on Mitch, is that he has put in all the hard work. He was definitely one of the contenders. He was in the top 3 conversation without a doubt. And it's just one of those things. You never know what is going to be. The script is being written for you by this mountain.
Exactly. Yeah. And, we don't know exactly. We've obviously watched it from afar, but, like Tristan said, he had a lot of dramas going on that we haven't kind of known about. Mitch could well have, had some problems out there. And it's, you never know. From afar, it looks like everyone's just pushing to the limit and maximum, but there's a lot that could have been dealing with. And just in general, this race has so many variables at play that, you need it all to kind of go your way and things fall on your side for to get in the top results.
And I want to just kind of shift gears back to, this is the crossing. This is checkpoint 9 of 27. This is going way back in the course, and they have about 30 minutes.
Just seen James Moore drop into the picture there. Wow.
I'm so happy to see James here now. Like I say, first time here. Top 6.
This is going to leave an indelible impact in his confidence. Can you remember the first time you realized that you were challenging the sports?
Yeah, I can, because that year Lazy Noon was super difficult, and I was running really good to start off with the race. A chain came off, lost quite a lot of time, had to take the swinging arm out the bike, bit of a mission, and I think I was back in 9th, and then I overtook 4 guys, I'm assuming. Yeah, 4 guys to the finish. I think overtook 1 person in Dynamite, 3 people on Lazy Noon, and then somehow made it to the finish. And oh god, that's
there we go.
I told you, them downhills, you really
Oh my God.
especially James. Also, that's a perfect example. James has never been at this point of the race. He's never been here before. He doesn't know that there's a few deadly downhills to get to the finish line. He's probably thinking, okay, that was the last checkpoint, we're home now. But no, you really need to keep paying attention before you get to the finish. But yeah, he's going to be so happy. For anybody to take a flag home their first time here is a massive, massive achievement.
Yeah. Yeah, such a big moment for him. Yes.
First year on the Alfredo Gomez Beta Team 2, he's really, you know, took a step forward in basing himself, spending a lot more time in Europe and just, you know, training hard and really focusing on riding and racing. And I think it's, you know, it just shows with a, you know, top six position at your first Erzberg is, yeah, massive.
Well, I want to thank you, Billy Bolt. We wish you a speedy recovery. We know you want to get back out to the celebration. As always, thank you for jumping in the booth, and we'll see you on the bike very soon. Before we get back to the competition, let's check in and get to know one of our other amateurs here at the 2026 30th edition of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Ja, ich bin Peter Gier, ist mein Name. Ich komme aus der Schweiz, aus Unteriberg, einem kleinen Dorf. Und werde am 14. Juli werde ich 67 Jahre alt. Abgesehen vom Motorradfahren arbeite ich noch. Ich wäre zwar pensioniert, aber ich bin noch voll im Arbeitsleben tätig. Und sonst habe ich eigentlich keine Zeit mehr für mehr Hobbys. Ja, meine Freunde denken viele, der ist nicht ganz normal, in diesem Alter noch sowas zu machen. Und die Familie hat sich daran gewöhnt. Die Tochter fährt ja auch Motocross. Macht einen stolz, wenn man neben den Profis am Start stehen kann und sich mit denen messen kann. In dem Sinn messen, ich bin ja nie so schnell wie die, aber es macht schon Spaß, mit den Profis, mit den guten Fahrern am selben Rennen teilzunehmen. Ja.
And if that does not personify the essence of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, nothing does. You love these privateers, these weekend warriors, just putting everything they have into this event and making their way the yearly pilgrimage. As we get back right above James Moore, I look like picture in picture, kind of laid it down in one of the corners there. But this is a big moment for James Moore, without a doubt, having success at Roof of Africa and then coming here and just have his name on the list as a finisher, Daryl.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm very good friends with the Moore family and with his dad. And, you know, James is just like, he's so young, but he's so headstrong and he knows exactly how to race. You know, it's just like, almost like, Dad, don't tell me how to race. I've got this, you know. and he's really proven to be very, you know, mentally strong. And he's put the time and the effort in. And, you know, with the help from Peter now and the team, Alfredo Gomez and everybody else, I mean, it's just got a phenomenal result here.
Well, competitors aside, one of the hardest working moto heads out there is our very own Paul Bolton. He's been out in the field and he just made his way into the booth. Paul, welcome. How you feeling?
Wow, guys.
You put some miles in out there today.
What have we seen today? That was, yeah, first class from Manny from pretty much start to finish, right? I saw him a couple of times, you know, making some little mistakes. I saw a huge ding in his front wheel. It was almost looking like the front tyre could come off the rim at points when he was twisting it hard in the sections. When he was turning the steering hard on the sections, thought it could come off the rim at points. But yeah, overall, wow.
Could you see a visual difference, the way that Manny was finessing his way through those sections and the rest of the field? What was the defining difference between Manny's approach and the rest of the field as we see James Moore? Congrats goes to him as he makes the final lap into the finish area.
Yeah, amazing for James Moore. I saw him make quite a big mistake just after machine. He lost quite a bit of time and energy. He had about 4 or 5 goes on that. He was there with Ash Brightmore, and I think that was where Mario actually made some big time. He actually went past 2 people on that section. But yeah, jumping back to Manny, the efficiency of that guy. You know, once he got a little bit of breathing room around him, he just checked out, and his gap just got bigger and bigger.
I don't know if you saw, Tristan actually caught him on machine.
I didn't see machine, no.
Yeah, they were together, and then he just gapped it off there.
Literally, I mean, just 5 feet away.
Just look at that. I mean, James Moore, wow, what an effort.
You guys can speak to this. What does it feel like to get that flag?
At that age, for you know, a young guy, I mean, he's so tall, isn't he, Daryl? Unbelievable. 6'7", no way. Wish I could have them legs. And yeah, they've helped him today for sure. But yeah, James will be there now, and his dad will be watching. He'll be coming. We'll probably get a shot of him somewhere along the line. And yeah, he's flipping. What a sound lad he is as well.
I think he told me he's 6'5". He's huge.
No, he's huge. He's massive.
Yeah.
I'm not the tallest guy, and I look at his belly button.
Well, you could see like the experience at that section that I talked about. You could see the experience of James there. He had a couple of goes at it, and it did burn a lot of energy, but perfect.
First Austrian.
You can hear the raucous roar, almost there. But Austrian making the finish. This is big.
A nice big comeback from Michael Wagner. He took a year off. He's been racing the Italian Championship. He's lying second at the moment in the Italian Championship. And wow, what a comeback to come back and get a 7th at Erzberg.
And obviously, you know, looking back now with the hindsight, the 2020 vision, obviously was the right call. Came back refocused, reconfigured, you know, reinvigorated, and to get that checkered flag, congrats to Wagner.
Amazing. Michael's family are also heavily involved with KTM and helping with the 2 strokes, and you know, really we're big into the engine performance of the bikes. So they've got a real strong family background in moto, as you can imagine. And yeah, it's good to see Michael riding so well today.
As we see Ash Brightmore now, younger brother of Mitch Brightmore, 19 years old. Pat, what do you make of this?
Well, I just love Brothers Brightmore. I believe they just represent everything that is right in the industry right now, the way that they've come up and the way that they've just approached it, and now that they're training together, and just that the kind of the brother support, the way that they push each other. I mean, Ashton is right there in the conversation, as he should be.
Yeah, 100%. And he obviously, it's his second year here, and he's got this finish now. This is going to be a big part of it, a big part of his future, you know, coming through there. Nice little one-hander, that, wasn't it? Doing the same mistake as Teo, I think, right?
Yeah, exactly that.
Should have kept his hands on the bars.
Yeah, a little cul-de-sac of defeat there. Do not go in there. No, but it's so great when you hear, you know, Ashton takes a little different approach. He kind of just powers through things, and I feel like, you know, Mitch is a little bit more, you know, calm, collected, and methodical, but the two, the way that they push each other, and Paul, I know you've watched their careers just in trials, and it's so, isn't it great to see these young talents find their rhythm?
Unbelievable. These guys are the future of the sport, and that young blood coming through is exactly what any sport needs, and it's great to see.
Yeah, and I'd have to go into my encyclopedia, but are we? This is maybe the first brother since
Ben and Dan Hemingway, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course.
Family affair for Brothers Brightmore. Ashton gets the checkered flag, and you can see the body language, the visible stoke. His brother looking onwards.
Yeah, obviously they train together so much as well, whether it's super enduro or whether it's hard enduro. They're teammates from the X-Grip crew, and yeah, they literally the family eats, sleeps and breathes motorcycles and anything with any action sports.
Yeah, and it's just such a success story too. We talk about the differences in how big trials is and what a huge role that played in their upbringing. And man, they have put in the hard time.
Yeah, I saw them in their setup yesterday. I went and chatted to them, and it was just so nice to see them from where they've come now, and they've got some really good support now.
Yeah, and it's obviously making the difference. Yeah, it's something I noticed, just jumping back onto that guy, 5 times winner of Erzberg, Manny. I noticed that his tyre was more worn than ever before that I've seen, and I've noticed him really revving the bike in some sections to just save his energy a bit more and just let the bike just creep forward ever so slightly and just dig in a bit, and then he'd stop. He was so composed. And yeah, going towards the end of it, just watching him progress right through the track, it was insane.
I couldn't help him. I noticed he got a bit rattled at machine. I mean, obviously when Tristan was there, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, I know as a fellow South African, the new face to Erzbergrodeo. Let's hear from him. He's down with that.
Congratulations, James. Congratulations on an incredible ride and 6th place at the first time of asking. How does it feel?
Honestly, I'm pretty lost for words. You know, it's different coming to a race that you don't know, and now such a big one. It's a lot of pressure. But luckily I'm not a tire, so I didn't feel the pressure too much. I had such a good time, rode with some really good riders, and really felt like I was riding my bike well, so I'm really happy.
Everyone says that the Erzbergrodeo is hard, but was it as hard as you thought it was going to be?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I didn't expect Carl's Dyno to be so physical. You know, we do the training days, and I guess you just ride them a bit slower, and I thought I was going to be really strong through it. But yeah, on the way back, the last leg of Carl's Dyno, I was really pumped up, but I was still riding my bike well. So yeah, even when I was tired, I was riding my bike well, which I don't usually do. So I'm quite happy.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, James.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Wow, I mean, such a big moment. We were talking about what it means, for a rider like that to just show up at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and then it leaves that indelible moment, having the success, at Roof of Africa, and then to basically cement it into the books that you belong. You belong in the conversation, right?
He's going to be around for a long time. That's all I can say, and he's only going to literally get what's going on here.
That's Eddie Carlson on the Stark Vog.
Okay.
Nice back moving again.
Okay. So, more history being made as Eddie Carlson, first e-bike to cross the finish line. Didn't know if there was a battery issue there.
Yeah, well, it's worrying. He's obviously not going too quick. Maybe he is on a little bit of reserve, so he's trying to just limp it back to the finish. They're breaking boundaries with this bike, so they don't know. This is the first kind of data they're going to get from this, and they're going to obviously improve and do what they can. But if he can drag this to the finish now, this is going to be amazing.
Some incredible performances throughout the week on Rocket Ride Prologue, and then the main event. I'd be curious to see where we see the rest of the field kind of after the dust settles, where they ended up. Just under 20 minutes left of the allotted 4 hours, but Carlson looks he's going to make that for sure as he starts to round the back and forth where you can see the finish corral. That is a good feeling, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know exactly how far he's got to go, and it's very possible that his battery's running out, because he was a bit of concern yesterday, depending on how much wheel spin and everything else, where the battery's going to last. They did change batteries at the refuel, and Eddie on the Prologue, he did have it turned up a little bit more to 60 horsepower. He used about 30% more battery than anybody else.
What was your take in the field, Bolts? What were you seeing out there? Were you seeing like a visual difference? The e-bikes versus the way that they're grabbing and kind of skipping it?
I'm going to be honest, to be totally honest, I didn't see them. I saw them at the start at the top of Vasselaitung, and then Manny was so fast to try to keep up with him.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Skinner's going to have seen quite a bit more of them guys a bit further back in the field, but
it's tough being Manny's shadow.
Man, I'm taking shortcuts and I can only just keep up with him.
I was worried about you running through Carl's dinner at one point. I don't know if it was that or lazy. Or you're in this rock section and you were almost kind of trying to stay in step with Manny. And I'm like, I thought you were going to go into a hole.
Last couple of drops now for...
Yeah.
Who's this one? Oh, needs no introduction, this guy.
Graham Jarvis on the Jarvie. We knew he would come through.
What did we say? If we were going to see Graham, it would be coming out of the woods and right at the end of the day.
Man, this is so cool. You've developed your own e-bike, the Jarvie. Graham's been putting so much work into this bike, and man, never count Graham Jarvis out.
Absolutely not, no. And just where he was on that section, there's one really nasty downhill. And it's just, you can't really see the bottom of it, and you just kind of let it drop.
Eddie keeps on looking behind him. I'm pretty sure he's running out of battery.
Yeah, he's pretty much there, but he's still got to get round that wall ride in the finish arena as well. He's pretty much there now. He's going to do a left turn any second somewhere, and then just cross the road and into the finish arena.
He's just coasting home. He's looks like he's safe.
Yeah. And it's interesting hearing from Billy. He was talking about, being on Husky with Graham, and he wasn't really into the kind of the development, just kind of the R&D. He was kind of quiet. He's like, whatever. But
I'll go with what you think.
Yeah, but he was really talking with him this week about the Jarvie. He was so into all the evolution that's happened in the past 5 months. I feel like it's reinvigorated him in a way. And
wow, here we go.
Is history. The first ever e-bike crossing the finish line at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Carlson makes history. One more up to the top.
Oh, he's happy with that. Oh, he's got to take off.
Gonna hold on to it. Lay it down.
What a great finish.
Well played.
Absolute shredneck style.
What an effort.
How did the guys get on with getting up in Segway? How did the guys get through after Manny?
To be honest, it was way easier than expected.
Really?
When we walked it, and I thought, this thing's going to be insane.
Yeah.
That last bit of the lazy noon proved to be harder.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
okay. Nice.
It's a new piece they put in there.
Yeah.
Wow. So, Jarvie
So a funny little story about Graham the other day. I was in Spain doing some training schools and I went to see Graham's spot out there, and it was like knocking for your friend. It was like I was just in the area, knock knock, Graham answers the door, and then you're coming out to play on the bikes, mate. And he was so excited to have someone to ride with and you know, go riding for fun. And I had to go on his Jarvie, and it went like stink, it did. So nice easy control in the turns. So yeah, see where it goes.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. I mean, a top 10 for Graham coming back on the e-bike.
Such an incredible force, one of the most successful icons in the sport of hard enduro, and just kind of setting the tone, the pace for all the amateurs, the privateers out there. Gives us a chance to take a quick look at, over the years, the privateers and amateurs that shape this event we affectionately known as Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
One of the main attractions of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo for amateurs and privateers alike is the chance to line up alongside some of the hard enduro's biggest stars and go head-to-head with the sport's top professional riders. Over the years, the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo has seen many amateurs win the love and admiration of the fans. In 2010, Japan's Taichi Tanaka crossed the finish line after starting from row 5. Having caught the Erzberg bug, Tanaka returned to the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 4 more times, and even recorded an impressive 5th place finish in 2012. As an event held in Austria, the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo has always had a particularly strong appeal among German-speaking amateurs. Few riders are remembered more fondly than stonemason Erich van Douwen, who, with his unique physique, conquered the mountain time and time again to the delight of the crowd. Similarly, some of Austria's Lars Inoka's finishes still resonate with the locals as some of the most emotional and joyful experiences ever at the Iron Giant. And then there are the Brits. From Den and Ben Hemingway to our very own Paul Bolton, riders from the United Kingdom have brought their own flavor to the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. The latter's contribution reached legendary status with the invention of the beer table slide in the infamous beer tent.
All right, so there's obviously some intention. Bolt's taking the slide in the beer tent, but I believe this guy, Daryl Curtis, he was doing that years before.
I saw him doing it, and I was like, I need a piece of that.
No, I actually think it was the same night, to be honest. But Paul, that's a pretty. I want to copy that. I want to put it on my wall.
Yeah, I would love a picture like that for sure. So we'll have to get one of them. But man, some great memories.
In the Red Bull Erzberg book that they have, and there he is, Graham Jarvis on the Jarvie. Gets the job done.
Oh, we're just bringing it back.
So good.
I mean, if that is not punk rock, that is punk rock, folks. That is punk rock.
Fantastic.
We love it.
They got me.
You're always a notch, but now you're here.
Honestly, got me so. Yeah.
Paul Bolt.
Can't believe it.
Oh, boy.
Toby Martin, second of the stock box.
And yet another e-bike makes the finish. So really, starting the conversation, we talked about this at the top of the race. A lot of people were kind of dismissive and, in terms of the chances, but we knew based on the success in Rocket Ride Prologue that obviously the skill set is there, and then they're just thrown on a new bike that they have to adapt to. They've proven that they can acclimate and then some.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Eddie and Toby are both in the Super Enduro, and they've been both really climbing the ladder in that job. We're gonna see them get more podiums next year, but this time, Cody Webb.
Yeah. Whoa, he's gonna be stoked with that.
This is gonna be down to the wire.
First 4-stroke to the finish this year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Johnny went out with that.
U.S. rider.
It was a stick in the radiator. Yeah.
And I'm a huge Cody Webb fan. Caught up with him a couple days before the race, and he was saying, I'm feeling fresh. He had a mechanical at the previous North American race, but was looking fresh. But to see him when he's injury-free, it's the best.
Yeah, he's always had he's had a couple of problems over the year within the in the prologue, but I had a bit of a funny chat with him down in the mine, and he was happy, he was relaxed. He said, if I can get rid of a bit of arm pump early on, I'll be happy. But yeah, he didn't know where to pitch himself in this one. He was coming in confident, but he doesn't know where he's going to pitch himself against the likes of Manny and everybody else.
I just love that Cody Webb is still in the conversation. It's so great to see. And we were talking about he has done so much for Enduro in the States. What a day, great for Cody Webb. But it's been a big day for e-bikes, and gives us the opportunity to check in with Graham Jarvis, Eddie Carlson, who is with our very own Ed Lee in the mix. Ed?
How hard was it? What a roller coaster. It was gnarly. I broke my rear brake in the first corner, and I have no rear brake for the whole race.
In the first corner?
In the first corner, I got hit by one rock, and then I lost the brake. So I was like so confused. I was like, okay, it's done now. But I continued going, and I finished. So what an incredible ride.
So you did every downhill without a rear brake?
Yeah, I almost like follow over the handlebar in every downhill, but anyway.
Mate, it was an incredible ride. It just got even better. One man who knows more about riding the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo than anyone, though, Graham Jarvis. You finished on an e-bike in the top 10. How different was this?
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy bike to ride, but it still obviously doesn't ride itself. But yeah, incredible to get the Jarvi to the finish. It's a little bit unknown, but the bike's incredible. I did have a bit of a mechanical. I did lose some time, but you got to admit that it's all testing, and we keep progressing every week.
So it's the first time we've had finishers, and already we had 5% of the bikes on the start line. 25 of the 500 were e-bikes. Now there's 2 of the top 10 have finished. That's 20%. Is this the start of a wave, do you think?
I think it's a turning point, definitely. It's accepted. The bikes are finishing. It actually helped me in the dyno. I could feel physically. I just had a little bit more energy, so obviously helps at my age. Any little bit of help is fantastic.
Congratulations on another Erzberg finish, Graham.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ed. Is it just me, guys, or Graham looks like he just came out of the spa, had a facial? He never. I mean, he's always like his resting heart rate is always at the lowest it could possibly be. But it's incredible going through what he's gone through.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he's just admitted there that they're in that point of trying to adjust things, make things better. It's like the beginning of petrol engines, so they're trying to get any data they can from this and take it forward to progress the bike, just like the Starks.
Dieter Rudolph coming in there for his 7th Erzberg finish.
Last finisher last year, and just at the 8-minute mark, getting to the finish line.
He must be one of the most consistent finishers as well. He does make it.
Look
he
at
always
that smile. Look at that smile.
It's great.
Yeah, mega effort this year.
Some would argue too, Dieter Rudolph maybe just like the perfect build for hard enduro.
I think that's the biggest smile I've seen so far.
There you go. He's worked hard for that one. Nobody said it was easy.
What's that feeling right there?
This is the stuff
you want to go
that
lay
you
down
miss. This is the stuff you miss when you retire and you come out. And yeah, I really would like to be there, but the work effort that goes into it to be in that point, that's kind of what I'm not willing to do these days.
You guys ever remember this phase that you were in?
No, I was pretty lucky. I was always around, top 5s, top 10s. And you missed all this traffic like this, but these guys are all having a chat, and it's quite funny when they're in these situations. They ride with each other for so long, they actually make friends, and they're actually helping each other, talking to each other. Oh, remember when we spent this much time in the diner together, or you spent this much time over wherever, and it's just nice stories to hear.
There's a reason we talk about the magnetic draw of this mountain. It's also for situations like that, almost like a little bit of fear bonding. Or just the struggle bonding, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, we've been through hell.
Yeah, exactly.
It's foxhole mentality.
I think actually, guys, that was our last finisher, because we've got a little bit out of reach. We've got Ryder LeBlanc coming, Sonny Gogia, David Cyprian, Thomas Scales are coming, but time is on climbers not on their side.
And this, just looking back, amateur race recap, all the weekend warriors, all the privateers, putting everything they have, sometimes on credit cards, sometimes taking a GoFundMe, having to make their way to that yearly pilgrimage, paying in body parts and sometimes bike parts. It is, you know, just...
Oh, look at the back mudguard on that one.
Oh.
At least he's going to stop him sliding off the back, that. No, maybe not.
No.
Oh,
wow.
Hope he's okay.
A couple of good cartwheels, another set of plastics.
The other shot on the top of Centrum Hamburg, that part is so concrete hard that you have to let it just chug its way to the top. You need the speed at the bottom, and then, but you can't believe how steep it is, and if you come off there, you literally can't stop. You just slide back down.
And if you can't navigate that left...
Yeah, you've got to bail out a little bit sooner. You see that top layer, it's like absolute, it's like metal, it's iron ore basically, just spill over.
Literally iron ore.
Them bits are, they're really, it's actually rock solid there, and it looks like it's fines of it.
And it's you see the camaraderie we were talking about it, like these guys helping one another.
That's still a big old lift from there. Oh. The guys need to be rolling the top of the front tire and just making almost making it two-wheel drive a little bit. And the downhills are so petrifying for a lot of the amateurs. You know, they're so daunting. But as a more of a pro rider, you feel the front wheel digging in a little bit, and then you know these little sand banks and stony piles will slow you down a little bit. Eddie Carlson there ripping that Stark.
Man, to ride without a back brake, that's quite something from the beginning of the race. Imagine all the downhills, Paul.
Like I said, and that would be very difficult to control with just a front brake, because you effectively use your front brake so much for braking,
and for the pivots.
you do need your back brake to slow you down as well, because otherwise you've got so much on the front that you will dig into them soft spots.
Wow.
They're huge boulders, right?
And I think for so many of these competitors, they've had the luxury of being able to watch it on TV the past couple of years since 2015. And a lot of the early riders didn't know what they, were going to experience here. Now they've seen it, but then to experience these lines firsthand, it's a totally different story.
Exactly, and it's so tricky. Just the position he was just in then, he was at such a point where if he caught his left foot peg, he would have been pitched off to the right, and that's the kind of thing that you really try to avoid. Saw Manny have a mistake in thinking back through the race. Saw Manny have a pretty big fall over in the Carl's dinner, and then I saw him have another one later on in the race. But he just gets up so composed, doesn't really get angry or bothered about it, and just carries on.
Yeah, just see Johnny Walker. Maybe he did take a little chip in the tooth there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Paul.
Chip in the radiator, chip in the tooth.
I'm just looking, guys, right at LeBlanc. He is
very
within
close.
Reach of the finish. Okay, he's got 3 minutes left.
He's going to go all the way across now.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be like so close.
3 minutes.
I think he's got it. I think
3 minute mark.
Is he? No, he's not.
Cody Webb, obviously been training a lot with Ryder LeBlanc.
Yeah, no, he's in.
Finish line.
I think he's going to just squeeze it. He needs to twist it now. He's got this lower section of the prologue to do now backwards, and then he's got that left turn over the road and then into the finish line arena. He's going.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows how tight it is.
Regardless, I mean, LeBlanc, he's not afraid to pin it. The last rider.
Yeah, I think he's got it. 2.5 minutes, Paul.
It's still close though, Darryl, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's within reach. He's come down all the big steps.
Yeah, the other guys went out of that bank there. Oh, he's come out.
Oh,
now.
he hasn't. He's still got to go on some of the downhills.
Counting, he's got two more steps.
Still pretty high up. Oh, this is going to be heart-wrenching. This is a bit like the Comrades Marathon we got at home. When they're standing there and then they let the gun go off and if you like across the line or not.
Well, if it comes so far, and there is the horn. You will hear it from not just the sound booth because we're right below it, but you will hear it from about 3-4 valleys across here, high above in Eisenerz, Austria.
Paul, hang on to your shirt. It's probably going to blow the windows out.
Yeah, did they?
Oh, he's so close. I think he's going to make it. You can see the arch.
Yeah, he's got to get around that arch. That's the arch that Teo went past.
Now he's going to make it. A minute to go.
He needs to get out of that. He needs to get out of the prologue. That's it. Get out of there.
Come on.
You don't need to do that now. You did that for 2 days.
and did it well.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
He's going to do it.
Okay.
This is going to be our 15th and last finisher of the 2026 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Oh.
Now under the last minute mark. Can he do it? Ryder LeBlanc.
Yeah, he's done it. He's in the arena.
44 seconds and counting. You can hear the crowd giving him that last push.
Yeah, that's going to cost Carl another finish flag. He'll be gutted.
There it is.
It is.
30 seconds.
Tristan
Goes
low.
down. He's got to get it back up. 25 seconds. Almost there. It is official. Ryder LeBlanc. Last finisher. Now go back.
Where's
go
the
back.
checkpoint?
Get your check.
Where's the
flag.
checkpoint?
Making sure. That's so cool.
Needs to get back up on there.
Yeah. Love it. Throw it. And here it comes. And the ominous blast ending the 4-hour time limit here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. What it must feel like when you're out still on course and you hear that, but Ryder LeBlanc just narrowly squeaking his way into finish. That one is going to go down in the books as well.
That was
well played.
And to go down there, that's his speciality.
Yeah.
You know, enduro cross is his thing, and yeah, to go down in that near that log there, yeah, that could have cost him. Oh.
Yeah, we can see Ryder's now officially assuming the fetal position. He's okay, but just taking a little nap.
This race
little
is
siesta.
brutal.
I think he's just having a little stretch out on his lower back.
Yeah, get that.
You know, just getting a bit of yoga.
Little sciatic, just move it to the side.
There you go.
Little hammies.
So the guys that didn't make it, Sonny Gogia at Lazy Noon, David Cyprian, Thomas Scales in Dynamite, Jack Price and Wade Ibrahim out on Segway. Carl Flanagan tried to get that finish, checkpoint 23.
Flanagan was looking solid early on.
And Francesc Moret. I mean, riders of that caliber, Paul, to not be able to make a finish at Erzberg just shows you how brutal this course is.
Exactly, and it does all come from the beginning of the race, I think. You know, getting away, you need to be coming through that, you know, forest area in the top sort of 5 to 10, and then you can just get your own breathing space and get through all the big rock sections. I mean, we saw Manny. How many times did Manny have a go at Segway? Cut the trail in. There was 3 or 4.
We were talking about it. If Manny if it's that difficult for him, that's what we were starting to speculate. We're trying to speculate as we look at the official results of the 30th running of the 2026 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Manuel Lettenbichler with the win, followed by Tristan Hart, Mario Roman rounding the top 3 of the podium. Mario followed by Teodor Kabachiev in 4th, Mitch Brightmore in 5th, James Moore in 6th. An amazing finish there. Austrian Michael Wagner in 7th. Ashton Brightmore, brother of Mitch Brightmore, in 8th place. Eddie Carlson, the Swede, in 9th. And Graham Jarvis, 5-time winner. Anand Jarvi finishes out the top 10. As we look at the 15 finishers, we were speculating if there'd be 5. Record low, but hats off to all of these competitors. Ryder LeBlanc in 15th, Dieter Rudolph in 14th, Cody Webb, the American, in 13th, Toby Martin coming in at 12th. What a day. We try to predict how Red Bull Erzberg is going to write that script, but no one, well, I think a lot of people predicted some dominance from Manny, but nowhere near of what we witnessed. He's really putting on a clinic in such a way we're living through history, Paul.
Yeah, well, I've obviously stuck to him like glue for the whole duration of the race, and at times he's saying things to me, you know, like, oh, I'm breathing a bit heavy at this point, or you can see in his face he's like just really observing what's going on, putting his back wheel in the right place, obviously pushing where he needs to, and just, yeah, he's textbook rider.
As we welcome you back to the business class seats of the booth here, we've had an incredible view, and hats off to our crew bringing an amazing kind of POV and perspective. And I believe on the recap show, we'll see a lot of your footage out there that you've been getting running around.
Yeah, so we'll always do a recap there, and it's fantastic for everything to be broadcast by you guys. And every time I've been looking at seeing some spectators, they've got the live thing, so I'm getting a bit of an update here and there on the track. But yeah, it's such a privilege to follow somebody like Manny and the rest of them so closely and be able to be part of it. So funny in the back. Did you see what happened at the top of Lazy Noon? Yeah, so Manny asked, at the bottom of Lazy Noon, Manny says to me, my GoPro's gone flat. And I said, oh, I've got another one in there.
He said you weren't quick enough in changing it.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You need a bit more practice, Paul.
Yeah, I'll tell you the story in a second. So I run up to the top and get the GoPro for him, and then he's got a quick mount on it, but mine didn't have that on it. So I started to take it. I had it all planned. I was ready just to undo this. That's it, done. And he's coming and he's all revved up. I'm like, you got time.
And he wouldn't have it, eh?
He wants to do it his way.
That guy saying, you got this, you got time, and
if he didn't
Tristan catches up.
But it was so funny.
Manny said at the end, no, I tried to change my GoPro, but just Paul was taking too long.
Threw me under the bus, hasn't he?
Well, the good news is
he took the wrong mount. That's what it was.
Manuel Lettenbichler. After we hand out the hardware, we will be catching up once again with Manuel Lettenbichler, getting into the business class of announcing booths with a great view. But you can see everyone getting ready, and gosh, that has to feel just finding that podium spot. Mario Roman, he's been there before, and he has put the hard work. It was interesting hearing from him. I mean, you've seen a lot of shift and shake up in the industry, guys getting on their own and starting their own teams. And what a moment for him to have to go through that kind of a mix-up, if you will, or change up, and then to find a podium spot.
Yeah, it's almost like a professional privateer crew in a way, but it's all backed up with lots of experience from Mario, and obviously Tristan and Manny have got the full support from Factory Team KTM, and it shows it works.
Yeah, and the family support there is too. We've seen Mario with the family in tow, and kind of everyone has a role. They're pulling their own weight.
I think a lot of pressure off as well. I mean, I see him, he looks really, really happy, and he's, it shows.
Yeah, it does. And also he's got Jarvis, his old mechanic, Factory Demo there helping him out and getting his bike set up properly. And that gives you a bit of a kick, to kick-start yourself and give yourself more pressure in a way, but thrive on the pressure.
So after just a grueling challenge, and Manny Lettenbichler has done it 5 times. Lift those stones up. That is what you get. This is the prize for being a podium finisher here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. No prize money, the honor and a rock. And of course the prestige. And you're in that coveted group, Paul.
Yeah, them stats are insane, right?
Makes you feel a little, I always feel special, but it feel a little extra special.
Yeah, that's what it was always about. It was always about being a finisher and then getting a podium. That is what hard enduro really is about.
Yeah, the spirits and what we feel over here at this race is it's insane. It doesn't matter. I mean, we've taken part so many times, and just to finish and be part of this race is just something so special.
Yeah, it is. And likewise with the other hard enduros around the world, it's just that is the goal for everybody, and everybody's got their own problems through the day. But some riders just get through things a lot easier, and that's part of the sport.
Well, we always try to dive into the head of the competitors, and you guys are probably perfect to ask this question. But what is it about the masochism that makes you? That you want the struggle, you want something that's not easy.
Yeah, I think that never giving up kind of thing, and the harder it is, you want to finish. It makes you want to finish even more. So it's to push yourself past all boundaries, past anything that you know, and then more.
Yeah, it's like the chase of the progression of getting better and feeling yourself actually working with the bike, working in sync with the bike, and then getting through these crazy sections and conquering these amazing things.
And maybe you can speak to, you look at this collection of amazing humans, but the respect they have for each other.
Yeah.
Right?
I've shared some amazing times with Manny, with Graham, with Teo, with Mario, with Tristan, with most of them guys up there, I've had some amazing races with over the years, and seeing some of them, like seeing Tristan Hart come in as a youngster, and you know, seeing even Teo coming in as a youngster and absolutely pinning it through the Carpathian Mountains in Romania, and yeah, seeing where they are now, it's unbelievable.
It's rare that you see the ear-to-ear grin from this guy, Karl Kadek, but it's a good sign when he looks across and it's, you know, his unofficial family, all these, you know, just incredible finishers of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2026.
It's a great moment, though, being with the boys on that one.
Yeah.
It really is. After all the struggles, there's James Moore and Ash Brightmore just having a good chat. I bet they're talking about the section where James had a few goes at and Ash got past him, but then obviously James managed to put the hammer down somewhere else and get back past him.
Yeah, they swapped positions quite a few times during the race. It was pretty cool to see. It was James Mitch.
I love the back and forth, but I feel like I have a lump in my heart when you think about the amateurs and the privateers out.
Yeah. So he's just actually pulled off the Carl's dinner there, and he's going down. That trail at the side was the track in 2007 before it went into the rock sections, and we just skimmed along the side of it. And then who would think today that they'd be riding back and forth across that kind of terrain? You know, is the progression of the sport.
Well, it has been an incredible day. Good news for all the fans out there. We will be joined by Manuel Lettenbichler here in the booth. So sit tight. The post show on Red Bull TV coming up when we return. And not a good situation as the 4 hours has elapsed, and you look at your back wheel and you see that. Any suggestions, John?
Well, we were talking about that earlier with Billy. You know, he got tape wrapped up in his wheel a couple of times.
He's always gets it in his back wheel.
Yeah.
He pushes the boundaries that far that he's always in it.